Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of What If Deku Returned with a Harem of Princesses Part 2. This story is My Hero Princess Harem by the respected author Madhat 886. In his room in the Nile Embassy, Izuku is hanging out with Ruby and her little brother Sam. Both older teens are watching as Sam is playing the beat-them-up video game battle of the band's Dimensional Tour. Sam has made it to the last stage where he's fighting in through the academy level right before the chase battle with Cheeto and Yuri begins. "This is so weird having a video game where I'm a boss," Ruby said. "You do make a powerful boss in your level. The game doesn't have an easy mode and just has normal, hard, very hard, and I want to suffer levels," Izuku said. "The game is popular back in our world," Sam said. "My friends like how they're background characters in the game," Ruby said. "The first level is more like a final level in a game than the first level in most games," Sam said. "Well, Ironside and the others are strong, while in the world before yours. We help Ange and the others in their battle against Embryo's forces," Izuku said. "Where that giant robot came from?" Ruby asked. "The Ragnamail, EMCBX001 Hysterica. The weapons of the Constitution were either damaged, destroyed, or just spent. Ramming into a portal was the only thing I could think of," Izuku said. "That world had people who can use magic racist against those who can't?" Ruby asked. "And the dragon guys can't transform into humans like the females?" Sam asked. "Yes, we ended up sailing to the prison colony where the Normas are sent to fight the dragons, because they can disable magic. Like in Marvel where no matter what the humans hate mutants. The last I saw the world of Mana was in chaos after they lost magic, everything ran on magic but for the equipment that the Normas used," Izuku said. "Mobius is working on a giant robot of his own," Ruby said. "Liberty Prime, the Brotherhood of Steel, found it underneath the Pentagon of that Earth. It was made to tank anything that the pre-war military could throw at it, lasers, plasma, battleship gunfire, nukes. It took an orbital bombardment from a missile satellite by the Enclave just to take it out. It was rebuilt but the Institute hacked it and had it destroy the Brotherhood's airship the Pridwin, which fell on top of it. I managed to scan it before the Institute's synths could dig it out," Izuku said. "Mom built some underwater homes for the other Krakens. And there are sea bases being built on the ocean floor, for deep-sea divers and people who want to salvage the ocean floor, using those driving suits and prawns. The prawns are also being used in mining and construction," Ruby said. "I built many underwater bases in many worlds, mostly in worlds where it was just safer to hide underwater," Izuku said. "Left them operational?" Ruby asked. "Some or them, others I broke down for resources," Izuku said. "The scanners are now like iPhones, after the doctor added that feature," Sam spoke up. "Really?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, the scanner phone scan features are used to scan barcodes and identify injuries and sickness. Adding things to the database and such," Ruby said. "Mom and Dad use theirs to see if the food is spoiled or not," Sam adds. "Or check the car. The scanner can tell you just about everything about something," Ruby also adds. Sam made it to the final level of the palace where he's fighting a boss rush of the girl bosses who are after Izuku as their husband. All random so that the player can't ever get used to the combination of the bosses. And since the bosses can affect each other by their powers or abilities, it's either a good or a bad thing. "The bosses can either help or harm each other?" Izuku asked. Watch Sam play. "Which is why the final level is so hard. Cleopatra's level already has the most enemies and is much longer than everyone else's. The boss rush is either normal or hard depending on the bosses who show up, which are up to 4 at a time. Like if Entrapta with her battle bot has anyone who has lightning powers, they can supercharge the battle bot's laser, or anyone who has tech-based powers as well. Supergirl when she's paired with someone who light powers is supercharged by them and heals her too. And at the end where Ruby burst out of the floor, depending on who's left, if they have water powers, they flood the floor and Ruby gets a power bonus because of being underwater, Sam explains. Wouldn't that just flood the whole palace? Izuku asked. It's just a game, Ruby said. 1. If someone has lightning powers as fighting with Ruby, she can get zapped for damage, or frozen for ice, Sam adds. And while Azula can bend fire and lightning, she isn't immune to them. Ken can get damaged by a fellow fire and lightning user. All the bosses can either harm or help each other, Ruby said. On the screen Lemon Zest has ripped off one of the support pillars and is swinging it around and hitting the other bosses fighting with her. Sam is using Lemon Zest to take out the other bosses before taking her out. That's something Lemon Zest would do, Izuku said as Lemon Zest has a one-track mind and while that does make her hard to fool or outsmart, as she simply uses brute force. There's a reason why she's the weakest of Sunset's bodyguards and is usually paired up with someone else. Not that she's dumb as she does come up with simple yet effective ideas, and sometimes the simplest ideas are the best. Like this combo, makes it all but impossible to win alone, Sam said fighting against 4 bosses at once. Makoto is tossing lightning around the room, with Sour Sweet, a Pegasus who is immune to lightning creating storm clouds that discharge lightning bolts down all around the room and rain to make the floor wet and each time lightning hits the floor. Sam's character Becky takes damage, while the 2 bosses are immune to their own attacks. Tickle Pink, who is healing the others, is making just beating Makoto and Sour Sweet hard. Green Lantern, who using her force field to protect herself and Tickle Pink is hovering in the air with the healer keeping themselves out of harm's way. That is a bad combo, Izuku said seeing how the only way to fight that is to defeat Tickle Pink first, but the force field of Green Lantern has to be broken first and the other 2 aren't letting up on their attacks. Which ended with Sam's being defeated. I'm just allowing other players to join in, Sam said having to restart the level. Working together and combining the right power sets would really work out, Izuku said as he thought of some ideas. And would avoid accidents, Ruby said not liking the animation of her being shocked by lightning or being frozen in the game. DC Superhero Girls World. In their basement the girls are playing the video game. Bumblebee, Batgirl, Zatanna, and Harley Quinn are playing, while the others are watching. They're in the final level and the boss rush level. I didn't know your armor could be supercharged with lightning, Green Lantern said. My armor isn't but I can make some upgrades, Bumblebee said. This game does give plenty of ideas of how we can expand our teamwork, Wonder Woman said. Yeah, the girls with light powers can supercharge me, Supergirl said. So are we getting any royalties from this game? Harley Quinn asks. The game is being sold by a subsidiary company of the Wayne's Company. So we get money from him, which were listed as voice actors, Batgirl said. Good, about time we get paid, Supergirl said. Star vs. the Forces of Evil World. We totally should try that, Star said as her video game self casted a spell on video game Kelly and Higgs, causing the 2 to gain roller skates on their feet and linked arms and spun around so fast with one arm extended holding their swords out, making themselves into a buzzsaw as they spun around the room in the video game. But that would just have me throw up, Higgs said. Yeah look, Kelly said as their video game counterparts stop spinning and look sick from all that spinning. And leaves you 2 open for a beat down, Ponyhead said watching her sisters who are playing the game beat down on the 2 bosses. The blue-colored ancient fruit and other fruits that Izuku gotten from the seaside pelican town, which is more of a village as there were less than 50 people living there. Didn't even have a school, there is a supermarket, Joja Mart and a movie theater, which draws people to the village, mostly people who stops at the town for a rest stop or to buy something. There is also a train station but from the looks of things few people stop at the village. Ancient fruit is odd as you can't eat it as it is, it could only be eaten when prepared first. Star fruit, an extremely juicy fruit that grows in hot, humid weather. Slightly sweet with a sour undertone. Powder melon, named for the powdery coating that forms on the surface, this melon is crisp and sweet, with a delicate flavor. Once given to the color kids, they traveled to their Earth to Big Apple City where their friend Strawberry and the others at the Berry Works went to work in making dishes out of them, which Izuku was only familiar with just jams and wines. Which Rainbow Bright, Canary Yellow, Indigo Doll, Shy Violet, Tickled Pink, and Stormy are sharing with him, dishes of pies, cakes, ice creams, fruit juices, and soups all made from those fruits. That world also have dinosaurs? Canary Yellow asked from his seat at the diner table in Izuku's and his mom's room in the embassy. A farmer found a pair of dinosaur eggs in a mine and hatched them. They're a dog-sized four-legged dinosaurs that are green and have orange spikes. The farmer has been breeding them and selling them. I did had 2 eggs, but after they hatched, I left them with Claudine Wolf in that world with monsters living alongside with humans, Izuku said. So you can store things like eggs in the SAC? Indigo Doll asked. Yes, but anything else just ends up dead, Izuku said, having tested it on bugs and they always ended up dead. Same thing happens when I tried, with anything that isn't an egg or plants, or mushrooms, Shy Violet said. Having done lots of research on the technology Izuku had brought with him when he first showed up in their world. You did picked up many things on your journey, Tickle Pink said. I lost many things or they were destroyed in my journey home, Izuku said. Lark said that she gave you back some of the stuff she took from you when she held you prisoner, Rainbow Bright said. She's kept lots of things like the silver manta ray as her personal transport, Eye of Dashi to provide free power to her planet, and the Orb of Tornami providing clean drinking water, Izuku said. I was wondering about something. Why didn't you use the Rio Reverso to restore the SAC back to before Hordak damaged it? Stormy asked. I do have it, but it's broken, Izuku said, showing them the Rio Reverso, with the gem missing and what's left cracked. Kept it hoping to fix it one day, but he magic from the world I got it from is just too different. What magic items do you have left that works? Indigo Doll asked. Wings of Tanabe, gives me rainbow wings that lets me fly and trails a rainbow behind me. Wushu Helmet, protects my head from any projectile. Ninja Sash, lets me make a double of me. Gills of Hamachi, gives me gills and fish-like features. Mantis Flip Coin, lets me jump high. Balance Ring, it protects me from confusion. Goron's Bracelet, that increases the user's strength. Fire Rod, that cast fire spells. Ice Rod, that cast ice spells. Found the last 3 in some old ruins when I was out collecting things for the ritual for Zelda, Izuku said. What about those power stones from the Kid Cosmic world? Stormy asked. All lost their powers once Erodius passed on. That world was something else. I was just planning on staying in the sleepy truck stop diner town in the middle of the desert for a couple of days when Kid found those stones and I was pulled into a spacefaring adventure, Izuku said, having spent 2 months more or less in that world. And he left as they began to rebuild the diner. Any other interesting worlds you visited that wasn't in the movie, and nothing like that but Hamster World, Canary Yellow asked. I found myself in a world that had tons of advanced technology around, and corporations wage war using drones and people watch it like a sport. I only stayed there for 3 days before leaving, Izuku said. World Before Horizon Zero Dawn. Really? Indigo Doll asked. Since no one dies, it's allowed, Izuku said. Izuku, there's something you need to see, Secundo said, appearing and turning on the TV. On the screen is UA with all the buildings flooded with sewage from the toilets. Everything that has a water pipe has raw sewage bursting out of it. Even the training areas of the school are flooded with sewage, making the entire school a toxic mess. Izuku, I love you, but there's no way I'm going to a school that is flooded with raw sewage. We're going to another school, Rainbow Bright said. Well, the school would have to be condemned, and with it flooded with raw sewage, it would just be easier to just tear it all down and rebuild, which would take months or years, Izuku said. 1. Elsewhere. Tomura Shigaraki watches the footage of the ruined school is being played on all the news channels. A simple solution to how to get the princesses to leave Japan, without having it linked back to them. The decontamination of the entire school would take months, not to mention having to repair everything in the school from the electrical wiring and replacing everything in it. Not to mention the smell would last for a very long time. We will have to make a new plan, but this should drive the princesses away from Japan, Tomura said. Coming up with a new plan is much easier than it would be to handle the princesses. Midoriya is another issue, as he has faced off against villains far greater than me. The villains from that universe with the orange alien wander, while silly use a scoreboard of planets that they have taken over to show their ranking, All For One said. It's hard to compete to villains who are powerful enough to take over entire planets by themselves, Tomura agreed. And there's the fact that the most powerful of the princesses is one of a galaxy-spanning empire. She could just call down a strike force with advanced weapons on us, not to mention the Cyclonia Empire, who can take our quirks from us, All For One said, being realistic in their chances. It's a real eye-opener in seeing how far they would have to go to be seen as a real threat compared to many of the villains of those other worlds. We just have to step up our game then, Tomura said. Yes, we will, All For One said, very interested in the advanced medical technology and magical healing from the magic worlds. Stepping out of a portal, Sunset and her bodyguards came out of it in the Equestrian Embassy in United Kingdom. They're joined by Usagi and the other princesses to see the school. They're there to tour the top superhero school of England, League of Extraordinary Adventurers. Since the sewage flooding of the UA school, which is under investigation of who sabotaged the school, which has a long list. Other countries, rival schools, and so on, all with a motivation of sabotaging the chances of Japan keeping Izuku in Japan. The other Japan schools would had step up, but all of the top hero schools of Japan were all hit by sewage flooding. The only ones left are the all-boys and girls schools, or ones that aren't suited for Izuku and the girls to attend due to school rules. So all the princesses split up in teams of 2 to visit the schools they picked, going with their groups to see the schools of other countries that made the list. Rainbow Bright and Star groups are touring France School, Shining Star Academy. Iris and Wonder Woman groups are touring United States, Justice High. Azula and Master Cyclones groups are touring Germany, Iron Cross Academy. Cleopatra and Zelda groups are touring Egypt, Nile High. Adora and Bloom group are touring South Korea, Zenith Academy. And Ruby the odd girl out is with Izuku along with Piper in the Equestrian Embassy. Where Princess Luna, the sister of Celestia and aunt to Sunset, is currently at, where she's visiting Izuku and getting to know the others in Sunset's herd. Princess Luna is a titan of a woman with a muscular build and curvaceous body, also standing over 9 feet tall, and her skin dark blue. Her long dark blue hair flowed well past her shapely butt, and like her sister her face is both beautiful and cold. Her massive cleavage is exposed by a circular window in her black dress, and the hems of her skirt went far up her thighs, revealing the sides of her powerful legs. She has massive black bird-like wings on her back and a silver horn on her forehead. She's not as voluptuous as her sister but has a muscular Amazon built, making her just as intimidating as her sister, just not by her naughty appeal, as she has that and the muscles to show she's not soft like her sister. She's spending time with Izuku, his mother, and Ruby and her family. Elsewhere. The government official Suki was close to pulling out her hair. All the planning and preparations that she has done was all for nothing. Thanks to sabotage by an unknown party, Almost all the top hero schools in Japan have been flooded with sewage and made completely unsuitable for a place of learning. She's now having everyone looking into who did the deed. Now all she can do is damage control and save some face from this PR disaster. The plans for quirkless heroes are still in place and have already become law. The cleanup and rebuilding is already underway, so that hopefully in a year they could lure Izuku and his girls back to Japan. The princesses had already made it known that they wouldn't go to any school that smells like sewage, which is why they're touring other schools. But that does give them a year to prepare for the next school year. With the public shaming of Eraserhead and how he was allowed to do as he pleased with his students, Suki had people looking deep into the records. The corruption of the HPSC ran deep and the investigation revealed lots of skeletons in the closet, which she's fixing as she doesn't want those skeletons coming out. With a princess from a galaxy-spanning empire with who knows how advanced computers they have, or the card-carrying evil empire, either of them could easily find the skeletons and release them, either as a power play by the first or just for evil's sakes by the later. The whole hero system needs to be remade and be cleaned up from top to bottom. The people with future sight quirks all agreed that cleaning house would improve the chances of luring Izuku and the princesses back. But first we need to find who sabotaged us, Suki said, looking over the reports that are coming in. They're looking into everything from quirks to someone reversing the water flow. And the list of people and groups that would have the best motives is just about every other nation with a hero system. Other hero schools thank to the fact so many people from those schools sent people to Japan to give a sales pitch to Izuku and the princesses. Even corporations who would gain more of trade from other worlds going to another nation that they have business in. 1. Oceanside, California. In her room, Haley Alohilani Banks is besides herself as she looks at one of her lists of things to do in her notebook. She was a risk-averse teenage girl who finally began her to-do list, which she has managed to do several. Thanks to her friend Scott Denoga and his girlfriend Christine Sanchez, who helped her a lot. Like her kissing Scott and kissing a girl, which both did, letting her check those off her list. All three of them go to the hero school, Oceanside Hero High, run by Principal Claudia, a crab with a quirk that makes her intelligent as a human. Since she can't talk, she clicks her claws in Morse code or writes. The school is both a hero school and a normal high school, with the hero training grounds being the same one that's used by the military for their army units, as unlike Japan that has a ban on using quirks, but for heroes, people are allowed to use their quirks in public as long as they don't endanger others. Which is why the hero schools also teach other students how to safely use their quirks. Haley doesn't have a quirk, but is in the hero course, taking first aid and first responders classes. Scott, quirk lets him talk to animals and can understand their principal, who uses him as her translator. Christine, her quirk is whenever she builds up momentum and can't ever be stopped by anything and is invincible while she's in motion, making her a juggernaut to anything in her way. Okay, I'm on the way, Haley said over the phone as she raced out of her room and out the front door, ready to add another check in her to-do list. UFO. The alien-themed restaurant UFO is run by Sunny Denoga, the mother of Scott. Haley, walking into the restaurant, found Scott and Christine with their group of friends at a table, all stuffing their faces with the leftovers from the buffet that would have been thrown away. Rebecca Becker Denoga, Scott's younger sister, who loves breaking things. Her quirk is that she can see the weak point of anything solid, allowing her and her circle of friends named Buzzsaw, Bonesaw, Chainsaw, and Paul to break it, as they know where to apply the pressure to break it. Kennedy, the school hall monitor, and a part-time assistant park ranger, she's also Becker's girlfriend. Her quirk lets her locate anything as long as she's holding something that belongs to whatever she's looking for. Lucy Morgan, who is very accident-prone, to the point where she was nicknamed Unlucky Lucy. Her quirk lets her separate her body parts that can float in the air and pull herself back together. Tulip Alloy Lake, she moved to the city a few months ago after her parents separated, with her living with her mom, who works at the Navy base. She has a buzz cut and goes for the tomboy look. Her quirk allows her to transform her body in living metal of any kind she wants. Jesse Kosei, nice and cheerful boy, a bit kooky and a pushover. His quirk is him able to transform into a deer, or a hybrid of a man-deer. Okay, is everything ready? Haley asked. I think so, Scott said, holding up a script that Haley made and had given to everyone. Okay, the go to school with royalty is a go, Haley said, holding her own script. I sure hope that the plan to get the princesses to choose our school to attend to works. Oh, Haley, don't you know that's impossible, Scott said, reading his line. Getting those princesses to be interested in coming to our public school is so unlikely, that Haley. Christine gasped, looking up from her script. Come on, Haley said. I eat my hat, Christine said. I'll stop breaking things, Becker said in a deadpan manner. And I'll take up Kin dancing? Kennedy said, looking puzzled at her lines. I take up fire dancing, Lucy said, reading hers. I'll wear a pink dress and act super girly, Tulip said and glared at Haley. I stop being a vegetarian and eat meat, Jesse said, looking ill at his lines. Oh look, it's Haley with another one of her crazy plans. There's no way that would ever happen. If it does, I'll dress as a piggy and go wee, all the way home, ACHVAC said, shaking his head at his lines, having followed the script of him appearing behind Haley. Haley looks around excited, hoping that setting it up will have some of the princesses to show up. This isn't a TV show. People aren't just going to show up when you set up things, AC said. And they don't even know about our school. Justice High sent under fist to talk to the princesses. We could only send an email, Scott said. Well, I also sent an email to the embassies of the princesses, promoting the restaurant with them eating for free, Haley said. What? Sunny asked, overhearing Haley. Great way to get their attention. Free food for royalty for a limited time, Haley said. Which means you too, Crab Queen, Sunny said, her eyes narrowing at Haley. Well, you were just going to throw the food away, Haley said. It would really promote the restaurant, but Haley, you really think any of those princesses will just show up? Sunny asked. The front door of the restaurant opened, causing everyone to look at the entrance. Thad and Jonathan entered the restaurant waving at their friends. A small blue-colored child with a mutation quirk ran in before the doors closed. Ah, Haley said. As I said, this isn't a TV show, AC said. Sam. Hearing the voice, the group looks at the entrance as Ruby Gilman, the Kraken princess, came running inside, going after the small blue boy. Followed by their parents Agatha and Arthur, followed their two kids inside. Izuku and his mother Inko also entered. Having to bend down, the giantess Princess Luna entered. Wow, she's big, Scott said in a daze, seeing the busty Amazon giantess. She is, Christine said, blushing as her eyes roamed the giantess, who is wearing a dress that doesn't leave much to the imagination. Which the others also did, as the look upon the body of the night princess. Hi, we got an email saying that royalty eats for free, Luna said to Sunny, who was very intimidated by Luna. Yeah, that's right, Haley said, getting cold feet as she looks up at the towering Amazon princess in front of her. She has seen pictures of Sunset and her mother and knew that there's an aunt too. But now that she's in front of one, who like her sister can move planets and stars around just by thinking about it, is causing her to regret the idea she had to go to school with royalty. Bakugo screamed as he's being held down with a gun barrel shoved into his mouth, as 4 Cyclonia soldiers held his arms and legs, while a 5th held the gun that's in his mouth. His clothes have been stripped off of him, leaving him naked. He's on a table in the yard of the Cyclonia embassy, where Master Cyclones is using an electric cattle prod on him. In full view of the public of the torture, and has iBots streaming it all live. I must say, Izuku was right about you. Once mad you just go full stream ahead without thinking, Master Cyclones said as she jabs the electrical device into Bakugo's groin, causing him to scream and wets himself. But really shouting threats about brutalizing me and then blasting yourself into the embassy grounds? Master Cyclones waves to the police and the heroes who are just watching the torture. The sentinels are guarding the hole in the wall that Bakugo made, and the only reason why they didn't blast at him when he did and entered the compound is because Master Cyclones had them stand down. They can't enter the grounds as this an embassy, which means that the laws of Japan don't work here, only Cyclonia law. If they enter I can legally kill them or declare war. Just like you, who couldn't do anything but shout after I took your quirk away and beat you without even trying, Master Cyclones said to Bakugo as she jabs the prod into his groin again, jabbing it into his naked flesh. She held the crystal that held his quirk that she took from him. I'm a villain, I'm open about it. I was taught by my family how to be a villain. The villains of this world can only dream of what I'm able to do and get away with. How many villains can have someone stripped naked and tortured in full public view like this? I can, because you're on embassy grounds and under my laws, one being, I can have anyone openly threatening me killed or publicly tortured and humiliated. Diplomatic immunity, and there's nothing the heroes or the police can do to save you. And this is all being shown live, so even after you're dead, people will still be able to watch you being beaten, humiliated, and wetting yourself. Also, you have a small penis that is only 2 to 3 inches. Izuku is far more impressive. I should know, I bathed with him enough times, Master Cyclones mocked. Master Cyclones grips the crystal and breaks it over his face, letting the pieces fall on his face. Tears form in Bakugo's eyes, seeing his quirk gone forever. Tears? Good, you know, and showing everyone that without your quirk, you're nothing. Izuku without a power has taken on far more powerful villains that this world has and won. Or in my case caused me to fall for him, with his corny attitude he picked up from that Wander fellow, and his charms. And as I said, he's only 14 like me and he has a bigger penis than you. Is that why you bullied him? Because he's more of a man than you? Master Cyclones laughs, then stops and looks at the soldier holding the gun in Bakugo's mouth and taps her cheek. Shoot. A gunshot rang out as the gun barrel shifted so that it's pressed up against Bakugo's right cheek and the bullet tore open his cheek. The shot also damaged his mouth and cracked or broke some of his teeth on the right side of his jaw. I taken your quirk, I showed the world that you're nothing without your power, how easily I beat you to the ground after I took it from you. I took your so-called bright future as a hero from you. Now you're just a no-name loser who only had one thing going for him. You would have never survived the journey Izuku had through the different dimensions. Too easy to hate you, and with how fragile your ego is, would have just gotten you killed. Now toss this trash out, Master Cyclones said to the soldiers. The soldiers carried Bakugo by his limbs and swung him through the hole in the wall into the arms of Death Arms, who carried him to the medics. Master Cyclones stood before the crowd on the other side of the hole in the wall. Remember, I'm a villainess and enjoy being one. The only reason why I'm being nice and not declaring war on Japan is because of Izuku. I already know that the Hero Commission of Japan just loves flashy powers like small fuse there. And would make him a hero as he loves to claim he is. He's more of a villain who now has no powers. I'm glad that all the top hero schools of Japan are toxic, condemned waste sites now. Japanese cultural emphasis on conformity as a virtue is antithetical to the very concept of heroes. Japan heroes are all flash and marketing. If Izuku was already a hero like so many are in Japan, I would have killed him, Master Cyclones said, and left, returning to the embassy building. 1. That night, Shai Hasaikai, a group of dangerous yakuza, led by Overhaul, with the goal of taking the leader of the underworld title that was once held by All for One. They've been keeping low and out of sight since the princesses of other dimensions appeared. With some of them having advanced technology and magic, everyone was on eggshells. Overhaul is meeting with his group to plan ahead of the new opportunities presented to them. The technologies and magic from the other dimensions is already a big deal in the underworld, everyone wants to get their hands on it. The problem is that there is just way too much security around the embassies, namely the giant 30-foot robots made to hunt down and kill those with powers, and the other robots. They had seen the movie and seen the robots from that post-apocalypse world in action, lasers that can turn someone into dust and plasma that can turn things into green goo. Autodocs that fixes up people even better than most healing quirks. Vending machines that can make just about anything, as long as they have the holotape to make the item. And the robots who, while using outdated tech even by this world's standards, are much more advanced and made to last. Plus, having a robot butler to clean and take care of the house chores has become the top Christmas wish list. Suddenly all of the members felt something grabbing them and the roof of the compound was lifted up. All of them were lifted up into the air and brought out to the yard where dozens of those iBots are hovering in the air with their lasers all aimed at the Yakuza members. Along with Cyclonia soldiers all aiming their laser guns and other weapons at them. On a large flying machine crewed by 6, a pilot, 4 gunners and a technician, is Queen Torrent, who pointed her staff at them and drained them all of their quirks. With all of their powers gone, they were placed on the ground, still surrounded by soldiers and robots. A section of the compound wall fell, revealing Princess Luna, the sister of Queen Celestia, who is just as big but more muscular than her sister, who held the much smaller form of Eri in her arm. "What's going on here?" All Might asked, having been called in with a number of other heroes after a large force of Cyclonia soldiers suddenly came out of the embassy, followed by their queen and Luna. With what happened earlier that day, all the hero agencies have been on high alert. Reporters and news crews are already on the scene. These Yakuzas have been harvesting this girl's blood. She has the power to reverse living things back to how they used to be. They've been making bullets that can remove quirks. Like how Torrent just taken their powers. She asked me to save her, so I did, and asked Torrent for some help, Luna explained. I was happy to help. And these powers are useful, Torrent said, her staff now containing all of the quirks she has just stolen. Asked for your help? All Might asked Luna. I have the power to dream walk, I can enter anyone's dreams. I have been contacting the police and heroes of kidnapped people since I came here, Luna said. That was you? MT Lady asked. Yes, but I took more hands-on action with Eri here, Luna said, looking down at Eri, who was clinging onto her. These Yakuzas would have given you heroes and the police trouble. So, I handled it myself and got help. Quick and easy, while you heroes would have been all flash, Luna said. I do hope the other countries have heroes who I would actually view as heroes, Torrent said. Speaking of which, All for One is still alive, Luna said, causing All Might to gasp, as did other heroes who heard about that villain. How? All Might asked. You crushed his head and he tore your guts. Did you actually see his dead body? Luna asked. No, All Might said. You live in a world of superheroes and villains. Doesn't the saying, not dead till you see the body, have the same meaning in other worlds? Luna asked. I always made sure that the people I killed are dead. I have the bodies tossed into lava pits, never fails, Torrent said. Now, I'll be taking Eri back to the embassy where she'll be safe. No villains be dumb enough to try anything, Luna said. But she's a Japanese citizen, All Might said. Eri, who do you want to go with? Luna said, looking down at the small 6-year-old girl. Eri buried herself into Luna's massive bobas and clung to her. There's your answer, Luna said to All Might, and teleported with Eri back to the Equestrian embassy. She's right, the Hero Commission is more a group of villains than heroes. The last president of the commission used Kanetsutsumi, Lady Nagant. She worked as a wetwork agent to sell the illusion that society is in a time of peace. She didn't like it, and the last president tried to have her killed, so she killed him instead. And it was all covered up. I learned it by looking in their files, Torrent said. What? All Might gasped. Is true, and she's the one who has just posted it online for all to see, Torrent said, looking at one of the gunners who took off her helmet and goggles. All Might, everyone else, Lady Nagant said, holding an iPad that she just uploaded the files that was taken from her old job, which the news stations are receiving, as did everyone else. She's now working for me, and if the commission tries anything, it just gives me the excuse to make war on Japan. I was polite earlier as it was just a worthless child and my daughter handled it. But with my new soldier, anything happens, I won't bother investigating, I just declare war, as I am a villainess after all, Torrent said. You agree to work for her? All Might asked Lady Nagant. She doesn't pretend to be good while having me kill people, Lady Nagant said. Now clean this up, this mess, Torrent said to the heroes as she and her soldiers left the scene for the heroes to deal with the villains. Later, Izuku screamed for help as he held Chloe in his arms, her body having gone cold. He carried her out of the burning building, holding her tight as he held her hand, trying to get her some medical help. He clutched the Rio Reverso that has been broken. Behind him is Lila Rossi, impaled on jagged metal, scrap metal, having fallen from a great height, having been turned back to before she transformed herself into a villain. Luna with her sister, the other queens, and Inko watched the memory played out. Izuku is suffering from PTSD, from the number of worlds he visited that weren't shown. He's holding himself together, but the stress and other issues are all there beneath the surface, Luna explains. Different still shots of different memories are all displayed around them. The nightmare world of a future Earth with a sun about to go supernova, with Izuku helping a boy taken from the past Shu in the moving fortress of Hollywood, filled with child soldiers under the rule of the madman Hamdo. Now and then, here and there. The world of the Pale City, where Izuku companion 6 left him to die. Little nightmares. A world being destroyed by a horde of skinless giants controlled by an even bigger titan that loomed over all. They just walk, flattening everything in their path, with their sheer size and weight. The stream coming off of their bodies, roasting everything alive that they didn't step on. Attack on Titan. A world where Japan, through the magic of genetic engineering, create biomeat, or BM for short. They are genetically modified creatures that are organically plump, very easy to breed, and provide a viable food source for the whole world. In addition, they will eat anything, even materials like plastic and vinyl, but not inorganic compounds like glass, fiberglass, or metal. Who escape and ate Japan? Biomeat nectar. A world where demons fight alongside with human soldiers against a tide of other monsters, with a horror that could be seen from miles away. Berserk. A world where an army of magical girls lay waste to Japan. Magical Girl Apocalypse. Kurizucho, a small Japanese seaside town where something happened where spirals have taken over. Izuku only managed to save a small group of people who tried to flee through the mountains that surrounded the town. Uzumaki. Izuku standing in the middle of a battlefield, with the bodies of the dead covering as far as he could see. Helping the wounded and the dying. And other horrors that Izuku had to face or flee from. Izuku doesn't need a school where he can learn to become a hero. He needs a place where he can recover from this horror. I have been doing what I can, but he needs to be a child and not be a hero, Luna said. My poor boy, Inko said. He needs to be a normal kid and not have to worry about things. He should go to that oceanside school in the States. It's layback, and unlike the other hero schools, the hero course isn't that important, it's more of search and rescue, Agatha said. Agreed, Izuku needs time to recover and relax, not having to deal with high stress, Queen Marlena said. I agree, some of my warriors still have nightmares of battles or horrors they saw, Hippolyta said. Izuku can get treatment from doctors from my dimension, Yosira said. And our girls can give him the emotional support he needs, Ursa said. Or like in the show Steven Universe from My Dimension Earth, where the main character Steven, a kid hero who has tons of untreated traumas both physically and mentally. He had a complete mental breakdown after all the people he had helped through the series of stories ended. He no longer had anything to distract himself with, and all the issues he had been suppressed over the years all came out at once. Steven is frustrated, tired, and generally traumatized from all his time dealing with the gem's world-threatening conflicts, but constantly tells his family that he's okay and not to worry about him. However, bottling up his anger doesn't work, resulting in strange power surges when his adrenaline builds up. He denies he needs help even when his body begins growing in hideous malformed ways. Eventually he explains the horrors he's experienced to his family while still constantly trying to downplay them, and turns into a monster because of all the resentment and guilt built up inside him. Izuku needs time to recover and open up with people who care for him and get treated, Queen Rainbow said. 2. He has earned time to recover, Serenity said. And the girls also need some time to just enjoy themselves and be kids, Ephedia said. Getting to know each other with having to worry about being a hero, Marion said, as Bloom and her friends had to save the day more times than they should. Me and River were going to send Star to our Earth in our dimension to learn, but then Izuku showed up. At least now Star has more people to keep an eye on her, Queen Moon said. And really bond with Izuku, who no longer be distracted by his quest of returning home, or that he managed to get our girls to fall for him, Queen Zelda said. I can't believe my son is the clueless guy who has a girl or girls in love with him and he doesn't know it when everyone else does, Inko said, still embarrassed by that fact. In a government office, the government official Suki just received the news that all the senior members and retired members of HPSC have been arrested. With the files of the wet works that HPSC are responsible for and how they covered things up for so long, with Queen Torrent exposing everything and having freed Lady Nagant from the most secured prison in Japan, without anyone knowing till she revealed herself. A search of her cell revealed nothing of how she escaped. And there's not a thing anyone can do about it. The Cyclonia Empire is ranked second to the Nile Empire for a reason. While the Equestrian Kingdom has the royal family being able to just think about it to send the entire planet into the sun or crash the moon onto the earth, they're not aggressive, they are peaceful but not harmless. The Cyclonia Empire, on the other hand, are openly evil and are just looking for an excuse to declare war on Japan, which she is quoted saying. They have an army of 30-foot robots designed to kill people with powers, reconfigure their bodies and weapons to handle any kind of power used on them. She showed recordings of the Sentinels in action killing people with powers in the world they came from. Telling everyone that if she has a reason to, she will unleash them on Japan or anywhere else. She's lawful evil so that the law is on her side. But she is still a villain and loves being one, and ruining the reputation of Japan to the world. For her is to show Izuku that Japan will never accept a quirkless hero and he should just go to a country that do have quirkless heroes already. And they only making changes because the government of Japan wants trade deals and the advanced technology of the worlds of his future wives. And for laughs, as she likes watching things fall apart for people that she doesn't like. The other queens and princesses weren't of any help to rein Queen Torrent in. They agree with her that Japan is only changing because they only want Izuku for trade deals and technology. With an entire class being allowed to pick on one student just so that they have something to release their stress on, which happened to Izuku in his old school of Aldera Middle High School, where he had to suffer systemic bullying, discrimination and abuse he faced from his peers and the teachers. And how looked down upon the quirkless are in Japan. Why should they have anything to do with Japan or care what happens to it and its people, when the very culture has harmed someone close to them? Which they did in public, and that news spread quickly. Which Izuku has already left the country for the United States to go to school there. Adding to insult, he wasn't going to one of the top hero schools but a small local public high school in Oceanside, California. The reason why is that Izuku needs to relax and not be high stress and under pressure to conform like in schools in Japan. And the local public high school where the hero course isn't important and is more for heroes who do search and rescue. Izuku's mental health is important, which the schools in Japan don't bother with, as they only care about grades and conformity. The heroes in the United States can only be fully licensed heroes when they're 18 and not be glorified child soldiers as it is in Japan. And heroes aren't the center of everything, and people actually take responsibility for themselves instead of relying on heroes. Which causes lots of stress on the heroes of Japan with only relying on heroes, where United States is more balanced with the police and military, who unlike Japan are allowed to use their powers and not just heroes only. 1. The backlash from that has caused a recession as foreign investors who were eyeing Japan to invest in for trade deals from the other dimensions are now pulling their money out. Not to mention losing face and standing on the world stage. The only good thing was the Suki was given the go-ahead to clean house and bring out all the skeletons out of the closet. What are the chances of getting Izuku back for the next year class? Suki asked Sir Night-Eye, who has been reviewing the data from the others who can see in the future. We have a 40% of getting Izuku to come back. But only if all the changes happens and that there are quirkless heroes in Japan, Sir Night-Eye said to Suki. And firing and blacklisting the teachers and staff of Aldera Middle High School? Suki asked, noting how those two chaos spirits hadn't bothered turning the school back to normal after they turned it into a movie theater. Raised it by 1, Sir Night-Eye said. That's good enough for me, Suki said, signing off that order. Besides, with most of the hero schools closed down, some of the schools have moved to other schools to accommodate the students of the closed down schools. Some of the old schools that have closed down are being renovated so that the closed down school staff members could teach there. With the old teachers and staff fired, the movie house could be rebuilt into a new hero school. And they're right about Japan is too focused on heroes to solve the problems, Sir Night-Eye said, knowing plenty of heroes who burnt out and retired. It would be nice for the police to have our backs both in firepower and quirks. What about Izuku's mental health? Suki asked. With what we saw of some of the worlds he's been to, it wouldn't surprise me that he's suffering from PTSD and other traumas. He said he held the hand of that girl as she died. That would affect anyone. Seen it before, and how once there aren't any distractions to keep their minds off of it, it all comes bubbling to the surface. They're right about Japan not being suited for Izuku to heal his mental health here. The schools have always been high-strung and stressful environments. Remember how it was like, the American schools put a lot less pressure on their students and they can actually relax and enjoy themselves. That there's none of the out of sight out of mind mindset where abused students aren't helped till it's too big to ignore. And someone like Eraserhead can't just expel an entire class or allowed teach after the first time they do it, Sir Night-Eye said. How do we compete with that? Suki asked. By making changes so that Izuku will give us a chance, Sir Night-Eye said. And a repeat of the schools filling with raw sewage? Suki asked. We just have to make sure that doesn't happen, Sir Night-Eye said. And what of that girl Eri? Suki asked. Princess Luna has become attached to her as the girl with her. She has also given Eri a magic bracelet that keeps her from using her quirk as she's scared of using it. She will not allow anyone to take Eri by force, especially when she wants to be with her, Sir Night-Eye said. That's what I thought, Suki said. Also, any idea how Queen Torrent freed Lady Nagant? No, and she's tight-lipped about that. But it does show how dangerous she and the rest of her family are. They're openly evil but are competent in running an empire, even raising the standard of living for the people they rule under an iron fist. Master Buzzard and Queen Torrent want their daughter to marry Izuku to help make her more pragmatic so that their empire be more stable. She's openly baiting us to do something so that she can declare war on Japan, a war we can't possibly win. With so much funding going to heroes, the military is underfunded and they have giant robots built to handle people with powers. Plus she can take quirks away. No matter how powerful a hero is, she can just take their quirks. All she would need to do is drain All Might and shoot him or just beat him to death, and there goes the moral for Japan, Sir Night-Eye said. We've been trying to get some advanced medical technology to fix him. But with how things are, that's not going to happen anytime soon, Suki said, knowing about All Might and how his quirk works. Hopefully, if we fix everything that needs fixing, by next year we can get something. At least the Hero Commission won't be causing us trouble, Sir Night said. School in the United States was so different from Japan. Instead of staying in one classroom with the same set of classmates for years, instead the students are the ones who go from classroom to classroom, not the teachers. Also, the classmates can change from classroom to classroom, so instead of the same faces there's a change to the faces. There's no pressure to conform to the group, that grades are everything, that the school you go to will determine your future. And most importantly, there are no quirks or everything like it's in Japan. Izuku, having been to many places in his dimensional travels, gotten used to culture shock. He's been to too many strange worlds not to get used to different cultures. But it was nice to be in a seaside city that isn't so dense and the beach isn't covered in trash. The people aren't centered around having heroes handle everything for them but actually take care of problems themselves. And that the quirkless aren't looked down upon, unlike back in Japan. He no longer had anything to distract him, and with the support of the girls, he's getting the help he needs. The nightmares of what he saw and what he had to do to survive. The first time he took a life, the monsters of all shapes and forms he had to face, the hard choices he had to make, and other horrors that he had to endure. The girls have all been supportive of him and getting him to do what is needed for him to heal. He has mental trauma that needs healing, and if he had stayed in Japan, he wouldn't have gotten it. In the principal office. This robot body I was given is wonderful, Principal Claudia said in the custom-built robot body. The body, head, and arms of a robobrain and the lower half of a Saltron. The brain case where the brain would have been is where Principal Claudia is housed in saltwater. The robot body is controlled by Claudia's thoughts, and the voice box of the robot speaks for her. Thanks to the technology from the Nile Galaxy for races who, while sapient, can't communicate outside of their own race. It is nice to speak to you without the clicks, All Might said over a video call. I no longer need a translator and can just talk with my students. Speaking of which, why are you calling? The last time we met was years ago when you stopped by at the school. Hoping to get some information or calling in some old flavors? Claudia asked. Yes, we've been changing things here in Japan, All Might said. After Queen Torrent exposed all the corruption of the Hero Committee over there and how the very culture of Japan with flashy quirks and only those with quirks being allowed to be heroes. The post of how the princesses ran rings around your old mentor Gran Torino showed that the Japan Pro heroes would have no idea how to train a quirkless student. Seeing how the lasso forced him to tell only the truth, he couldn't lie or talk around any of their questions. The only one who could train him is Knuckleduster, which Japan is using to show that they will let quirkless be heroes. Also the old shame of him having his pants and underwear pulled off by the late Ms. Poppins, Claudia said. The other old heroes of his generation are all making fun of him again for that, All Might said. Being a small public school does allows the students not to have the burden of the school's reputation on their shoulders and the other pressure of Japan schools and culture. No matter what, he is still a child who had to deal with horrors and hardships as he tried to find his way back home. I know that therapy is hard to come by in Japan. Seeing how Japanese culture, mental health issues are heavily condemned and discriminated against, Claudia said. Yes, that is a problem here, which we are changing, All Might said. Once word got out that Izuku is suffering from PTSD and is the reason why he's going to a small public school to relax and get the therapy he needs to help him, which couldn't be found in Japan thanks to its culture of not actually having a support and therapy for people with mental health issues. The new Hero Committee is now making it mandatory for all hero agencies to have a therapist and all hero schools to have one as well. Which resulted in revealing that many of the pro heroes having tons of mental issues, with All Might himself having issues. 1. Well, you need it the most. You only became the #1 hero because you do nothing else. You have no life outside of being a hero. Lark is telling everyone that the reason why is because you're dying from the wound one for all gave you, Claudia said. What? All Might asked. She is a villain and her mother did hack the files of the HPSC. You should just go to the Nile embassy and ask for medical aid. With their advanced technology, whatever injury One for All gave you should be a simply matter of fixing, Claudia said. I was wounded but... How widespread the story is? All Might asked. It's already spreading around here. Another thing, Queen Torrent has no quirk but has already made herself into the most feared villainess in the world. Her daughter Lark has also established herself as the most feared student in school. She made it known that she'll be going after the bullies as only she gets to be the villain around. But she's easily handled by her husband-to-be, so she doesn't actually do any bullying, just intimidating the other students. And her mere presence in Oceanside has caused a drop in the villain and gang-related crime. No one wants to get in her empire's radar. She's been saying that Japan only made the changes to kiss up to Izuku to keep him in Japan for what she and the others could give to Japan. That she has no quirk, and yet on the danger scale that Japan gave the princesses and their kingdoms, she comes second to Cleopatra, who also has no quirk. My point is, while Japan has downplayed the quirkless and that only those with quirks can be heroes, I would have thought that your time here in the States would have taught you that you don't need a quirk to be a hero or a villain. After all, you almost died at the hands of Trapper, Claudia said. I only survived because of Starbolt and Black Clover, All Might said. And Black Clover is quirkless. You really should have used your position as the #1 hero of Japan to push for quirkless heroes when you had the chance. Now your country can only do what it can to catch up, Claudia said. Yes, I should have done better, All Might said. Japan's society isn't suited for Izuku being quirkless, and that's that truth. I know that people will hear this or are already listening in. Your country will have to make lots of changes to even get him to even think of returning. Seeing how the girls tell him all the time he shouldn't bother with going back. Telling him that if it wasn't for them, Japan wouldn't be making changes. And the rat brings shame to other animals who are sapient with how he allowed the school to be run, Claudia said, and ended the call. In a meeting room, Suki is talking with several government officials and agents, as well as Nizu, the former head of UA before he was fired. All of them are listening to the recording of All Might's talk with Claudia, the sapient crab principal of the high school that Izuku and the princesses are attending. Thanks to the fact that Izuku is suffering from PTSD, which Japan has a horrible track record of treating, he needed a place where he can both be treated and a stress-free environment, which Japanese schools also have a bad record in handling. The PTSD Izuku is suffering from is the main reason why the chances of Izuku was so low. The ones who saw into the future didn't look beyond what the environment of the school needed to be. Our view on mental health needs to change, seeing how All Might has tons mental trauma that only thanks to him distracting himself with hero work that he doesn't have it affecting him. We have much catching up to do. The best future we have now is another lost decade like what happened in the years before quirks, but much worse. Also, while All Might does know Claudia, he was a poor choice in talking to her, Suki said, looking at Nizu. He was the only one we could find, Nizu said. Well, now the United States knows that All Might was fishing for information about Izuku. You were given the job because of your connections with other agencies and heroes from other countries. Make no mistake, any of your ideas that cause trouble, especially one that cause any of the princesses to have a worst view on Japan, won't be taken lightly. And if it means letting the evil queen take your quirk and reduce you to a mindless animal, so be it. I would wonder if some small part of you would still remember but unable to do anything about it. Just like Eraserhead, Suki said, causing Nizu to shiver at that thought. Suki brought up a screen showing the stock market figures and how it's falling for Japan stocks. Let me remind everyone that a failing economy is the best outcome for Japan if we can't get Izuku back. I already got Izuku's father, Hisashi Midoriya Company's own trade firm, to transfer him to their branch office in Los Angeles, where he can spend time with his son and wife, so that Izuku won't be seeing their company as the one who keep his dad out of his life for years and less likely to make deals through them. While the company that his wife Inko used to work for, their rival company, can use her closer bond with her son to make deals through her, Suki explains. The next picture showed a 14-year-old Hawaiian-American girl of medium height. She has tan skin, light brown hair styled in a ponytail with a red tie, with square bangs in between her dark brown eyes and a chipped tooth. Her clothes consist of a white t-shirt with red sleeves covered with rolled-up blue jean overalls missing a strap with golden button on one side and light pink slip-in shoes with white soles. She also wears big red glasses and a gray watch with a screen on her left wrist. This is Haley Alohilani Banks. She's the reason why Oceanside was chosen. Seems she has a notebook full of things she wants to do in it and checking them off. One of which is her going to school with royalty. She's quirkless and got Izuku and the princesses to go to her school. She has gotten close to the group and is a person of interest, because of her doing what the top hero schools in the world were trying to do. We and every other country are looking into how she convinces Izuku and the others, Suki said. The next picture is the last picture on file of All for One. On the bad news of things, he's still alive according to Princess Luna of the Equestrian Kingdom. Besides her vast telekinesis and magic, she is also a dream walker. She can use this power to look into anyone's dreams, which she normally uses to help people with nightmares and protect them from dream spirits, which is a thing in their magical world. She used to power to pinpoint the girl Aries' location, and you all know what happened afterwards. She also been the one who been giving the police and heroes the locations of victims of other crimes. She couldn't pinpoint All for One's location, but her information did lead to several people who been working for him. But now that she's in the States, she's too far away to help anymore, Suki explains. What of the girl Aries? An agent asked. Princess Luna has grown attached to and Aries wants to remain with her. From what we know of ponies, from the information we've been given, once a female pony becomes attached to a child without parents, unless we can locate a relative of the girl or at least someone close to her, which we haven't found, Princess Luna in all likelihood will take Aries as her own, which is a common thing in their culture when it comes to young children. There is no possibility of getting Aries from Princess Luna, seeing how we can't find any family members and that Aries wants to be with her. Frankly, we can't make any legal moves on getting Aries back without causing the others to turn against us, Suki said. Bad future? An agent asked. Yes, very bad future. We have enough problems with our image and how things are done in Japan, we don't need that on top of it, Suki said. Oceanside. The armor you're wearing is your life support? Haley asked Piper, who is wearing her modified trauma harness armor. The Y-20 trauma harness, like the old Y-17 models, is a red rubber suit. The wearer's head is encased in a spherical glass helmet, which is collapsible. The suit has an oxygen tank on the back, which are in turn attached to additional armor plating around the neck and shoulder area, the area to which the helmet is hermetically sealed. It lets me interact with the outside world. Without it I would be stuck inside, Piper said. What sickness is affecting you? Asked Trixie Lulamoon. She's a blue unicorn with a white mane. She wore a matching purple magic hat and cape and dress in a purple tux. Her shirt held in check her H-cup bobas and her pants showed off her large butt, wide hips, giving her an hourglass figure, and stands at 6 feet 8 inches. Trixie is a skilled stage magician and magic user who uses illusions in her magic, making it hard to tell what's real or not. She is also skilled in creating fireworks. The three of them are sitting together as they and others of their groups hang out on boardwalk. It's Saturday and school is out and the kids get to relax till Monday. Something that Izuku is getting used to, since the culture shock of after-school clubs and that he doesn't have the same classmates for every class, is something he's still getting used to. The reason why is because of Izuku's father being transferred to LA and being allowed to do work outside of the office. Namely so that he can spend time with his family and get to know his future daughters-in-laws. The company heads hope that Hisashi Midoriya be able to be the middleman in making deals for the company. But the issue is that because Hisashi has spent years away from his family due to the company sending him overseas, he really doesn't have that much of a bond with his son, and just him demanding respect from his son wouldn't work. seeing how his future daughters-in-laws wouldn't look upon it kindly and would ruin any relationships with them. Which is why Hisashi is being coached by family specialists in how to build a bond with his son. 1. Which Hisashi has a very hard time of doing as he has to start from nothing. As the last time he spent time with Izuku was when he was 2. And Izuku doesn't even pretend to want to make a bond with him, he's just a blood relative that he hasn't seen in years. No relationship or family bond, with Izuku spending more time with his girlfriends than with him. The last time you were there for him, he doesn't even remember, and now that you're here, he just doesn't need you, Inko said to Hisashi as they sat together on a bench while Izuku is with his girlfriends, Iris, and her group. And mentality, he's 3 years older and more matured, Hisashi said. He'll open up to you, Inko said. When he has time for me, Hisashi said, seeing how Izuku spends more time with his girlfriends than with his old man. Well, what can you actually offer him at this point? Harley Quinn said, appearing behind the bench. Harley, have you been listening in? Inko asked. Yeah, and as I said, what can you actually offer to him? All I heard when Izuku talked about his family was about his mom, while you his dad, all he could say that you have a fire breath quirk and left to work overseas for years. The only contact are letters on holidays and birthdays, if any at all. You're very neglectful and have no bond with Izuku at all. You be lucky to have an uncle bond with him, Harley said bluntly. Hey, Hisashi said. It's the truth, the whole giving everything for a job with a company where you spend years away, doesn't make a good parent material. A provider, but for any real relationship, nope, Harley said and looks to Inko. When was the last time he had any real time spent with Izuku? When he was 2, Inko said. Right, and there isn't much of a point in having a bond with someone who spent all that time away. Izuku will be traveling between our different universes once we're all married and the princesses take over their mom's duties. Well, for some anyways. So you only have 4 years till he's an adult in the eyes of the law around here. And Izuku enters the life of a homemaker husband of looks after the kids, Harley said. What? Inko and Hisashi asked. Please, he's going to be the husband of princesses, and while he will have some royal duties and other things. We and the other girls aren't expecting him to be the breadwinner, or be wearing the pants in this group marriage, Harley said. Besides, he's been through enough. Yes, Izuku has been through enough, Inko said, remembering what she and the others saw in his dreams. Him pushing himself to be a hero was little more than a way to distract himself from the horrors he has seen. Izuku is burned out and has lots of mental trauma. I'm helping him with what I learned to be a head doctor, Harley said. You? Hisashi asked. Yup, and he needs it. This isn't like in those mangas and animes where the kid hero can have tons of nightmare-level adventures happen to them and they can just go on with their lives afterwards with no issues at all, Harley said. 2. I guess I just need to be there to support him, Hisashi said. In his room in the Nile embassy, Inko woke up in her room, with sharing the bed for the first time in years, is Hisashi. Inko knows the reason why his company is allowing him to work at home and only has to go to the branch office in Los Angeles is because of their son Izuku. With him going to marry the princesses, his trading company wants him to be the middleman for trade deals. Which is the same reason her old workplace, Fishbowl Trades, has been contacting her to get them some good trade deals. Both are after the same trade goods thanks to being companies that buy overseas goods and sell to other markets. Crack and Earth, the world where Ruby is from, is already testing the market with some goods. Salient Green, a universal and easily convertible nutrient source. It is derived from just about any kind of edible plants through a process that breaks them down to its base components. After conversion into Salient Green, the substance, when it is properly stored, it can last for years, and can be cooked in many ways. Just one of many trade goods from the other worlds that companies want to get their hands on. Getting up from the bed, Inko sees Kimberly, the Ms. Nanny, the female model of Mr. Handy, there to greet her. She's wheeling in a cart in the room with today's breakfast. Pancakes, honey, maple syrup, eggs, bacon, and orange juice. The Western food is something she is still getting used to, as well as the culture. Morning Inko, Kimberly said to Inko setting up the plates. I'm going to wake up Izuku so he can join us, Inko said going to the bathroom to use the toilet and wash up first. I'll inform Sprocket, Kimberly said. Sprocket is the Mr. Handy that's the personal robot of Izuku's room. Izuku's room. Once again Izuku is pinned between two of the girls who he's going to marry when they're of age. Piper, who has been his constant bedmate as her sickly body needs contact and exposure to him, to attune her body to be able to handle her crystal ability. Even with the advanced medical technology of Cleopatra's world, the best medicine is just being around Izuku. So all the classes that Izuku has Piper has as well, which is helping her as she's feeling better since she's been in contact with Izuku. While Piper is using Izuku as body pillow, hugging herself to his left side, on his right is Carissa, whose turn it is in sleeping with Izuku. Only some of the girls are with Izuku in Oceanside as others just couldn't leave their world for different reasons. Like the DC Supergirls couldn't, as they couldn't just up and leave their school or world without questions being raised. Which is why Harley is the only one, as she doesn't care about maintaining her cover. As for the princesses who are actually ruling their own kingdoms, they couldn't leave it for long, namely Glimmer, Perfuma, and Frosta. Glimmer does has her dad, but her kingdom is one where only queens can rule. So only Adora, Catra, Scorpia, and Entrapta are in Oceanside. The girls who aren't in Oceanside visit when they can. 1. The other girls are getting used to the culture and people of Oceanside, but put up with the changes as it's something that Izuku needs. The girls have all slept with Izuku at least once, and all of them know about his nightmares of the horrors he has seen. Sunset's aunt has been helping him in smoothing out his dreams so that the nightmares won't affect him as much. The girls also have to do their part in helping heal Izuku's mind. After all, he did so much for them when all he had to do was open a portal to continue on looking for a way home, but he stayed and helped them. Morning kids, Inko said, stepping inside the room and pulling the blanket off of the kids. Mom, it's Saturday, Izuku said, as unlike back in Japan, the weekdays are school-free. I know, but I just want all of us to eat together, Inko said, who has been pushing for Izuku to join her and his father for meals. That means you girls too. Yes, Mrs. Midoriya, Carissa said, wearing a tank top and shorts like Piper. Inko is making sure that none of the girls wear anything too revealing when they sleep with Izuku. She's not that eager to be a grandmother. And that Izuku also wears clothes that covers himself, unlike his father, who has taken up the habit of sleeping in just his underwear. Inko helps Piper to her feet, as even with her getting better because of her son, she is still a sickly girl who still needs to wear the limb braces to move around inside. And wears that life support suit for when she's outside. From what she has heard, Piper was worst before Lurk began medical treatment for her. Carissa, help me, Inko said as she walks Piper over to the bathroom. Coming, Carissa said, heading to the bathroom to help Inko with Piper. Another normal day, Izuku said, liking the peace and routine. None of the high stress and conformity of Japan here, he can just have a normal life for a change. Elsewhere in the embassy. Iris frowned as she sat with Sunset, Cleopatra, Usagi, Azula, and Zelda, talking about the way that nobles and royalty are to interact with each other. They're having breakfast as they talk about how to be a princess. They've been helping her learn how to act like a princess, how to speak and act when out in the public, and maintain the image of power and control that their subjects expect from them. So why aren't you learning to be a princess? Iris asked Bloom, who is sitting at another table. My sister is the one who's going to be the queen, I'm going to be the guardian fairy and backup, Bloom said. My brother is the prince, I'm the trained soldier, Adora said. I'm a princess, but my family haven't ruled our lands for years, Scorpia said. I support my kingdom with my intentions, Entrapta said. We're more laid back in Rainbow Land, we do maintain the color of our universe, Rainbow Bright said. Grandma is the one who is ruling and we're more warrior guardians. Like with the Amazons, Ruby said. The Amazons protect something magical, I think, Harley said, being the only one from her world that's there. And I hate that I'm going to have to act like Mom when I'm older, Star said. She takes after her dad more than her mom, Kelly said. What about Lark? Iris asked. Said Princess is in her own embassy. She's the evil princess, it's more installing fear, Sunset said. I know it's hard seeing how you didn't grow up as a princess. Even if I wasn't told I was still the personal student of Mom, so I had to learn how to act among the nobles and the upper class. Just be glad that you don't need to learn how to interact with thousands of different races and cultures, Cleopatra said. We do have contact with other planets, Usagi said. And with what my mother did with Uncle Link, I need to live up to that example, Zelda said. That's the cost of being royalty, Azula said. Maintaining the image of being in control and being prefect? Iris asked. Yes, as you are expected to rule. But seeing how we're all going to be married to Izuku, we can get help when we need it, Cleopatra points out. And he's also going to need to learn what his duties as king will be, Catra said. We ease him into it, Iris said. Inside Canterlot Castle, inside the bedroom of the Night Princess, Luna is getting ready to sleep. She ate breakfast with her sister as normal but for the new member of the family, Eri. The young girl since being rescued by Luna has clung to her and stayed with her as much as she could. Which Luna doesn't mind at all, having grown close to the little one. Eri is now a unicorn filly, thanks to traveling to the equestrian earth by the magic mirror and back. She now has a light pink coat, and white mane and tail. The horn on her head is now a unicorn horn, which is where the power limiter rune has been placed on her. She still has her quirk that reverses things, but now with her new magical powers, it can be suppressed by magic. Eri likes her new body as she's now more like her new mama. 1. Sister, she can't just sleep all day, Celestia said, sitting on Luna's bed as her sister waited for Eri to be done in the bathroom. Eri needs right now is love and mother. You can teach her when she's ready. I'm teaching her things already, Luna said. I know that, but she should be with fillies and colts her own age, Celestia said. When she's ready, right now bonding is more important. I deal with the nightmares she has of that man, she's only comfortable with me holding her. Besides, I don't want to hear how to raise a child when you did a horrible job with Sunset. She holds herself up strong and keeps a strong image. I seen my niece's dreams, Luna said. That's why I want to help. I made so many mistakes, Celestia said. I know you mean well, but Eri is different from Sunset at that age, Luna said, and looks towards the bathroom door opening, and Eri dressed in a night shirt came running to the bed. Luna smiled as she lifted Eri up in the air by her telekinesis and plops her on the bed. Eri buries herself into her mother's massive bobas, unknowingly rubbing Luna's scent all over her. Young colts and fillies, when they sleep with their parents, will have their parents' scent cover their bodies, marking them to their parents. Making it easier for parents to find their children in large herds made up of smaller herds. Celestia left the two to sleep but couldn't help but look back as Luna as she lays on her side and looks down at Eri as she nuzzles her face into her bobas. Celestia saw what she could have with Sunset, looking down at Sunset as she nuzzles her face into her bobas. Marking her with her scent to show that Sunset is her daughter. But she didn't, and while she has tried to bond with Sunset, she refused to be marked by her. The only ones that Sunset has shared her scent with are her bodyguards and friends, seeing them as her herd. Which is why she was so angry when she found Izuku and how Sunset had marked him as a part of her herd. Her daughter doesn't have her scent on her, and doesn't want it. 2. Oceanside. Haley is showing Izuku, Piper, Star, Kelly, Higgs, Azula, Ty Lee, and June who were spending the day with him today, around Oceanside. And checking off another of her to-do list in her journal, being a tour guide. Seeing how she is the one responsible for getting all of them to Oceanside, she has made herself their go-to girl to show the around. Helped by Ruby and Izuku taking a liking to her when they first came to Oceanside after getting her email. She's showing them Oceanside's famous lighthouse, which was built by her great-great-grandfather P.H. Florange, who incorrectly built the lighthouse, resulting in the light shining towards the town and becoming useless. They're not alone, as Izuku's robots, Ede, Roxy, Muggy, and Toe are with them, as well as Izuku's parents. His Ash has been trying to bond with Izuku, but as Harley told him and Inko, the best he can hope for is an uncle relationship. His company is counting on him to be their middleman for trade deals, which he pointed out because he has spent years away from his family for the company. He has no real relationship with his son. The company responded by paying for classes for his Ash in parent and child relationship. As the whole Asian parenting system of just demanding respect from the child wouldn't work at all, as his girlfriends would just see that and make sure he's far away from Izuku. Or just send their soldiers to teach him a lesson. Well, what do you really expect? Izuku now has girls on his mind, Inko said to his Ash. The time where girls are icky and are boys' natural enemies has passed, his Ash said, remembering how it was like for him. And that they also making sure he knows it, Inko said and eyes her husband. Izuku gets that from you. I wasn't that bad, his Ash said. Meanwhile with the kids, Haley is explaining how her mother is trying to sell the lighthouse. Why hasn't anyone just installed a light that spins? Piper asked. Lack of money, Haley said. This reminds me of the lighthouse that Jade and the others live in, Izuku said. I know, let's go and visit your first world, Star said, taking out her dimensional scissors. But I have no way of going back, I broke the portal gun, Izuku said. Yeah, I know, but with this new scissors all you need to do is use something that belongs to either the world or someone from that world. That's how we got to your world, Star said. After opening portals to other worlds where you never found the portal gun in the first place, Higgs said. It got really awkward real fast, Star said. Remember the Izuku she grabbed and turned out to be the wrong one. And had to explain herself to that Izuku who was about to take the exam test. But she did give him a magic set of armor, shield, and sword for the trouble. Lucky that you left some stuff behind to use to narrow it down, Kelly said. Really, with the tree roots we just were told to think of you to find the right world, Tylee said. And once here, I used that scarf of yours to track you down, June said. The hard part was finding a spirit who would guide us to the tree, Azula said. Here, try, Star said to Izuku, giving him the scissors. Okay, I try, Izuku said as he held onto his SAC and picture the lighthouse. He created a portal like he did before while in Star's world. Izuku, what's that? Inko asked as she and his Ash walks over. Going to see Jade and the others on Hillies, Izuku said, stepping into the portal. Beyond good and evil. The lighthouse shelter sits on top of a nameless and lonely island just south of Hilly City, as Izuku remembers it. The lighthouse was built by Pei-Jay in 2415, and is used as an orphanage, of which he and Jade, along with their dog Woof, take care of. Currently 6 orphans, Yoa, Zaza, Umi, Fen, Pablo, and Kip, live there. With Izuku living there for some time before leaving in a search for a way home. The lighthouse has its own force field which is operated by the Optima service that can protect the entire island from DMZ attacks and even from hungry Vorax that prowl around during the night. The only way to activate this shield is by pressing a panel at the base of the lighthouse. After doing so, an antenna-like device as well as the top platform of the tower will extend and produce the shield. A dial also shows if there's enough money in the user's Optima account to operate the force field. It will glow green if everything's fine, red if there's a lack of units. If the latter situation happens, a pre-recorded message will announce the shortage and block the electrical supply. The only way to restore the electricity and reactivate the shield is to transfer the missing amount of units to the Optima service. On the first floor of the lighthouse is a large kitchen equipped with an old-fashioned stove and a device that looks like a cross between a refrigerator and a cupboard. There is also a much smaller den near the entrance where the kids often get warm by the fireplace while listening to the radio. The second floor has the bathroom, a sleeping mat for Woof, and 2 bedrooms, one for the boys and Pei Jay, another for Jade and the girls. Her room has a desk and photographs covering her wall while the other one only has beds and a few toys lying around. There's also a billboard on the wall with Pei Jay's jet boot sketches taped to it, that he's been working on. There's also a door on the same floor that leads to the staircase up to the top of the tower. This is where the light and force field mechanisms are located, though the shield can only be activated from the bottom. Outside, the path from the lighthouse slightly descends towards the edge of the island where a single tree stands. This is where Jade and Fen practice their yoga moves and some of the kids spend time during the day. Yoa, particularly, is often seen next to the tree staring out to the sea. And where Izuku first showed up when he fell out of the portal. On the other side of the lighthouse is where the entrance of the hangar is located at. From the entrance, a wooden ramp leads down to the piers at the tip of which the hovercraft is docked. There are several desks placed against the cave walls here where several gadgets and items are scattered. A crane-like device is also installed next to the vehicle's usual spot. When charged with an electric battery, it can transfer some of that power to the hovercraft and jumpstart it. Though in the game, because the ship's motor was already in very bad shape, the effects wore off quickly. Inside the hangar is a small room which serves as Pei Jay's workshop. It is equipped with a disc decoder player and several computers onto which the communication devices of the lighthouse are wired. There's also a machine stuck into the wall that is used to collect discs from delivery robots. They simply have to plug themselves into the machine to let go of the disc, which will drop into a dispenser and become available. This workshop is where Pei Jay does his various inventions and repairs, as seen from all the blueprints and sketches lying around. That was what Izuku expected when he stepped out of the portal. Instead he saw the top of the lighthouse gone. From the low point where the single tree stands, he could always see the top of the lighthouse, which wasn't there anymore. Izuku took off running to the lighthouse, shouting the names of the friends he made who lived there. Running inside, Izuku found everything from the top till the second floor has been destroyed, leaving the first and second floor partially intact. He rushed to the hangar, running past his parents and the others who came after him. He found the hangar empty, the hovercraft gone. In the far end of the hangar was a stone wall, now gone. A path carved into the stone heading slightly upwards leads to an aircraft's platform. There is a desk where a disc sits on some papers and blueprints of a spaceship called the Beluga. Any idea? Izuku asked Secundo the AI from his SAC, showing him the disc. No, I have no data, Secundo said. Izuku walks to the workshop to use the disc decoder player. He walks past his group who caught up with him and followed him into the workshop. Inside he found Wolf the big white dog laying on a blanket, a bowl of food and a jug bowl of water left for him. Who bond over to Izuku and licks his face. Woof, it's good to see you too, Izuku said, glad to see someone. Izuku, what's going on? Inko asked. Everyone but Woof is gone, but someone gave him enough food and water for several days, Izuku said, walking over to the disc decoder player and pop in the disc. Which is a checklist of items for the spacecraft Beluga. Depth stabilizers, check. Octocombustions, check. Flight stabilizers, both need to be replaced. Got one but need to go to the Mamagos for another. Auto guidance to the hovercraft, check. Hyper sustenance sorting board, check. Parallelism nozzles, check. Stellar motor, needs to be replaced. Have to go to the Mamagos for the replacement. Who are the Mamagos? Star asked. A family of 4 rhinoceros sapiens that runs a garage. they're people who look like rhinos. They operate to repair and restore vehicles used by the locals as well as a towing service for those stranded. Providing a selection of fully stocked vending machines and gear stocked with black market and ex-military gadgets and upgrades. Page A thinks of them as nothing but conmen and crooks. As for the black market stuff, they only accept pearls as payment, which are hard to find and are illegal to own. That's where I can find out what happened here, Izuku said. You're going alone? Inko asked, worried. No, I need to see Cleo and Lark, Izuku said and looked at Woof. Come on, Woof, follow. Izuku opens another portal which Woof had to be forced through by Star using her wand to lift him up and shove him through. Izuku would find out what happened to his friends and make the ones responsible pay. Mamago Garage, also known as Mamago, is a family-run vehicle maintenance company operated by the namesake Mamago family. Hal, Babooker, and Isom, and their unseen mama, who are all rhino humanoids. Provided with fully stocked vending machines and gear stocked with black market and ex-military gadgets and upgrades. They operate to repair and restore vehicles used by the locals as well as a towing service for those who are stranded. Hal wears an oversized rasta cap and yellow goggles, as well as yellow overalls. Unlike his brothers, he have dreadlocks. He acts as the salesman, offering to Jade the diverse items she can buy in the Mamago Garage. He have the habit to scratch his head while he talks. Hal also speaks with a Jamaican accent. Babooker can be usually seen repairing the engines outside the Mamago Garage. He wears red overalls and special safety goggles. He is a supporter of the Iris network. Once the Slaughterhouse's report is released, he leaves the garage and joins the protests against the Alpha sections in Hilly City. Isom works as the desk clerk. He speaks with a Jamaican accent. Dressed with green overalls, he likes to drum the counter when he speaks with customers. Mama is the unseen owner of Mamago Garage. She lets her 3 boys Isom, Hal, and Babooker run the store and handle the customers. For some unknown reason, she only takes pearls as payment for parts from the garage. She also has her hands in the black market, dealing with smugglers who bring in goods under the noses of the Alpha sections. A ship that Isom has never seen suddenly appeared and landed in the mortar pool, and someone that he hasn't seen for a long time came out of it. The ship is a small attack ship from the Nile Galaxy, small and fast, that can hold a crew of 2 and 4 passengers. For fast attacks, with stealth and shielding, with a powerful main energy gun and missiles. Isom, Izuku said, walking up to the counter. Izuku, is that you? It's been 2 years since I seen you, Isom said. Izuku? Hal asked, poking his head out of the gallery where the vending machines and black market items are sold. No time to chat, I just came from the lighthouse and found it in ruins, and the only one left is Woof. You two know what happened? Izuku asked. Jade came by a while ago in a ship and got the stellar motor and took off. She's with a guy Double H, Hal said. Did she said what happened and where she's going? Izuku asked. Jade said that Alpha sections attacked the lighthouse and took the kids. She's been investigating them and said that they're working with the DOMs, getting pictures and reporting it on the Iris network, Hal said. Page A never liked them, Izuku said. Sometime before 2435, after an escalating threat from the DOMs, the Alpha sections arrived and took over much of the Hylian government's political and military matters, reducing the Hylian armies to only police work. Thanks to their healthy propaganda campaigns and media exposure, support grew and bolstered recruitment into their ranks. Babooker went off to join in on the protest happening in Hilly City, Isom adds. Did she say where she's going? Izuku asked. No, sorry, she didn't, Isom said. Izuku. Cheeto shouted as she stuck her head out of the ship, which Yuri is piloting. There's a broadcast coming from the moon. It's on the channel that the Alpha section uses. What? Izuku asked and turned to Isom. Get the TV on. Right, Isam said, turning on the TV in the booth showing another report from the Iris network. That's Jade and Pei-J, Izuku said, happy to hear them alive. And my big brother Secundo Sr., Secundo said, hearing the voice of the AI he's copied from. Hal called from the city. The people are rioting and fighting the Alpha section over there and he's joining in, Babooker said, pulling out his cell phone. Since Izuku shared his smartphone with Pei-J, which he sold the technology he got from it. Cell phones and other advancements have started appearing here and there. But still limited as it's expensive, like any new technology. 1. Close the shop, we're going to give our brother some backup, Isam said. You got that right, Babooker said, going into the shop to get some of their tools that they can use as weapons. The transmitter is on Celine, right? Izuku said. Yeah, that's right, Isam said. Good, then I know where to go next, Izuku said. Space. Celine is the major moon orbiting Helios, an inhabited planet in System 4. Its surface consists mainly of impact craters, rocks, and fluids. Its surface gravity appears to be similar to that of Helios, and it is the only other known celestial body in the system where oxygen gas occurs, though no nitrogen or hydrogen gases are found there. On the moon, the Alpha section stationed a transmitter to broadcast their propaganda to Helios. In the command center of the Flying Spider tank, the personal war vehicle of General Keck, the supreme commander of the Alpha section. Jade turned off the tractor beam that kept the beluga from flying to the Dom's moon base where the people captured by Alpha section are kept. Drained just so that Alpha section personnel can live longer, which the general taunted Jade that the kids she came to save are already dead. Jade grabbed a live wire and struck it into the general, causing him to scream as he was fried. Leaving the command center, Jade met up with Pei-J and Double H. Was there someone there? Double H asked, hearing the scream. Not anymore, Jade said, hopping into the hovercraft with her two companions joining her. The hovercraft, the power source of the beluga, inserted itself into the back of the ship, into the slot that it fit in. Fully powered and no longer on autopilot, the control of the complete spaceship returned to Jade, who was in the driver's seat. And flew the craft towards the moon base and were greeted to the side of the Dom's ships in a battle with several large battleships of a design that none of them have ever seen before, that are releasing hordes of small robots that are small balls that are firing lasers. Looks like the backup is here, but I never seen those ships or robots before, Pei-J said, having been traveling for a long time out in space when he was still the cook of the pirate ship he served on. Inside the main battleship of the attack group. In the command center of the warship, Ravis is watching the iBots that Queen Torrent has given the Nile 34th Fleet to use for this operation. The iBots are cheaper to make than fighters, and while their lasers are smaller and weaker, because of how many of them could be made at once, they can just overwhelm enemy fighters with sheer numbers. Learning that Jade is alive, Izuku had Cheeto and Yuri take off to the moon, calling in backup to save the people taken. Calling in the attack fleet that's been on standby. Where they portal in while Izuku's ship is on the way to the moon. Brian Bell, the commander of the Nile 34th Fleet, watches the iBots wipe out the enemy forces. The joint operation was to help some friends of Izuku, the future king, once he marries Cleopatra, but also to test out the iBots in real combat. Queen Torrent has been in talks with Pharaoh Yosira of using iBots and other robots to bolster the Nile forces, with expendable troops. We use the iBots to either take care of the enemy forces or weaken them first, Ravis said to Brain. And because of how low-tech they are, they can't be remotely hacked, Brain said, watching the battle. There's an unknown ship, one of the bridge officers said. Don't attack till it's identified as hostile, Brain said. Call them, could be Jade, Izuku said over the comm channel. You heard him, Ravis said. Jade, is that you? Izuku asked. Izuku? You came back? Jade's voice said over the comms. I came back and found the lighthouse in ruins and brought some help after I learned what happened, Izuku said. Good to hear from you again, kid. Hope you found your way back home, Paige said. I did, and made friends on the way, Izuku said. Clear the path, I need to save the kids, Jade said. You heard her. Clear the path and send down some ground troops, Secundo said. On my younger copy, how has it been with the kid? Secundo Sr. asked. Did my best, but he's always putting himself in danger to help others, Secundo said. Which is why we're here, Brain said, as that's the reason why Cleopatra fell for Izuku in the first place. Sending down transport ships, let the robots clear the way for you, Ravis said. I'll meet you there, Izuku said. Dom's base. The transport ships drop dozens and dozens of assaultrons, with their left arms replaced with laser guns and other energy weapons, along with Ibots. Making short work of the Alpha Section soldiers and Dom's creatures, allowing Jade and her team to get to the main chamber where the people are being kept. They reached a platform that needed 3 people to step on the pressure plates for it to go down. They brought along 3 assaultrons with them and 6 Ibots. The elevator shaft closed behind them. Izuku and his team reached the base shortly afterwards, with the robot soldiers securing the base and taking care of any leftover enemy forces. Outside of the base, the Hylian military had sent fighters helping to mop up what's left of the Dom's air forces. And where the robots are blasting their way into the closed shaft. Just rip the top off, Izuku shouted over the comms, issuing commands. One of the smaller battleships came down and tow cables were attached to the platform of the elevators. Flying up, the platform came off of the top of the base, revealing a hole large enough for the small ship that Izuku, Cheeto, and Yuri are in to fly down. But Yuri, who is flying the ship, stops as the camera under the ship showed something happening down inside. There's glowing pods with people inside and they're waking up and are floating down? Cheeto said, confused. Ibots, get down there and find out what's happening, Izuku said, worried for his friends but knows he couldn't just go in blind. The Ibots flew down into the chamber with what they're seeing being broadcast to Izuku's ship and the other Nile ships. More and more pods are appearing and the people inside are waking up, opening up and floating down. At the bottom of the chamber is a strange statue where the remaining robots that went with Jade's group 2 assaultrons are helping up Double H and Paige, as floating above them glowing green is Jade. 2. You didn't say Jade has powers, Yuri said. Well, she never told me, Izuku said, wondering what happened to Jade. Inside a Nile laboratory ship, Paige is being treated for his prolonged captivity by the Doms to make sure there are no surprises. The scans of the advanced medical equipment showed that he still had some corruption from the weeks he was held as a Domz prisoner. Paige was placed in stasis while he's being treated to stop the corruption from spreading. The scientists and doctors are using the data collected by Iris to figure out a cure. Paige will be kept here and treated, Izuku explained to Jade. Thank you for the help, Jade said. It's the least I could do after you and Paige helped me, Izuku said, and remembers what he saw in the harvest chamber. What was all that you glowing green and bringing everyone back to life? The Dom's priest called me Shayuni and said that I was stolen from it. My first memories is me living on the pirate ship that Paige and the others members of my family lived on. The only one who knows is Paige, which I just have to wait for answers, Jade explains. 1. I'm having the lighthouse rebuilt. It won't be the same but will be new. You can't return to how things were, but you can make a better tomorrow, Izuku said. Since when you became this corny? Jade joked. Met a hero, named Wander. He and Sylvia travel their galaxy, saving entire worlds against villains who are so powerful that they rank themselves by the planets that they conquered, with some by themselves managing to conquer 1 or 2 planets by themselves and keep others from taking their planets. Wander stops those villains, not by fighting but finding the reason why the villain is a villain and befriends them, Izuku said. Sounds like an amazing guy, Jade said. Yeah, I tried my best to be like him, but his way only works so much, Izuku said. How long did it took for you to return home? Jade asked. Over 2 years, Izuku said. You were older when you were last here but still looks the same, Jade said as he was older than the kids last she saw him and now years later he looks the same age as the kids now. I'll explain things to you and the others. It'd be nice to see the kids again, Izuku said. The kids will all be happy to see you again. They're in the cafeteria the last time I saw them, Jade said knowing that the kids will all be eager to hear of Izuku's adventures since they last saw him. Oh yeah, I took Wolf back to my world and he's being looked after there, Izuku said. Couldn't take him so I left as much food and water as I could for him, Jade said glad that Wolf is being looked after. Elsewhere. The DOMZ are still has little known about them but the bodies of the DOMS races has been uploaded to the Niles database. The goal of the DOMS seems to be just draining energy from other life forms just so that they can live forever. Being little more than advanced energy vampires who only exist to feed off of others. Sarcophagus domzii are the bioengineered sarcophagi or sarcophaguses that allow the domzi to draw upon life force. Humans and other sentient races are housed within their ribcage-like bodies where they are slowly drained of their energy. When captured, their victims enter some sort of trance, they lose all will to fight back and their eyes begin to glow an eerie blue. It is assumed that this comatose-like state is caused by the sarcophagi themselves, which probably seep a certain amount of energy from their prey in order to fuel their own movements. They were created with the sole purpose of collecting energy for the domzi, making them and the high priest live indefinitely. The sarcophagi look like floating ribcages with 2 arms and a spine. They only have 3 fingers on each hand and can scale walls and ceilings without feeling the pull of gravity. The Pterodosaurus imperators are the largest and most dangerous of the domzi. They can travel from Selene to Helice with no problem at all and can fly for an indeterminate amount of time. These monsters are sent to destroy the cargo ships loaded with supplies, such as food and materia crystals, that the Hylians need to survive. Quite skeletal in appearance, their long bodies are a cross between a serpent and a centipede. When they attack, they drop domzi bombs and torpedoes on the water's surface, and can also spout lasers from their mouths. If they're damaged enough, a segment of their bodies will fall off. As long as the head remains untouched, the domzi serpent will keep moving. Spiritiatorartically, the term domzi monster or spirit eater is mainly used by the Iris network to identify the regular domzi, probably referring to the fact that they eat the souls of other species to live longer. These beings of extraterrestrial origins have been acknowledged to reside on various places in Helice, and often occur in different shapes. They usually appear as an odd mix of floating bones and dark flesh that resembles the form of a spider. They have a pearl stuck in the middle of their bodies. Some are also rooted to the ground with dark root-like tentacles. These may be infant spirit eater, who lose their roots later in life. It may be a very quick process for a domzi to grow from an infant to a mature stage, taking less than a few hours. The pearl they possess turned green by their influence is the source of their power and life, as well as their weak spot. They can use it to sap the energy of an organic entity, as a way of offensive means, and to give life to inanimate objects, such as mechanical parts. They can also call upon reinforcements and cause skeletal arms to sprout out of the ground and swipe at enemies only during their root stage. The only way to defeat them is to hit the pearl until the domzi disintegrates. When they die, they usually wiggle their legs around and shrivel up like spiders in pain. The domzi in general have the power to corrupt other beings if they are in their presence for too long, shown by doms-like growths appearing on the infected skin. The soldiers of the alpha sections are the first to undergo this transformation. When they remove their helmets, their faces are revealed to be distorted with tentacle-like organic matter, and are no longer recognizable as human beings. Both Cleopatra and Master Cyclones are looking over the data of the domzi and the combat data of the robots, in a room of the ship they're on. Because of their numbers and not being scared of being destroyed, the robots made short work of the enemy ships and ground forces. With no loss of life for the non-robotic soldiers on their side. In the room with them are Tron, Piper, who are also going through the data. There are also two of Master Cyclones' ninjas with them, the sisters Ryobi and Ryona, who are on guard duty with Cheeto and Yuri. Because of how low-tech they are, they can't be remotely hacked and are cheap to make, allowing hundreds of thousands being able to be used to just overwhelm any force, Master Cyclones said. Used correctly they be a valuable asset, but the signal robots that transmits the orders to the other robots are the main weakness, Cleopatra said. Which is why the signal robots are more armored and have stealth engines on them allowing them to turn invisible and have force fields, Tron said, who worked on the robots and made improvements while keeping them low-tech so that it's very hard to reprogram them or be hacked. The materia crystals that the planet is known for are similar to the crystals of our world. They're used as fuel and as material to make things, Piper said, examining one of the purple crystals. What about the pearls? Cleopatra asked, wondering what's so valuable about the pearls. The pearls are used by the DomZ as some sort of energy source. Jade has said how many of the DomZ creatures once dead a pearl could be found on them, Piper said, looking at the pearl that's on the table she's sitting at. These K-bups taste funny, Cheeto said as she ate the pink balls from the pink box with Yuri, Ryobi, and Ryona. They are synthetic food, Ryona said. And can last a very long time unopened and stored good, Yuri said, thinking how useful it would have been when she and Cheeto were out touring their old world. Better than the old rations, Piper said, having tried the K-bups too. Which is much better than the emergency rations she ate when she pretended to quit the Stormhawks. I like it, Ryobi said, eating the pink balls. So what's the plan for Hillis? Master Cyclones asks Cleopatra. Set up trade with the planet exchange for the materia crystals, we give them the weapons and equipment to deal with the DomZ. They do have technology here that is amazing. Izuku's PAK really made waves after it was copied, Cleopatra said. I'm still amazed that Izuku got all of you to fall for him, Tron said. I'm amazed that he's so dense about it, Yuri said. I saw it, Cheeto said. He's the dense idiot to love, but he's our idiot, Cleopatra said, sighing. We're going to strap him to the bed when we finally have Naughty, Master Cyclones said. Yup, Cleopatra agrees. Where is Izuku? Piper asked. He's with Jade on the laboratory ship, Tron said, bringing up camera feed from the other ship and put it on screen. Laboratory ship. In the cafeteria of the ship, Izuku has been telling Jade and the kids Yoa, Zaza, Umi, Fen, Pablo, and Kip about his adventures in other worlds as he searched for a way back home. Which Secundo helped by showing them pictures and video of some of the worlds he and Izuku have been to, and the friends that he has made. Also how Izuku is the dense idiot who has girls falling for him and he's too dumb to figure out that the girls are in love with him and only see them as friends. Wow, you are engaged with 13 princesses and their ladies-in-waiting? Jade asked. Not all of them have ladies-in-waiting, both Zelda and Ruby are by themselves, Izuku said. But still you have all those girls in love with you and are all okay with this group marriage? Jade asked. They are, and their parents see it as a means of having a good relationship with each other, Izuku said. You know, Yoa had a crush on you while you were staying with us, Jade said. Eep, Yoa said as she used her long hair to hide her face. The other kids laughed, seeing Yoa being embarrassed for once. She was younger than you, but now you two are around the same age now, Jade said. Yoa, I do think of you as a friend, but I am now engaged to a bunch of other girls now. If you do want a relationship with me, you have to share with the other girls in my life, Izuku said. It was years since I last saw you, Yoa said. You two should get to know each other again before you just make a big decision like this, Jade said. How would I do that? Yoa asked. Exchange student, Secundo suggested. Command ship. Another girl, Cleopatra, deadpanned watching the screen. At this point, we shouldn't be surprised, Master Cyclones pointed out. If Izuku goes and check up on his other friends he made, how many other girls be joining the harem? Tron asked. Cleopatra and Master Cyclones looked at each other, wondering themselves how many girls are out there that are in love with Izuku. Well, there are the girls in the other ninja schools, Ryobi asked. They are all in love with Izuku too, Ryona said. Having my own ninjas, Cleopatra said, thinking out loud. Copycat, Master Cyclones said. And you have us, Yuri said. We've been sticking with you no matter what, Cheeto adds. True, but having some ninjas would be cool, Cleopatra said. On a computer screen, a list of the ninja schools and the girls of those schools that have fallen for Izuku is shown on the screen, showing the pictures of the girls and their measurements, their skills and abilities. The girls of Hanzo National Academy forged lifelong friendships not only with each other as a team, but with their rivals as competitors and equals. Asuka, Ikaruga, Katsuragi, Yagyu, Hibari, Fuma, Hijikata, Ayame, Saimai, and Muramasa. The shinobi students of the Gessen Girls Academy pride themselves on strict discipline and purity of spirit. Yumi, Murakumo, Yazakura, Shiki, and Minori. Kagura Thousand-Year Festival Executives, a group of shaman shinobi. Ryoki, Renka, Hanabi, and Kafuru. Milky Pop, a idol group that live a double life as shinobi. Mai, Jajui, Kaguri, Tamaki, and Yujiri. ARC Angels, a rock group full of shinobi that live a double life. Tsubaki, Karasu, Yukio, Sakio, and Tachibana. Municipal Blossoming Arts, a shinobi academy that houses musician ninja. Kosuzu, Chio, Fuga, Kanon, and Aria. Shinizuka Industrial High, a shinobi school where the students are hobbyists to the extreme. Keed, Hijui, Kasumi, Motochika, and Kurodo. Meisen University High School, a unique ninja academy that specializes in housing and training international shinobi. Tsubame, Ajiha, Yoshimitsu, Matsuri, and Mimi. Hakuo Girls Academy, a shinobi academy based on order and tactfulness. Unlike other ninja schools, which generally have their shinobi actively avoid dealing with the normal students and teachers on a regular basis, the university's ninja regularly interact the normal school populace. The Public Morals Committee is a special club within the school dedicated to maintaining order among the students, and the 5 elite students are members of the committee, with Kocho acting as the committee president. Kocho, Chihaya, Kanzaki, Kisaragi, and Ranmaru. Tono Tengu Shinobi Alliance, a group of exotic elite shinobi with more emphasis on animal motifs than the other shinobi factions. Yuyaki, Misato, Kumi, Ashimaru, and Nachi. Zodiac Guiding Star Association, a group of elite shinobi that revolve around Western zodiac motifs. Leo, Jinrei, Kurohoro, Suri, and Aimu. Senki Shu, a group of evil shinobi who seek to capture Yoma for their own bidding. Hyoki, Miki, Reki, Maki, and Yuki. Amaji Sealing Congregation, a group of shinobi coming from the Hanadome village, a hidden place in Mount Amaji. Toki, Ui, Hyori, Kazakiri, and Amain. Cleopatra sat with the other princesses, Sunset, Rainbow Bright, Star, Diana, Iris, Bloom, Usagi, Azula, Lark, Adora, Ruby, Zelda, and Izuku. All looking over the different groups of ninjas who are in love with Izuku, with the princess reviewing which groups are suited for them. Sunset, you already have the shadow bolts, Izuku said. Yes, but they're not trained to act as spies and be one with the shadows, Sunset said. How did you get your ninjas, Lark? Ruby asked. Mother was the Hamura Crimson Squad girls for me, Lark said. So what's it like having them around? Usagi asked. They watch over me, keep me informed on anything interesting and help me train, Lark said. Train in being a ninja? Adora asked. No, they help me train in the art of naughty, Lark said, causing all the girls and Izuku to blush. Why? Bloom asked. So that when we're all married to Izuku, that I'm more than prepared to show you girls the ranking of us wives. With all of you under me, after I show you all who's the boss in the bedroom, Lark explained, causing the girls to blush, expect for sunset. Have naughty with, Star muttering as she's blushing a brighter red. We're all going to get married to Izuku, so why not have naughty with each other? If we all just have naughty with Izuku all the time, he won't survive past a year at most, Lark pointed out. Besides, I have gotten a taste for it. Well, me and Katra are close, Adora said, trying to say she and Katra are lovers. Just say you two have naughty with each other. I have naughty with my girls, Sunset said. You do? Iris asked. She does, Izuku said, blushing. Invited Izuku to join in, but he just locks himself in the bathroom, Sunset said with a smirk. I say we strap him to the bed when it's time to have naughty with him. Sure, why not? That way he can't chicken out. But we still have to do something to improve his stamina so that he won't be out of juice before all of us are satisfied, Azula said. At most, men can only last 3 to 4 times before they're spent, Lark pointed out. That won't do, seeing how Ty Lee's sisters also want in this group marriage, Azula said. What? Tai Lin, Tai Lat, Tai Lao, Tai Lu, Tai Lum, and Tai Wu all want to marry me too? Izuku asked, shocked. 1. It's your fault for charming them, Azula said. I thought they were Tai Lee, Izuku said. What? Bloom asked. Tai Lee is one of 6 other sisters, they're identical septuplets, Izuku said. And you couldn't tell them apart, Zelda said, staring at him with half-lidded eyes. Nope, and he invited all of them to dinner, thinking that Tai Lee kept forgetting about their dinner date, Azula said. I was cooking and invited Tai Lee to dinner and all of them showed up at the same time, Izuku said. They joined up with our group and they all dressed in the same clothes so that Izuku would have to figure out on his own who is who, Azula said, smirking, remembering how the Tai sisters kept that up all through their adventure. I finally learned how to tell them apart, Izuku said. But going back to naughty with Izuku. We can just take turns, Ruby suggested. Ruby, I have been meaning to ask you this. You're a kraken, can you even have children with a human? Rainbow Bright asked. I asked Mom about it, and we krakens can have children with humans, Ruby explained. So live birth or eggs? Rainbow Bright asked. Eggs, Ruby said. So you don't have bobas? Iris asked. No, I don't, and before anyone asks, I have a vagina and an anus, Ruby said, feeling uncomfortable with the line of questions are going, and decided to just cut to the chase. It's actually quite fascinating in how krakens have so much in common with humans. Dr. Mobius thinks it because of so much crossbreeding between humans and krakens in the past. He's still trying to figure out how 2 different races can have offspring with each other and thinks there must be a common ancestor. Or there was magic involved in the creation of krakens and mermaids that had humans being used as the template, Izuku said, having also was very interested in learning how krakens are as they are. Dr. Mobius thinks that an ancient magic user or group turned humans into the first krakens, Ruby said. 2. Which explains the transformation and magic trident, Zelda said. Where does your clothes go when you transform? Bloom asked. I have no idea, Ruby said. Izuku woke up with the familiar weight of Piper sleeping on top of him, her head on his chest as she cuddles him while she sleeps. But it's different as Tai Li, Tai Lin, Tai Lat, Tai Lao, Tai Lu, Tai Lum, and Tai Wu are also all sleeping on the bed with them. All of them wearing the same underwear of a tank top and shorts, making it very hard to tell them apart. Which is the reason why all of the sisters are sleeping with him instead of just one of them. As it's been so long that he just couldn't tell them apart, so all of them are sharing their sister's turn with him till he could tell them apart. It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the fact that they all toss and turn in their sleep. Which is why he has one of the Tai sisters' foot in his face. And a set of large bobas pressed up against his head as one of the sisters cuddles his head to her chest. All the Tai sisters are well gifted in the boba department while having slender and flexible bodies. Because of them looking so much alike and them dressing the same, it's very hard for anyone to tell them apart. Not help that they sound alike and only a computer voice match can tell them apart. There is some differences in how they speak, like how Tai Lat is more bossy in how she talks and Tai Lum is dull. They also all work in perfect sync with each other, except for Tai Li, who is usually off sync with her sisters because of the years she spent apart from them. Time to wake up. It's a school day, Muggy the toy-sized Securitron said as EDE the iBot made loud beeps acting as the alarm clock. Both robots have once again taken to being Izuku's close companions, but mostly stay in the embassy and look after Inko. They also join Toh, who is working as a tow truck around Oceanside. Toh has slots where both smaller robots can insert themselves into and connect their systems to the larger robot. Their systems allow Toh to have greater processing power and their coolant systems with his to keep him from overheating. Jumping on the bed is Roxy, who is now in a new synth body, so that she could do things that her cyborg body couldn't, which is kept in cold storage. Namely being able to jump on the bed without crushing it under her weight. Roxy is a part of the embassy's security and being the family pet. Roxy spends most of her time with Inko, keeping her company. Or spending time in Ruby's world and be her pet, having been her family's pet. I'm up, Izuku said, pushing Roxy off of him as she licks his face. Roxy went to the others on bed, licking them as well. Enough already, Piper said as she buries her face into Izuku's chest to avoid the dog licks. Come on, we need to get up, Izuku said as he sat up. And you can wash us, Tai Lat said. I did that last night, Izuku said. Because of how weak Piper's body is, even with the advanced medical equipments being used to heal her, she needs help as she easily gets tired and short of breath. Since being near him helps her in recovering back to her full health, Izuku has been taking care of her. Like in the bath, he washes her thin body that is still grayish in color from her normal brown skin, haggard complexion, and dark circles around her eyes. Something he learned how to do when he was Lark's servant and washed her body. Which caused the other girls to want to have him wash them as well. Since then, when one of the girls has her turn to sleep with him and Piper, Izuku would also hand wash their bodies too. The girls just told him that he just has to get used to it as he is going to marry all of them. So why should he be so embarrassed about washing their naked bodies? Well, you can do it again, Tai Lu said. EDE made beeps which caught Izuku's attention. The 16 of us? Izuku asked as he sat up and looks around the bed and saw that indeed that there's 7 other people in bed with them, 7 other girls. The 7 girls who all have different colored hair and all looked alike, like the Tai sisters, who are all very familiar. Like the one with brown hair that was clinging to his arm and him sitting up causing her to wake up. And her screaming and waking up everyone else on the bed. Later. After calming the girls down and telling them that he would explain things during breakfast, all of them sitting in the dining room and everyone has calmed down. All of them having breakfast, a farmer's lunch, an omelette and roasted parsnips with baby arugula. The girls who woke up in bed with Izuku and the other girls are the L sisters, who all used to be merged with each other till Izuku using the ring of the 9 dragons split them into 7 bodies. The L sisters all have new names, and also each have superhuman abilities. L pink is Rose. Her power is that she can mentally freeze time and evaluate her surroundings so that she can make the right choice in any situation. As she can see every possibility she can do in her environment and make the right choice. L green is Teal, has the ability to sense her surroundings, letting her see things that others can't, and has animal instincts allowing her to track things that others can't. L blue is Lapis, is a genius with her mind being able to think faster. L brown is Sienna, has the power to make herself invisible, not that people can't see her, it's that they just ignore her. Like something that's right there but you don't notice it. L purple is Violet, is able to move at super speed and agility. L yellow is Marigold, has super strength. L white is L, can feel others' emotions, sensing what they're feeling. Splitting us apart and just leaving like that was a move, Izuku, Rose said. A security camera caught the whole thing and everyone knows that magic is real. Followed by the broadcasting multiple recordings of the battle at a mental hospital in America. Revealing that a group of people have been killing off people with powers for over 10,000 years, Teal adds. 1. The entire group is under investigation with the entire staff of the mental hospital in government custody. Looking into who is in the group, Lapis said. They would have been after us too, Sienna said. Good thing we're so high profile, Violet said. Because of what you did and showed that you can use a portal to travel, people are worried about invaders from other worlds appearing and having powers or advanced technology or magic, Marigold adds. So the governments want people with powers on the payroll. We're being offered full scholarships and a job offer with the government when we're older, Al said. We could get in touch with the governments of your world, Piper said. The Nile Empire has made bringing in new planets into the wider universe into an art form, Izuku said. Now that you're caught up with what happened to us, mind telling us why you're sleeping with 8 girls? Rose asked. That's because of me, Piper said as she began to explain about her medical condition where because of her being able to infuse crystal energy into others which she overdid it and almost killed her. The harness she's wearing on her chest is the only thing that has been keeping her alive all of this time, till she was reunited with Izuku, who somehow stabilizes her body so that she could both heal and be able to infuse others with crystal energy like Lark does. And Lark is a princess from one of the 13 worlds that a princess that fell in love with Izuku linked up to his world, so that they could get married. Wait, princesses? Marigold asked. I'm engaged with 13 princesses and they're ladies-in-waiting, Izuku said as he explained how that happened to the Ellie sisters since he last saw them. You're going to be married too. How many girls? Elle asked. 75 girls, Izuku answered. Wow, and you can handle all of them? Lapis asked. I can't believe you girls all agree to it, Teal said. Izuku is just that important to us, Tai Lin said. But how would you all be able to spend time with him? Rose asked. Take turns and also have a taste for girls. Lark has and is preparing herself to show the others their place once we're all married. By having Naughty with them to show who's the boss, Piper said. What? The Elle sisters asked, blushing. It's either that or we end up killing Izuku, Ty Lee said. We're going to share him when it comes down to having Naughty and see if he can tell us apart by how different we are by feel, Tai Wu said. It'd be interesting to see if he can, Tai Loa said. You 7 can join, Tai Lat said. Yoa is one of the girls in love with Izuku, but that was 2 years for her and she's an exchange student right now. So that she can get to know Izuku again and see if she wants to join the harem, Tai Lu asked. We can just join? Sienna asked. Yes, you girls can join if you want. You all can decide on your own if you're comfortable in sharing me and being in a group married. And for how you two are here, it's either Discord or MXYZPTLK who teleported you girls here, Izuku said. Well, things are getting dull around here, so I decided to teleport some more girls here, Discord said, appearing, scaring the Elle sisters by his appearance. Don't make me ask Cleopatra, Lark, or Sunset to use some energy thing to trap you, Izuku said. Come now, Izuku, you left plenty of girls hanging there, even the ones who know that you're looking for a way home. Especially the ones who think you died. Check up on them, Discord said, disappearing and leaving Izuku with his words of checking up on the girls who think he's dead. London 1890. In his office, Mycroft Holmes has been busying himself in figuring out a mystery that has the docks around London buzzing with stories. For the past year, sightings of mysterious lights coming from underwater have been seen by dock workers and people on ships at night. Around the docks and shallows, there have been sightings of something long is seen appearing and disappearing. Many of the waitresses said that it's a sea serpent with one large glowing eye. And it's covered in seaweed. There is also something smaller that are also been appearing near the docks at night. That moves much faster than the other one, with many seeing a giant manta ray that has two glowing eyes. The next is sightings of a strange crab creature that has been spotted on the coastlines and at the docks. Having a dark green shell and standing at least 12 feet tall. It's been seen at spots where there have been shipwrecks, salvaging parts from what some people have seen. There are also the reports of strange happenings around England that has something to do with the crab creature. Then there are the reports of something much larger out in the deeper water. Many claiming it's a sea monster or a whale with how big it is. 2 Navy patrol boats encounter it while it was resting near the surface during sunrise, allowing a better view of it. From what the sailors on board the 2 ships could make out, the thing is some kind of submarine that has been covered in seaweed and has a large whale skull on it, making it look like a sea monster. They could make out the metal body of the submarine, and it had to be at least 54 meters long. The giant manta ray suddenly appeared and disappeared underneath it, and then the submarine sank into the depths. Putting the clues all together, Mycroft realized that the sea creatures aren't sea creatures at all but machines of some kind. It could be another nation or someone who managed to create underwater machines and are testing them. There is also cases of smuggling of raw gold or that have been showing up, that the custom agents having been finding with the source coming from the docks. Underwater. The base that Izuku built and left to her has allowed Enola Holmes to live under the noses of her brothers and everyone else's. He taught her how to use the machines and tools of the base and even left a copy of Secundo who helps run the base. Izuku reset the copy to the default setting so that the copy could be made into a female version instead, but with the memories of Secundo so that she would know what to do. Now calling herself Stacy, the sister AI to Secundo runs the base and informs Enola what's happening and aids her. The base is made up of 3 large rooms that's used for power, food and water, and the workshop. The 2 moon pools, one for the prawn suit, and the other for the sea moth. The sea truck dock, and the Cyclops docking bay, which is a much larger moon pool that only has the upper part of the Cyclops poking out of the water. 8 basic rooms, with one being the bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, dining room, trophy room, entertainment room. The other 2 are used as storage. The control room where Stacy's main computer is located, that allows her to run the base. And a scanner room that allows her to scan for resources and ships. Currently Enola is in the large room for food and water. She's tending the garden with the lantern trees, marble melons, the potato plants, and other plants she has brought to grow. She even brought in a beehive so that she would have honey and the bees can pollinate the plants, also having a flower bed for the bees. The waste from the plants are placed in a bucket that be emptied out into the bioreactor that turns it into power for the base. She also needs to clean the filters of the filtration machine that separates the water from the salt, providing water to the base and salt for her food. The machine could also make bottles of water for her and make blocks of salt, but only if she had it on the other setting. One of the crab robots walked by as she was walking to the power room. The crabs are modeled after the ones Izuku found on that alien world, and like those ones, the crab robots here help maintain the base. They do need to be washed off with fresh water like everything else that comes in contact with the sea to avoid rusting and salt buildup, but can easily be recycled and rebuilt as a new crab bot. Entering the kitchen, Enola pulled out a fish from the refrigerator and placed it on the fabricator. Atomically rearranges raw resources into useful objects, or in this case debones the fish, removing the organs and other dangerous things in the fish, and cooks it before presenting her a fully prepared fish. It even deboned the ham she had last night and made it nice and tender. She had tested it out on some slightly spoiled meat, and it removed all the rotten meat and left only the good meat. She made fish stew in tomato broth. She had learned to cook following the instructions from the how-to-do videos. Izuku had left her many gifts when he gave her the ownership of the base, like the instruction videos to teach her things like cooking for herself. Another is the entertainment videos of plays called shows that have people or drawings that move on their own, repeating the same story over and over again. She got the idea to dress up her machines as sea creatures from a show with a talking dog and a group of young detectives that go around solving cases with people dressing up as monsters. She's glad that she's small and petite. It allows her to move around a lot in the small cramped spaces in the machines. She had just came back using the sea truck, which has 5 modules, a fabricator, sleeping, 2 storage, and a docking module for the prawn suit. Exploring a sunken ship for valuables and resources. She has been mining the gold vein she discovered using the scanner, but it never hurts to fill up the war chest with more funding. She can't just be salvaging resources to repair her equipment all the time after all. Enola looks at the hanging reinforced driving suit that provides 50% physical protection and enhanced survival in extreme temperatures. It would need repairs after the last case she had. She was helping a man named Ellis Graham, who was on a quest to discover the fate of his old friend Julius Lambert, a scientist. To his dismay, Graham finds that his friend has bred a carnivorous plant with decidedly dangerous capabilities, with which Lambert is obsessed. He named the plant Carnivorine. 1. A strange plant, a hideous shapeless monster, a sort of vegetable hydra, or, rather, octopus, gigantic in size and repulsive in aspect and in coloring. So immense were its proportions, that is filled by itself the whole space of the conservatory. It consisted of a central bladder-shaped trunk or core, from which sprang countless branches, or, rather, arms, thick, leafless, of a livid green, and streaked with blotches of a dull crimson. Each arm terminated in an oval protrusions which had a resemblance to the human eye. Lambert's goal was to give Carnivorine the power of locomotion and set her free upon the world, for no very obvious reason other than that he believes he can, and that it would be an interesting scientific experiment. Which, once given locomotion by Lambert, went and ate him. With Graham running away in fear, leaving Enola alone with the plant after it attacked her. Graham did return later with the police but not found an empty laboratory with no signs of the young woman or the plant monster. They did found the body of Lambert and whatever notes he left behind. Enola had used her stasis rifle on the monster plant, freezing it in place, long enough for her to pour some lamp oil on it. Then taking out a flare, she tossed it onto the plant, setting it on fire. Repeatedly firing the stasis rifle on the plant, keeping it in place as it burns. Finally the plant was dead, and using the laser cutter, sliced the plant into pieces. Where she took the pieces back with her to toss into the bioreactor to make sure it's dead. She did save the unburnt branch, drying it out before placing it inside a glass display case. In one of the extra rooms she has turned into a trophy room of her past cases. She places it with the other trinkets she has picked up, from the cases she has solved, but the plant isn't the only strange trinket she has picked up. The rusted remains of the highly sophisticated clockwork female automaton, Olympia, sat in a glass case. 2. Her encounter with Izuku has opened her eyes to a world that people nowadays think are just fantasy. Now she's also looking for anything that has to do with the supernatural. 2 cases so far have bear fruit, but nothing that's like what she's seen with Izuku. Traveling to one world to another, seeing things that she could only dream about. She has to find a way to follow him. Turning off the stove and filling her bowl, she went to the dining room to eat and watch something on the television. Thinking of the blueprints of the portal gun, she has looked over it and can't make heads or tails of it. She's just not a genius in technology to build one herself. She began to think maybe if she reveals the technology to her brothers and get it all out there that there can't be someone who can do it instead. After all, why keep all this to myself? Enola said to herself. On the bridge of the Nile battleship, Celestia lifted up the giant plant-based kaiju known as Godzilla. He is over 300 meters tall, has extremely dense and rapidly regenerating metallic flesh and bioelectrical abilities that let him create impervious force fields, launch waves of plasma from his tail, fire a particle beam that can reduce mountains to craters and hit objects in orbit, and a roar that creates immensely destructive shockwaves. He is responsible for destroying human civilization, with only a few survivors left after others escape on spaceships. And into the sun it goes, Celestia said, using her power to move a star to hold Godzilla, making him unable to use his breath weapon or anything else to try to escape. She also broke off his dorsal plates off his back and other samples of his body for study. She flung Godzilla into the star faster than it could do anything to escape. Plunging into the plasma of the star, Godzilla tried to use its force field to protect itself, but while he could survive in lava and feed off of it. Plasma of a star is an entirely different matter, and he burned up to nothing. And I give the message to the people down below that Torrent asked to give them, Pharaoh Osiris said from a chair on the bridge of the ship, and turns to Celestia, who is sitting next to her. Thank you for the help. Any idea why she wanted to help this world? Celestia asked. There is the leftover technology that the two races, the Exif and the Bilusaludo, left behind. The technology and weapons created to fight the kaijus. The data from studying the remains of the kaijus, Yosira listed off from the top of her head. The Cyclonians are rapidly expanding and exploring new worlds, Celestia said. Their home Atmos is one where the only safe lands are on the mesas, or terrace as they call them. Limited land, resources, where the land below is a wasteland full of deadly creatures. The only place that is safe on Atmos is the far side of Atmos, and they're only recently been in contact with the people there, Yosira said. How did they know about what's on the other side of those mountains when they can't be passed? Celestia asked. No, it is possible to cross the mountains by climbing them, but doing it and coming back is rare, and only a few people had done it before. After all, how could stories spread about a place if no one was ever there to see it before? Yosira said. 2. That makes sense, Celestia said. That reminds me, remember that garbage-covered world that Izuku ended up on when we saw some of the worlds he went to, that had that robot that's been cleaning it all on its own? Yosira asked. Yes, Celestia said. Lark told Izuku and the others some scouts came across it and his old friend is still up and running. Cleopatra told me all about it. They're all going to that world to see Wall, Yosira said. Sunset didn't told me anything. She hardly tells me anything, Celestia said. You did go and never told her she's your daughter for most of her life. You can't expect for her to just forgive you for that, Yosira said. I know, I explained my reason, but with her going into the mirror into the human world and running into her human counterpart with my counterpart, she discovered the truth on her own. I kept it secret so that while my sister Luna was still Nightmare Moon, she wouldn't go after Sunset to get to me, Celestia said. And now, she want nothing to do with you. She's closer to your sister than she is with you, Yosira said. I know, Celestia said sadly. Seeing Luna with her new daughter Eri, she sees how she and Sunset could have been like. She refuses to allow me to mark her with my scent. Is that why Sunset likes to sleep with Izuku and the others? Yosira asked. Yes, marking herd members is a cultural norm for my people, Celestia said. And why you were so upset when you discovered Izuku has been sleeping with Sunset and her herd? Yosira asked. Her marking Izuku as her stud without informing me first, made me realize how bad our relationship is. I had thought that with time we could mend our bond, but Sunset not informing me about her herd accepting a stud, which it's traditional to introduce the stud to the herd's head mare parents first, Celestia said. What have you actually done to earn her forgiveness? Ysira asked, causing Celestia to fall silent. Wall World. Before 2105 AD, during the middle 21st century, the By and Large Corporation assumed control of the planet's entire economy, including various world governments. 2105 AD, the population had reached to around 200 billion. After By and Large gave the right for everyone to spend and buy, the planet soon came to the position that there was no place to properly dispose the waste. After By and Large failed to dispose all that trash, they created an amazing plan that they thought the best and would work, called Operation Cleanup. The plan was to evacuate all of the population except some who stayed behind for maintenance away in different regions of space. Whilst back on Earth, Wall-E waste allocation load lifter Earth-class robots and huge mobile incinerators would take charge of cleaning up. Thousands of starliners, including the Axiom, were built all around the world, so that people would live safe and happy far from home in the comfort and the luxury of the starliners. Operation Cleanup success would be followed by Operation Recolonize. However, back on Earth the toxin levels began rising and many Wall-Es were FAIing. After the CEO of BNL that time, Shelby Forthright, saw that his plan was failing and everything was becoming worse, so he ordered all of the Wall-E robots to be shut down except for one and to evacuate all of the remaining population left. He also secretly sent the E-113 directive to all autos in the year 2110 to cancel Operation Recolonize, as he deemed that Earth would never support life anymore. Earth was left without population, and the toxins also destroyed all plant and animal life, although it's possible that some animals such as cockroaches survived somehow. Aboard the starliners, over the centuries, each new generation of humans grew more and more obese, losing bone mass in the process, due to overexposure to micro or artificial gravity, and instead relying on hover chairs to move around the ships. They also started to forget about home. 2805 AD, the last remaining Wall-E unit continued to obey his directive every day and doing the same job over and over, creating small cubes from trash and building colossal towers from them, while there were no humans to start the incinerators. Earth was covered in trash and suffered from sandstorms and torrential downpours. Now is the newest colony of the Cyclonian Empire. It's still small, a shielded area to protect against the weather of the planet, in an area that's mostly cleared of the trash that's all around them. Most of the buildings were torn down and replaced with new fabricated buildings, while other buildings that were in better shape were repaired and reused. All centered around the base that has been built around a robot truck on a broken bridge that was built by Izuku. The reason why a colony was built on the garbage-covered world is because of the garbage that is rich in resources. The people living in the colony are mostly workers who gather up the garbage to be recycled using machines called recyclers that came from the Nile Galaxy. The recyclers are a wonder, being able to break down anything into either organic, synthetic, or mineral materials that take the form of square cubes or balls. The synthetic and mineral cubes can be used as building materials in fabricator machines, and the organic cubes are used to fuel bioreactors or biofuel. The workers are like miners digging through the mountains of trash and bringing back their load to a recycling center and being paid by the amount they brought back or anything of value they had found. A lot of valuable items are thoughtlessly disposed of by the society that used to live on this world. There are still some working devices in the piles of garbage, which is always valuable to find. As there's no telling with seemingly useless component, is in fact a key to more advancements in technology. It's how Lark figured out how to create her own ion cubes, using her knowledge of crystal alchemy and cherry-picking useful technologies here and there from the many worlds she discovered. Ion cubes contain massive amounts of energy equivalent to a small nuclear detonation in a stable state. The problem is that Izuku, while taking all the ion cubes he could find in the abandoned base he found in that alien ocean world, and harvesting the cubes from the alien primary containment facility where he made ion batteries and ion power cells, he still only had a limited supply of them, which he used or lost or gave away or sold during his travels. By the time he met up with Lark, he only had 12 ion cubes, 10 ion batteries, and 6 ion power cells left, which she took like much of his remaining items and equipment he had left in his pack, studying them to advance her empire's technologies. She figured out a way to make ion cubes, but to make even one cube takes a lot of energy. That is why the old nuclear power plants, wind turbines, solar plants, have been reactivated after robot crews repaired them. Other power plants have been redesigned to use bioreactors instead of coal, using the organic cubes made by the recyclers to fuel them. All the power created are used to create ion cube using the ion cube generator that after collecting enough power creates one cube at a time. You figured out how to create your own ion cube on your own? Cleopatra asked as she and the other princesses are in the original base that Izuku made. She and Lark are sitting together off to the side. It took some time and finding the right technology to do so, but I did, Lark said, watching as the others are interacting with Wall, a strange robot who gained intelligence after operating alone for over 800 years. Wall is allowed to do what he wants around the base, as all he really does is follow his programming in cleaning up trash and collecting things he finds interesting. Many of the people in the colony find him cute, like the other girls of their group. His pet cockroach, on the other hand, creep them out. The other robots, the other Wall ES designed to be an environmentally friendly garbage processing robots, have all been repaired and reactivated to help in compacting the trash for easier handling. They're not the only robots working to clean up the planet and collect the valuable materials. They're not the only robots cleaning up the trash. Mr. Handy robots and protectrons have also been put to work cleaning the trash, being custom built to handle cleaning up the trash piles, with some protectrons having the lower body of robobrains and attached to carts to hurl the compacted trash of the Wall robots back to the recycling centers. There are also some sentry bots who pull larger carts and act as guards. The ion cubes made big changes in my world once the scientists they figure out how to make them. The race that made the technology really knew how to make them last, Cleopatra said. Have you found the ocean world Izuku went to? Lark asked. No, still haven't found it, Cleopatra said. Have you found anything interesting in this world? Besides the robots, not much besides valuable materials. But that's the reason why there are so many people who come to live in this colony. There's no telling what valuable technology is just laying underneath a pile of trash, Lark said. Is that how your world advanced so fast? Cleopatra asked. You'd be surprised at what people throw away. One of the newest members of Cyclonian Empire views garbage as power and is running an operation in one of the new worlds found, where the people there are throwing away tons of useful technology and resources just for the taking, Lark said. Cyberpunk 2077. Due to the severe effects of global climate change, sections of Antarctica have been made warm enough for human settlement, leading to gradual industrialization and ecological blight along the way. Antarctica, according to news media, is implied to be relatively safe by world standards in 2077, with a homicide rate of 70 per 100,000 people, and is also known as a dumping ground for waste produced by various countries. Is where Harold Bage first showed up, where his garbage trucks and robots collected the trash that had been dumped by other waste management companies. A benefiting arrangement, where the other waste management companies would dump their trash in their landfills and his trucks would empty them out so they won't overflow with trash, allowing them to bring in more trash. A morbidly obese man, who has replaced his legs with 4 spider-like legs on a contraption and has 2 metal arms on the back of the contraption that he moves around on. He quickly became known as the garbage man, running the best-run waste disposal company in the world, Cyclonian Waste Disposal, or CWD. Little is known about him besides him saying he was tossed away when he was young and learned that people throw away lots of valuable stuff, which is just there for the taking, and garbage is power. Unknown to the rest of the world, Harold Bage came from a world full of mutants created by some green stuff. He was found after his sub was sent down into a deep part of a river and now works for the Cyclonian Empire. They go to worlds that are dead or abandoned and collect the resources and technology that's been left behind. But in other cases like this cyberpunk world, collect the garbage that the people of the world throw away. And is where he comes in, being an expert in waste management. While he does sell the recycled goods to companies for a profit, he sends most of the recycled goods to Cyclonian through the portal. While he doesn't like having to work for someone else, he can't say he doesn't like the benefits. Namely, having a robot workforce besides his own people who continue to work for him, even now in another world. Working with him is Dr. Barbara Babs Blight, from a world with a group of eco-heroes who can summon an elemental guardian of their world. She looks over the technology that people toss away and figure out how they work, even improving on the design with the help of her computer companion MAL. She also replaced her ruined left side of her face and missing eye with a cybernetic implant. Harold also has dealings in the black market in selling real meat, fruits, and vegetables. Which, thanks to so many wars ruining farmlands and plagues killing off most of the animals and making them too sick to eat, most people only eat synthetic foods, with only the rich being able to eat real food. And thanks to being able to open a portal to another world where real food can be brought over, Harold is able to show off his wealth and make power plays. When Harold shows up at any corporate parties, he makes a big show by bringing his own food of real food to the party. He knew it was a pig party, so he showed up the female corp who invited him by bringing a whole roast pig. A 500-pound roast pig with a real apple in its mouth, for all the other guests to enjoy. And to make a statement that he's able to bring in real food, from who knows where. Unlike the tiny proportions that are offered by the host corporation, he's able to bring in large amounts of real food to the party. He brought a huge wedding cake to a wedding, made with real ingredients. He brought in a whole flock of fried chicken to a party. Enough steak with onions and potatoes for all the guests in another party. Enough pork chops with potatoes at another party. He even put on an apron and chef hat, manning the grill as he cooked burgers with real beef patties at one party, with fries on the side. The party guests all had to line up for their burgers. But bear with it, as for many it's the first time they had real beef burgers and fries. To the point where corporations invited him to not only try to outdo him in real food but also some counting on him bringing in real food to the party. Earning Harold Bage a huge amount of reputation and power in the corporate world. Even with the workers for his recycling centers, thanks to the fact that his cafeterias for the workers to eat during their lunch breaks serve real food as well. The Arasaka Corporation tried to outdo him once, with Saburo Arasaka personally invited him to the HQ of his company in Japan. With him using his power and wealth to bring in a grand feast of real food for the party. Which Harold showed him up by bringing in an entire old-fashioned American Thanksgiving dinner. Even bringing in a feast for the Arasaka workers in their cafeteria, as well as the bodyguards and security forces. Needless to say, Harold showed up Saburo at his own party. Harold presented Arasaka with a surprise present afterwards, a potted tangerine tree, which was thought to have all died out. Harold explained that you'd be surprised at what's thrown away and only takes some time and effort to dig up. The tangerine tree is now in Arasaka's private greenhouse in his ancestral home, and the seeds are carefully harvested and grown to be sold. Making all wonder how much is Harold actually holding back, where he can afford to give away such a valuable gift. The other corporations all tried to hack into his personal files but found it to be impossible. His personal computers aren't connected to the net, and while he does have some implants, he doesn't have an uplink at all. Him saying that he doesn't trust having his brain uploaded into the cyberspace and just does it the old-fashioned way. You can't hack someone who doesn't have one or be zapped by anything either, as he's in front of a computer, not his mind inside of it. The same went with Dr. Blight, who has work done on her body but left her brain cyber-free. Making it very difficult for anyone to learn about anything about the two. There are some tidbits of information that spies learned. It seems that Mr. Bage has a backer who he's working for from some talk around his main recycling center where he and his workers who have been with him since he first showed up all work at. Who all stay in the South Pole and never leaving. The other recycling centers in other countries are all run by middlemen and local hirers. Night City. The Night City Municipal Landfill is located on the eastern outskirts of Night City, mostly in the Red Peaks region of the Badlands. The junkyard is the official disposal area of Night City. It fills most of the southern half of the Red Peaks area, and a small portion of the Rocky Ridge region's southwestern section. The landfill also pours into the empty basin to the southwest, between the two dams, and partially to Santo Domingo itself, beyond the highway bridge, into a small neighborhood. And where a new CWD recycling center was built. One of the wall robots, while collecting trash to compress, found a body underneath some metal sheets. Its scanners showed something of interest inserted into the body's brain that is repairing the body and bringing it back to life. It sent out an alert and more robots came to help dig the body out and load it into a truck. Amphibia. Marcy Wu gasped for breath as she sat up from her sweat-soaked bed. She tossed the covers off of her as she hugs her legs to her chest. The same dream that has been plaguing her. She's been seeing doctors, but how could it ever be better when the reason it all happened is her fault? The dream isn't a dream but a memory of that day that left its mark on the city of Los Angeles, where she and the others were reunited with. Marcy began sobbing as she broke down and wept. The city of Los Angeles looks like something out of a big action movie that the city is known for. Robots that designed to look like frogs are attacking the city, along with two giant herons with control collars on them. A ground battle is happening on the streets of LA with the police doing their jobs and getting people to safety and holding positions to give them time to escape. The National Guard have been called as well as any military forces in the city to fight the invaders. Military aircraft were launched to attack the flying castles where the robots are coming out of and are armed with energy cannons that are raining destruction on the city below. The jets had to deal with the firepower from the flying castles, robots both the frogs and dragonfly-like ones. The air combat sent human aircraft and robot parts raining down on the city, with some crashing into buildings. Inside the main castle, the three human girls and Bunchui, Sasha Waybright, and Marcy Wu are facing off against the commander of the invasion force, the core, who is the boy Izuku Midoriya, who is now dressed in black power armor, a multiple-eye helmet, a black cape and wielding an energy scythe. They had all thought him dead, at the hands of King Andreas, who they already beaten and sent falling to the ground below. That battle had used up the blue power-up form of and unable to use it anymore. Only for Izuku to show up, like a hidden boss after you already beaten the big bad. Marcy rolled on the ground to a stop, having been tossed by the core, who looked over her and brought down his weapon on her. Izuku, don't do this, and shouted as she blocks the energy scythe with her sword and punched the core away with her buckler shield, which Izuku had pointed out that she using only one sword should carry a shield to protect herself with. And threw her shield at the core, who blocked it, and the shield was reeled back to and by a snake-like lasso that's wrapped around her shield arm. Why do you keep talking like I'm the Izuku you remember? He was already dead when we recover him and made the prefect vessel for us. His brain was still intact, allowing us to see the worlds he has traveled to, the core said as he blocks the twin swords of Sasha, followed by a third sword swinging by a sash at the core, forcing him to jump back to avoid it. Then we'll avenge him, Sasha shouted as she launched her attack. The three exchanged a flurry of blows as both and Sasha tried to get through his defense. Both and Sasha used every trick they learned from their adventure in the frog world and what they learned from Izuku, in the short time they were with him. But the core could predict their moves and react faster than they could move. It would only be a matter of time before they get tried and make a mistake. Marcy! Both and Sasha screamed as Marcy appeared out of nowhere and let herself be impaled by the energy scythe into her stomach, which she clutched the weapon, keeping the core from swinging it again. Got you, Marcy said as she fires her last bomb arrow from her wrist crossbow into the core's forehead. As Izuku had told her about a superhero in one of the worlds he went to, who uses trick arrows, which got her to make her own. The bomb arrow damaged the delicate circuits in the helmet that allowed all the minds to connect together, causing the control of the robots and attack animals to shut down. and Sasha followed suit and drove their swords into the core's body. With and following through with her slamming her buckler into his face, sending the helmet flying off of Izuku's head, revealing his real face, dull and almost lifeless as the spark of life left him. The girls all stared at Izuku's turned faces, turning to horror and grief at what they had to do. Izuku had met all of them and did what he could to help them get back home. And each of them had fallen for him, as he had no reason to help them and could leave any time he wanted with that portal gun of his, but he stayed to help them, even gifting them magic items like out of a video game. And got the lasso. Boa Boa can transform into a live snake that can either attack enemies or whose body can be used like a strong lasso. Sasha got the third arm sash, which acts like a very long third arm for the user. Marcy got the Shroud of Shadows that she uses as her hooded cloak, that lets her turn invisible. "You killed me again," Izuku said, looking at Marcy. Amphibia the All-House Gravity Falls Pepper and Earth One. Marcy gasped as she opened her eyes, her bed soaked with night terror sweat. She rolled off of her bed, peeling her night shirt off, soaked with sweat, and flung it to a pile of dirty clothes. Only dress in her bra and panties, Marcy stumbled in the dark as she found the light switch to the desk lamp and switch it on. In front of her are photos and documents of all the strange happenings around the states. With what happened in LA and how there's a black market of the advanced weapons and robots that were recovered in the aftermath, lots of things had changed. Knowledge that different dimensions are real has become common knowledge, and things that would have been dismissed before are now being looked at and investigated more closely. Mr. X had helped them with the aftermath, but they did have to hand over the magic items that Izuku gave them over to him for safekeeping. The gems are also being kept safe, with research being done to them in a lab somewhere. A portal to Amphibia sent almost everything back. The government is very interested in the advanced technology, which also saved her life thanks to the healing tank in the castle. Marcy looks at the scar on her stomach, wondering why she's alive while Izuku isn't. Marcy sat down at the messy deck and opens a drawer, pulling out the scanner. Izuku had shared the technology he also picked up from his travels and is making tons advancements in her world. The builder device has really changed things, along with the blueprints to make a spaceship. Even in death, Izuku had left his mark. Marcy looks at her emails, hoping for an email from Terry. She's still working on the portal machine, now working for the government, which she is also working for, as she's the one that knows how the technology that Izuku gave her and the girls work. Marcy looks at the photo of her, the girls, and Izuku. "I will find a way to reach your homeworld, Izuku. It's the least I can do, and tell your mother I'm the one who killed you the first and second time," Marcy said, wishing that she's the one who died. Equestria. Golden sunlight poured into a golden room through window glass, casting a bright glow over crimson curtains and ruby-colored sheets. A crisp, gentle morning breeze blew in from the spacious balcony, stirring the aromatic presence of roses and lavender, and bringing with it the fresh smell of oak and pine, but along with the vigorous scent of nature there was also the arousing stench of pleasure, naughty, and wanton bacchanalia. Slowly life stirred within the comfortable, fragrant sanctuary, as the firm and noble bodies of several healthy young women roused from sleep, all of them either naked or clad in the skimpiest of lingerie. Show off their slender for two of them, or buxom for the rest bodies, that would only grow as they get older. "So," Sunset said, looking down at Lark, who had visited Equestria with her kunoichi bodyguards. "So what?" Lark asked, laying naked against Sunset, who was also naked, her slender body pressing up against Sunset's much more buxom body. "I proven the ranking of us, me on top and you under me," Sunset smirks, causing Lark to blush and growl. "I will prove I'm the top," Lark said, glaring at Sunset. "Until then, I show you your place underneath me as I ravish you," Sunset said. "Sunset has been having naughty with her herd longer than you have been learning with us," Hamura said, as she and the other kunoichis are sprawled about Sunset's room with the bodyguards of said princess. "Bonding through naughty is a normal thing around here," Sugarcoat said, who was being used by Hamura as a pillow. So who should we invite? Sunset asked Lark. We could invite Adora and her girls, Lark said. She and Catra are already having naughty with each other, Sunset said. Or we can team up on Cleopatra and after we're done, the girls can take their turn, Lark said. Like how we all ganged up on you, Sunset smirked. That wasn't fair, Lark said. As if you complained as we were all over you, Lemon Zest said from where she's laying with the sisters Ryobi and Ryona using her huge bobas as pillows. And you did lose to Sunset and you did agree that the loser who submits to the winner is everyone's toy, Juniper Montage said who is laying with Miyabi. You all know that once Izuku joins in on the night fun, we can't just do this to him. Ganging up on him will be fun but unlike us girls, there's no way he would be able to handle orgasming more than I'm going with 5 tops before he's spent, Sunny Flare said who is with Yomi. When we were planning on using Naughty to get Izuku to talk, we would be using drugs and ninja jutsus to keep him going, Yomi said. Who has Izuku for the weekend? Sour Sweet asked. Zelda, Sunset said as during Saturday and Sunday with no school, the princesses would take turns to have Izuku to themselves. The girls of their groups would join them, Zelda like Ruby and Cleopatra, while both Zelda and Cleopatra do have handmaidens, Ruby does too if you count a Miss Nanny robot. They don't have ones who are in love with Izuku. But it does leave them open for to have girls who are in love with Izuku to join them as their handmaidens. Yoa, who left her world to be an exchange student, to get to know Izuku again and decide if she wants to join the harem, has been hanging out with Ruby a lot. Elle and her sisters, Rose, Teal, Lapis, Sienna, Violet, and Marigold, have been hanging out with Zelda as they wanted to learn about using magic, which the magic that Zelda uses can be learned. They in turn are helping her to learn about things she has been having trouble learning, like learning the different manners and cultures which she, coming from a magical world, has trouble time learning. Like Star when she first got to Earth, and stayed with a boy named Marco whose family has been taking in exchange students before her. Where she met Izuku and they helped Marco get together with the girl he liked but never talked to before. Bloom had been helping both Star and Zelda as she had to do the same with her friends when they first went to Earth. 2. What do you think she's going to do with him? Lark asked. Something fun, I guess, Sunset said. In the lands of Hyrule, years after the defeat of Ganondorf and the rebuilding of the kingdom, the landscape still retains scars from those dark times. There are still openings that lead down into the depths of the earth and floating in the sky are the Sky Islands. But thanks to the old technologies of the ancient Sheikah and Zonai, the robots, the guardians and constructs now under control, helped to rebuild the destroyed kingdom. Thanks to the Zornai devices that can be put together to make vehicles and other useful devices, allowed the rebuilding of the kingdom to go much faster. Transports were made that allowed people to travel safer and load up carts of goods. And that was before Izuku came to the world with his advanced technology and shared it with the people of the kingdom. Now the people of the kingdom now have flying vehicles allowing people to explore the Sky Islands, and underwater vehicles that allow them to explore the depths of the sea. 1. Allowing the Hylians, who are elf-like race with their pointy ears, and the Sheikah, who are a subgroup who like Hylians are elf-like with white hair and lighter skin, to spread out and fight back the monsters that used to roam the lands. Thanks to the blood-red moon no longer bringing them back to life, allowing them to be hunted and stay dead, forcing them to live in out-of-the-way places. They use the easy to construct buildings to quickly rebuild the lost settlements and farmlands. The other races have also improved their living standards, using the easy to construct buildings and vehicles. The floating islands have been settled by the Rito tribe of bird-like humanoids. They make their home in the windy canyons of the Tabantha subregion of Hebra, settling on the larger islands. With them already being able to fly and able to withstand the cold temperatures of some of the islands, they have taken to living on the islands. They have also taken up riding switchblades while traveling in the skies, as well as traveling in larger aircrafts that allow them to travel to other lands and opening up trade routes. Zoras are a race of aquatic humanoids who dwell in the great rivers that run from the Lanera Mountains. Using the machines that are made to work underwater, outposts and settlements have been established in the seas. The underwater vehicles allow them to bring up lots of resources and other goods from the seas. They have established trade routes where ships are able to travel. Gerudo, a race of large muscular humans consisting entirely of women. They make their home in the desert that is named after their tribe. With easy-to-construct buildings, they have expanded their walled city with a second city built nearby where, unlike the old city, the new city is where vo or men can enter, where fathers can meet their daughters. Which has become a major trade center once the new trade routes were established. Using the vehicles that can travel the vast desert, allowed them to travel further and faster than riding sand seals could. They still use the seals to help find watering holes where outposts are built with tall radio towers to help guide travelers from the lands beyond the desert. Thus allows them a proud merchant race to prosper. Gorons, a race of large rock-like humanoids who make their home near the volcanic Death Mountain in the Elden region. With them being able to survive in places that other races can't, have began to settle in the underground world, once the first elevators and rail carts leading down were built. Using the mining equipment and other tools, the Gorons have established mining colonies underground, digging up more ore, rocks, and gems to sell to other races. Thanks to the fact that they hate gemstones as they taste terrible. Hyrule Castle. With the old castle completely unusable and too expensive to rebuild, the new castle has been built in the center of the old castle town, which was rebuilt around the castle. Not as grand as the old castle, Queen Zelda was happy with it as her people needed her leadership to rebuild the kingdom back to how it was before. She married her husband Ronan, the second prince of the Alunder kingdom from across the sea, to establish good relationships with the kingdom and have connections to other lands. 1. Now thanks the future king, Izuku not only going to marry Princess Zelda when they come of age, but also 12 other princesses. Many of the building projects that had been put off for later once other projects were finished could be handled by the help of the future in-laws. The old castle that was left floating in the air, has been lowered back down to the ground and is being rebuilt, thanks to an army of construction robots from the Nile Kingdom. Mom is making sure that there aren't any more surprises underneath the castle. 2 big events that causes chaos for the kingdom in one lifetime is too much, Zelda said to Izuku, who is in her room with her new handmaidens, Elle and her sisters, Rose, Teal, Lapis, Sienna, Violet, and Marigold. Seeing how she doesn't have handmaidens who are close to her and in love with Izuku. She made them hers and is teaching them magic while they teach her as well. Things really changed since I was last here, Izuku said as he and Zelda sat together, namely her sitting on him while he's sitting on a chair. Which all the girls have been doing to him. Okay, I think we got everything, Lapis said, walking over to the two as she and her sisters have been making a checklist of the magical items that Izuku picked up, namely the dragon ring that separated them into 7 bodies and where it is. After Izuku told them that he lost it, Secundo showed them a list of the magical items that he had with him taken from that world and what happened to them. List. Ants in the pants, releases a massive swarm of ants that invade a foe's pants, making them itchy. Destroyed. Black beetle, covers the user in a suit of black body armor that protects the user from extreme heat. It can also be used as a raft. Cannon blaster, turns the user into a literal human cannonball and blasts them at their target. Lost. Changing chopsticks, shrinks targeted objects or people to the size of a grain of rice. If the user does not return to their normal size within 24 hours, the size change becomes permanent. Lost. Crouching cougar, transforms into a mechanical cougar that can transport the rider at high speeds. Gave to hunter. Crystal glasses, lets the user to see future events. Denture bunny, transforms the user into electricity. Given to Techna. Eagle scope, transforms into a telescope, granting the user eagle-like long-range vision. It can also grant perspective and sentience to an unintelligent beast. It is the sister Shingongwu to the Fountain of Hui. Lost. Emperor Scorpion, the user to control all other Shingongwu, including multiple Wu constructs like Mala Mala Zhang. Lost. Falcon's Eye, allows the user to see through solid objects. Lost. Fancy Feet, allows the user to run at sonic speed. Given to Tai Li. Fist of Tebagong, allows the user to punch with incredible force capable of quaking the earth. Destroyed. Fountain of Hui, grants the user infinite knowledge. However, on its own, it can only provide random information. To gain specific knowledge, the user needs its sister Shingongwu, the Eagle Scope. Destroyed. Glove of Jisaku, allows the user to attract any object toward themselves like a magnet, including other Shingongwu. Lost. Golden Finger, freezes any object it's pointed at in place. Destroyed. Golden Tiger Claws, allows the user to instantly travel to any desired location by clawing open a portal. Destroyed. Heart of Zhang, brings inanimate objects to life. Lost. Helmet of Zhang, gives the user eyes on the back of their head, allowing the user to see what's behind them. Given to Tof Beifong, who is born blind but the helmet lets her see behind her, giving her sight. Jetbutsu, allows the user to defy gravity, allowing the user to walk on walls and float. Lost. Juju Flytrap, releases a swarm of large flies that attack targets. Given to Flora. Kuzusu Atom, completely vaporizes anything it is targeted towards. Destroyed. Longi Kite, allows the user to fly through the air. Given to Zoria, who uses it to help her travel her world that is made up of floating islands. Lotus Twister, allows the user's body to stretch and twist like rubber, making them extremely flexible. Lost. Luna Locket, allows the user to control the moon, including the different phases. Given to Queen Serenity. Manchurian Muska, transforms the user into a tiny fly. It also gives them a craving for sugar in the process. Destroyed. Mantis Flip Coin, that allows the user to jump higher. Lost but found. Mikado Arms, makes the user's arms large and muscular, granting them super strength. Destroyed. Mind Reader Conch, by holding the shell up to their ear, the user is able to hear the thoughts of other people whom the shell is aimed at. Destroyed. Mask of Rio, helps the user to blend into the surroundings. Given to Carmen Sandiego. Moby Morpher, allows the user to change their appearance into anything they choose, including the appearance of other beings. Destroyed. Monarch Wings, allows spiritual bodies to roam the earth physically without needing to possess others. Lost. Monkey Staff, grants the user the physical characteristics, as well as the acrobatic agility and balance of a monkey. If it stays active for too long, it slowly transforms the user into a monkey. Gave to Luz Nocida. Monsoon Sandals, allows the user to make their legs grow incredibly long. Lost. Moonstone Locust, releases a swarm of stone locusts that eat away any plants in sight. Destroyed. Mosaic Scale, traps spiritual bodies. Given to Danny Fenton. Reversing Mirror, reflects any attacks back at the opponent, and it can reverse the powers of other Shingongwu. Lost. Ring of the Nine Dragons, multiplies the user into as many as 9 people, but it also divides up the user's skills and mental prowess among all the clones. Lost. Ruby of Ramses, allows the user to telekinetically move targeted objects. Given to Pharaoh Yosira, who uses it as the gem on her royal scepter. Sapphire Dragon, transforms into a blue dragon that uses its fire breath to indiscriminately turn everyone, good, evil or indifferent, into sapphire statues. It can also bring the sapphire victims to life to serve as its army. It is the most dangerous of all the Shingongwu and should only be used as an absolute last resort. Destroyed. Serpent's tail makes the user ghostly, allowing them to travel through solid objects. Lost. Shadow Slicer allows the user to create hologram copies of themselves. Given to Gus Porter. Shadow of Fear allows the user to enter into someone's dreams and bring their worst fear to life. Destroyed. Shard of Lightning allows the user to move at the speed of light, but only for the brief amount of time it takes for a bolt of lightning to strike. Destroyed. Shinji-Eru transforms into a vehicle that moves by hopping. Lost. Silk Spitter shoots webs of strong, sticky spider silk. Lost. Sphere of Yun traps the target in an impervious transparent sphere. It also transfers powers and possessions from the prisoner to the user. Destroyed. Star Hanabi generates flames and shoots fireballs. Given to Amity Blight. Sun Chi Lantern allows the user to combine their chi with that of anyone illuminated by the lantern's light, making the user stronger and allowing them to copy the abilities of other nearby people. Lost. Sweet Baby Among Us transforms into a giant golden baby that shoots golden diapers. Destroyed. Sword of Storms generates strong winds and tornadoes, but it cannot be used for physical attacks. Given to Roxy. Tangle Web Comb releases long strands of hair that bind the target. The user needs absolute focus in order to use it properly. Lost. Thorn of Thunderbolts shoots thunderbolt blasts. Given to Azula. Tongue of Saiping grants the user the ability to talk to and understand animals. Gave it to Marin so she can talk to the animal friends she made while on her journey to find her father. Tunnel Armadillo transforms into a large drill-like locomotive, allowing the user to travel underground. Destroyed. Two-ton Tunic transforms into a solid, impenetrable, but extremely heavy 2-ton armor that protects the wearer. Destroyed. Lasso Boa Boa can transform into a live snake that can either attack enemies or whose body can be used like a strong lasso. He gave to Anne. Third Arm Sash, which acts like a very long third arm for the user. He gave to Sasha. Shroud of Shadows, that she uses as her hooded cloak, that lets her turn invisible. He gave to Marcy Wu. Woozy Shooter releases a purple gas that makes people confused and causes them to act goofy. Destroyed. Wushan Geyser erases the memories of foes for a given period of time. Destroyed. Yin Yo-Yo and Yang Yo-Yo allows the user to travel into the Yin-Yang world. However, if the yo-yo wasn't used alongside its sister Wu, the other yo-yo, then the user will lose their predominant chi and undergo a personality reversal when they return to their own world. Lost. Zing Zombone turns targets into mindless, obedient zombies. Destroyed. Blade of the Nebula transforms into nunchucks that allows the user to manipulate the wind. Given to Musa. Shimo Staff transforms into any weapon the user requires. Given to Aisha. Arrow Sparrow allows the user to throw out bird-shaped projectiles that light on fire. Given to Bloom. Big Bang Metrorang transforms into a multi-pronged boomerang that can also shoot out multiple boomerangs midair. Also can cut through tough materials with ease, before returning to the owner. Given to Sokka. Crest of the Condor enhances wind-based powers, weapons, and moves. Given to Aang. Kaijin Charm enhances water-based powers, weapons, and moves. Given to Katara. Cat's Eye Draco enhances fire-based powers, weapons, and moves. Given to Zuko. Longhorn Taurus enhances earth-based powers, weapons, and moves. Given to Toph Beifong. Fifi Ziogo transforms into a gigantic mutt that transports the user. Given to Frida. Genie Mu, when activated, it would allow the user to bring out the yin-yang personality of the intended opponent but not knowing which side would come out. Destroyed. Bubble Brains, it could transform a person into a ghost and vice versa. Given to Molly McGee. Rheumatoid Finger, causes anything to age rapidly. Destroyed. Wobopop, release balls that bounce everywhere endlessly. Lost. Honey Badger, it could turn something real into something unreal and vice versa. Also, whatever it did in the unreal world, fairy tales, digital worlds, etc., the alternate counterpart of the real world would be affected with the same way. Lost. Sapphire Dragonfly, it could boost someone's energy up. However, it was dangerous to use for a long time, as it could fill you with so much energy that you would explode. Lost. Gohan Gopher, enables the user to fly and generate a powerful laser beam. The laser beam was powerful enough to melt rock. Destroyed. Prism of Genesis, brings drawings to life. Lost. Rooster Booster, greatly enhance the powers of other Wu. Lost. Bear Baton, turned the user into a bear-like creature that could attack with super sharp teeth. Given to Willow Park. Bullhorn Blazer, was a set of bull horns that could transform into a running bull. Destroyed. Cube of Hanaku, creates ironic situations for all of its users' opponents. Destroyed. Culver Crystal, created a glittering and blinding sphere of light that helped its users during escapes. Given to Stella. Dehipahapa, turned all of its users' speech into rhymes. Given to Iris, who uses it in her singing. Horde of Haiku, let its user turn into a cloud of millions of biting insects, which could pass through narrow openings. Destroyed. Imogazer, let its user instantly put an opponent into a deep sleep. Lost. Indigo Pyramid, allowed its user to change an opponent's mind. Destroyed. Komori Sword, let its user hang upside down like a bat and fight well in darkness. Lost. Neptune Helmet, lets its user create a walking hurricane. Destroyed. Pearl of Levi, made its user's enemies babble poetry non-stop. Lost. Polar Paws turned its user into a polar bear that has the ability to withstand extremely cold temperatures. Given to Hilda. The Praying Monster, turned into a big Lycomantes monster. Destroyed. Rainbow Star, turned everyone and everything into a rainbow of colors. Given to Mildred Hubble. Eye of Dashi, generates unlimited energy, allowing the user to enhance their other powers and Shingon Wu, as well as shoot lightning from the center gem. Lark has it. Orb of Tornami, a large flood of water and gives the user control over all forms of water. Lark has it. Silver Manta Ray, transforms into a vehicle that can travel through air and water. Lark has it. The only remaining magic items that Izuku has from that world that was given back to him or he gave away. Ninja Sash, that allows the user to create up to 2 doubles of themselves. Danger Sneakers, that warn its user of impending danger. Wings of Tanabe, grants the user the power to fly like an eagle, leaving behind a rainbow vapor trail. Wushu Helmet, protects the user's head by deflecting attacks and projectiles. Rio Reverso, reverts a target back to its original form, such as turning oil into dinosaurs. Been damaged and needs to be repaired to be use. Gills of Hamachi, allows the user to breathe underwater, transforming them into a fish-like being in the process. So why did you all wanted to know about it? Izuku asked. We were wondering if the ring was still around and if it could merge us all back together, Elle said. You all want to be one again? Izuku asked, shocked, looking at Elle, Rose, Teal, Lapis, Sienna, Violet, and Marigold. You really didn't give us a choice if we wanted to be separated, Sienna said. We're still mad that you left us like that, Teal said. I should have just talked to you all about it before I did it, Izuku said. At least now, we can just gang up on you, Mark Gold grins. You can have him wash you in the bath like the rest of us, Zelda said, after Lark told them that Izuku is continuing his duty of washing her when she has a bath and he's around. They all wanted in. You do? Violet asked as the rest of her sisters blush at the thought of Izuku's hands running up and down their bodies. I do wash Piper and you all know how ill she is, Izuku said. But seeing how you're going to marry us and how you were a clueless idiot to love. You washing us in the bath is the least you can do to help make up to us, Zelda said. You going to marry 13 princesses and their handmaidens is something out of a harem manga or anime, Lapis said. Way out of your league, but somehow you're going to be king to 13 kingdoms, Rose adds. And having to do so many royal duties, Izuku said as he's been learning what his duties as king has in store for him. Father helps mother in her workload and domestic affairs, Zelda said. By the way, with this being a magical land, I was kind of expecting for more magical items than what Izuku has, Elle said. The only magic items that Izuku has from Zelda's kingdom are Goron's bracelet, that increases the user's strength. Fire rod, that cast fire spells. Ice rod, that cast ice spells. While seeing how we had 2 back-to-back world-changing events happening, lots of things were either lost or destroyed, Zelda said. And her Uncle Link had already found lots of magical items and tools before I got here, Izuku said. Anything else you have picked up that's magical? Elle asked. There's the balance ring, it protects me from confusion, Izuku said. Secunda, what does Izuku have left that is magical? Zelda asked the AI. Let's see, Secundo said, making a screen with a list of the items that are left. Potions that have gone bad. 1 wand left from the witch school that Mildred Hubble goes to. Glow ring, emits a constant light. From Stardew Valley. Wait, potions can go bad? Rose asked. Yes, potions if aren't used can go bad, only a few potions don't go bad and those are few, Zelda explains. Many of the magic items that I encountered need a source of magic to be used, and once spent needs to be recharged, but only with that type of magic of the world it came from. So I stopped grabbing magic items and just went with tech. Besides, with how often they were destroyed or lost during the trips to other worlds, replacing a laser gun was just easier than magic items, and easier to use, Izuku said. Easier is right, Zelda said as her kingdom is quickly going back to how it used to be, largely thanks to Izuku's technology. The robot workforce have quickly repaired much of the ruins back to how Mother and the other long-lived races remember how it used to be. Amphibia, the Owl House, Gravity Falls, Pepper and Earth. In several rooms of government buildings, computer screens turned on for a video chat to several different states at once. In the LA, California, office are in Bunchui, Sasha Waybright, and Marcy Wu, who have been called together by Mr. X, who has also brought together other groups of interest found in the States, with the screens giving some information about them. Piedmont, California. Dipper and Mabel Pines. Both dealt with strange events in a small town in Oregon called Gravity Falls. Dealt with a dream demon by the name of Bill Cipher. New Orleans, Louisiana, Fright Crew. Soleil Leclerc, Power Pyrokinetic. John Pat Patterson, ability to communicate with anyone and understand anything they say. Well, maybe Satchel, becoming invisible and talking with the dead. Stanley Rodriguez Jones, power allows him to gain knowledge about anything he touches. Missy Dallasay, power, super strength, and a type of werewolf called a Rougarou. They dealt with a demon named Belial, with the help of other supernatural creatures and Voodoo Loa. Gravesfield, Connecticut. Camila nocida. Luz nocida. Dinocida, a basilisk who feeds on magic and change her shape. They dealt with a portal to other dimension leading to the Boiling Isles, which is the massive skeleton of a titan. Like a whale fall, where an ecosystem forms on the remains of a dead whale that falls to the bottom of the sea. Where all sorts of beings out of myth and legends roam and magic. River Fork, Texas Gentry Chow vs. the Underworld. Gentry Chow, mystical pyrokinetic abilities. Mooney Chow. Ed is an undead, shape-shifting creature known as a jiangshi, also known as a Chinese hopping vampire. They dealt with a demon, a maguey with other beings from different underworlds. Brighton, North Dakota. The Ghost and Molly McGee. Molly McGee is able to separate her soul from her body, becoming a wraith. As you all can see, after the whole invasion with the robots from the amphibian world of frogs, toads, newts, and others, the government has taken steps in finding out if anything else has been going on, and we found all of you, Mr. X said to the assembled teens. Mr. X waves to the twins. We already located your uncles and figured out the whole mind wipe with that memory gun on the agents sent to the town earlier. We already have the portal and learned about the opening to the nightmare realm with Bill Cipher and his gang of demons trying to take over. Bill Cipher. Ed shouted out. He's real? Dee screamed out as she hugs Camila. So you two heard of him, Mr. X said. Know him? He's a monster and I'm an undead vampire, Ed said. There are old stories of how he tried to get the people of the Isles to make a portal before a group of witches managed to banish his shadow away from the Isles, V said. Don't worry, we took care of him, Mabel said. Our Uncle Stan trapped his mind in his and erased his mind with his, Dipper explains. That's all well and good, but keeping it all secret could have gone bad, which is why I called all of you here. With how Earth has been placed in danger with it either being local or universal, from what I've been told what Bill and his gang would have caused. Working in secret can't be the norm anymore. How much easier would it have been with some backup? Mr. X asked the different groups. We barely stopped the Corps who lead the invasion, hiding everything from the government didn't help one bit. And in the past, they had conquered other worlds like this one and stripped it of their resources, Marcy said, bringing up screens of some of the worlds that were conquered before. Some of the worlds were less advanced, a world where humanoid bears with advanced technology lived alongside humans in a middle-aged world. Gummy bears. A world that had superheroes but fell to the endless army of robots. Dexter's Laboratory and Powerpuff Girls. The only reason we won was because the robot army and technology had been out of power for over 1,000 years after the main power source was taken from the core. The technology was old and falling apart and only had a few weeks of running again before they launched the invasion, and said. And seeing how a superhero world with giant robots weren't a match for them at full power. We need to organize and not hope that a rag band of kids who suddenly gained powers or learned about a whole hidden world will be able to handle the next big crisis, Sasha said. Let's cut to the chase. I'm Nick Fury and looking for some people with abilities and knowledge that can be helpful in the future. Child labor laws won't allow me to hire you all now. But internships for those who are old enough and some helpful government programs for agreeing to join when you're of age can be provided, Mr. X said. Causing the different groups to talk among themselves. Cool, we can be a government-sponsor heroes, Molly said with stars in her eyes. Also there's another matter, Mr. X said, making a photo of Izuku Midoriya appear on the screen. Izuku? Molly and Luz asked. Mr. Midoriya, for those who didn't know, was a traveler using a portal gun that opens portals to other dimensions, looking for his way home. He met with girls with me in the frog world. Which, seeing how the technology and robots he had with him also showed up with Ms. McGee and Nocida. I'm going with his portal gun, sending him to the Boiling Isles and this Earth, Mr. X said. How is he? Luz asked. He's dead, and Sasha killed him. He was taken over and used as a puppet by the Corps after King Andreas stabbed him and recovered his body, Marcy said. What? Luz asked, eyes wide. Stab? You mean that huge scar on his chest? Molly asked. You saw it? And asked. Yeah, me and the others saw it, and he said he got it helping some friends he made to escape from a giant newt king, Molly said. He survived? Sasha asked, her mind racing like the others. Marcy was taking deep breaths and her mind raced in the possibilities. Namely that either the Izuku is another one from another timeline or Izuku is still alive. In the Moon Palace, Izuku is once again being hosted by the royal princess Usagi, who is with her royal handmaidens, who are all the royal princesses of the other planets of the solar system: Ami, Rei, Makoto, Minako, Haruka, Michiru, and Hataru. The Moon Kingdom was one that was all magical when Izuku showed up on the rocket-flying USS Constitution that is manned by a host of fusion-powered robots, shaking up in what the people of the kingdom thought was possible. Non-magical technology was around before Izuku and his robot crew showed up, but they were simple things found on Earth where not many magic users lived on. Earth is the farm planet of the kingdom where most of the food came from. The technology are all farm-based, windmills, water wheels, for the farmers to be able to feed the rest of the solar system, with magic users only being called in to help during hard times to keep up the food production. Izuku and his robot crew changed all that as the advanced science-based technology could do the job mages did, easier. As while magic is capable of wonderful feats, magic is very hard to perform, and only a few people can use it at all. Technology can be used by anybody, provided much more convenient ways of doing things, and inventions like light bulbs made spells to light magical fires obsolete. Izuku also pointed out that one anti-magic spell or attack would leave the entire kingdom helpless. 1. We still have our magic tech, but we now have backups in case of any anti-magic, Ami explains to Izuku and has been explaining what has happened since he was last here. Those atomic robots are low-tech in many ways, but they're made to last. Made harvesting gas from the planet easier, Haruka said. Her planet Uranus, being a gas planet, made it impossible to live on but is very valuable for the gases that could be harvested from it. Floating mining colonies, the surface of the gas planet, where the gases are collected and processed before being transported to the moons where the people of Uranus live on. It's dangerous work and many miners die each solar cycle, thanks to the storms and the native animal life found living in the clouds of the gas planet. The new robots made to last are able to work in the dangerous conditions that cost many lives, and are cheaper to have them run mining operations, with some human workers to oversee the mining operation in case of something wrong happening. And made mining asteroids easier, Michiru adds. Things have really changed since I was last here, Izuku said, remembering how he and his crew on the Constitution had caused a big scene when they portaled in on this universe's Earth. The farming equipment and new plants you brought over really helped out on Earth, Makoto said. Earth is the farming planet for the solar system, where most of the food is grown. The scanners, builders, and fabricators are now a standard issue on all spacecrafts. The logs of that survivor who built that base you found really showed what those tools are able to do in the hands of someone who knows how to use them. Building a spaceship that can travel to other galaxies just by using what resources he could find is amazing, Hataru said. I was hoping that I could use the machines to get home, but it seems that finding a world where portal technology to other universes is rare, Izuku said. We've been trying to find that world you went to, but so far nothing. The race that built all those ruins, their technology would really advance us, Rei said. Those ion cubes, once the eggheads figured out how to make the machines that make them, really changed things. So much power in such small cubes, Minako said. The only problem is the amount of energy needed to make even one cube, Izuku said. Izuku, I also have a surprise for you. Thanks to the lessons from the robot cooks, I'm prepared to cook, Usagi was saying, but found her room emptied of her guests. Hallway. Serenity walked with the other queens of her court to her daughter's room, to see how they are doing when Izuku and the other princesses expect for her daughter came running down the hallway. They all ran past them expecting for Hataru, who ran into her mother and clung to her. She's cooking again. Hataru screamed out as she hugs her mom for protection. All the queens looked to Serenity with a flat look, who sighed. I know, I tell her to stop before someone has to have their stomach pumped, again, Serenity said to her fellow queens. 2. Cyberpunk 2077. Inside her laboratory, Barbara Babs Blight is working on creating 2 new synth bodies for her 2 subjects. The guy found in the landfill is a merc known as V from what information could be gathered on him. Having a gunshot wound to the head that should have killed him, but it didn't thanks to a biochip in his head regenerating his brain. The catch is that the biochip has the copy of Johnny Silverhand Robert John Linder in it. Dr. Blight managed to take the biochip out and separate the 2 personalities apart, thanks to the advanced technology of the Nile Galaxy and from that superhero world with all the advanced technologies both from Earth and from aliens. Of course the cost was V's original body, but she could just grow a new body for him using his DNA from the synth tank. She's been keeping both of them in a VR world, of an apartment with tons of entertainment for them while she works on fixing them in the real world. She had explained how they were found and why she had to put them into the VR world. The biochip, while it did bring both of them back, in the end one of them would be erased. So she pulled them apart, but V's original body is now too damaged to fix. She allowed them to design their new bodies, as she's using them to test a new way to give people a second chance at life. While they are copies in a sense, did it really matter to them? Which didn't matter to them. Johnny still has some things he still needs to take care of. They are amazed at the synth bodies, as V had heard of Dr. Blight on the news but thought that she worked in waste management, not biotechnology. Which Dr. Blight said that she just does that for the money and resources. Not telling them that it's from another universe like she and Harold are. The synth technology came from the world that went through a nuclear war that left the world in ruins. 3rd-generation synthetics represent the pinnacle of synth technology, being virtually indistinguishable from natural-born humans right down to the cellular level. Each Gen 3 synth is built from lab-grown bones, muscles, and other tissues that are assembled and brought to life at the Institute's robotics lab, and are born with the bodies and mental faculties of full-grown adult humans. Though entirely biological, each Gen 3 synth contains a neurological implant inside their brain, allowing them to be programmed and manipulated via voice commands. This implant cannot be detected or removed without killing the synth. Synths can also have additional components installed, such as neuroservos and other implants. Generation 3 synths are physically and mentally indistinguishable from ordinary humans, having lab-grown bodies of real human flesh, bones, and organs instead of plastic and metal. As no medical tests or procedures can identify someone as a synth without killing them and finding a synth component inside of them. However, they are not perfect duplicates and have a few key differences from humans that are not immediately obvious. Synths do not age, not require sleep, and will not normally gain or lose weight. Hey Doc, how is Silverhands? A giant of a woman asked, named Rebecca, walking up behind the doctor who was working at a computer terminal. He's doing well, as is V, Dr. Blight said. Going faster than it was with me, Rebecca said. I had more to work with. I still don't understand how your head ended up in that preserving jar. But it did let me experiment on transferring minds into synth bodies, Dr. Blight said. Yeah, and I now have a bigger and badder body than I had before, Rebecca said, who now stands at over 9 feet tall. She has a powerful Amazon body that's ripped with muscles and have a pair of J-cup-sized bobas that are firm and jiggly, a killer ass that's big and firm that you can bounce a coin off of. She was small and had a childlike body before she died. Now she has an advanced super naughty Amazon body, which she's showing off by just walking around in just a black bra and panties like she did before. Do you have to walk around like that? Dr. Blight asked. What? I'm wearing slippers, Rebecca said. And you're supposed to be my bodyguard, Dr. Blight said. To repay bringing me back to life, Rebecca said. And those combat upgrades I gave you, Dr. Blight adds. How soon will Silverhand be out and about? Rebecca asked. A month at best, as there are still some work to be done, Dr. Blight said. So what are you going to be asking them to do for you to repay for your work? Rebecca asked. For Silvera, might ask him to get the band back together to my new album. For V, having another agent in Night City will be nice, Dr. Blight said. And I can join Silverhand's new crew, Rebecca said. Stepping out of the portal into an alleyway, Izuku stepped back into the city of Paris, of a world he had promised himself that he would never return to. He wasn't alone, as Wonder Woman, Batgirl, Green Lantern, Zatanna, Supergirl, Bumblebee, and Harley Quinn in civilian clothing are also with him. They came to this world to see if there isn't a way to contact the soul of Chloe Bourgeois, who, unlike all of the other girls in love with Izuku, went and just told him that she loves him. Chloe had seen him coming out of a portal and helped him by keeping him hidden in her father's hotel. Izuku stayed for some weeks learning about the world and did his research in finding a way to get back home, while Chloe got to play around with some of the advanced technology Izuku still had on him. And like many girls that spend time with Izuku and get to know him as he does with them, developed feelings for him. Unfortunately, the other girls of Chloe's class also fell for him and caused her to be very protective of him, especially with Lila. When Lila kidnapped Izuku, Chloe had tried to get help from the other heroes, but they wouldn't help her, leaving her to go and save Izuku using his tech to fight the Akuma-powered Lila. Ending with Lila impaled and on fire, while Izuku carried Chloe's body out of the burning building, who told him that she loves him before she died. We go to her grave and see if there is an afterlife in this universe, Izuku said to the young heroines, leading them to the nearby cemetery. He didn't want to open a portal in the cemetery in case there was a service and there'd be lots of people. Looking around, Izuku noticed things have changed from what he remembered of the city. He did give Chloe some gadgets while he was staying with her, which he never did take back after her death. From the looks of things, her father Andre the mayor had found the gadgets, and now the advanced technology has spread. Izuku tried to keep advanced technology he picked up from falling to the wrong hands. But then again, this world does have superheroes and self-aware robots. This plan of yours, bringing this Chloe back as a ghost and make a clone body of her and have her use it as a new body? Zatanna asked. While seeing how death is cheap in your universe where people can come back to life. Bonding a ghost to a new body to have a new life, isn't that far-fetched, Izuku said. Possession is a thing, Green Lantern said. But can a ghost bond to a clone body of themselves? Also, what about the clone? Batgirl asked. The clone be like the ones in Cleopatra's world. Have no high brain functions or just mindless. But we could use a synth body. Have to ask Chloe, knowing her she would like to make some improvements, Izuku said. Like how some improvements be done to you? Harley teased. Yes, like what's going to happen with me, Izuku said as the girls want him to have some genetic engineering done on him to improve his body. Not to mention allow him to be able to handle having so many wives. The medical technology of Cleopatra's world is highly advanced, and lots of things that are common treatments there are either highly expensive or unheard of in other universes, Bumblebee said. Reminds me of Krypton. We had super sophisticated medical technology where lots of mortal wounds are little more than minor injuries by our medical standards. We all went to a checkup there and some of us are better than ever, Supergirl said. 1. Taking care of one's body is always important, Wonder Woman said. And giving Izuku a penis and stamina that will break our brains and we'll be craving it for the rest of our lives, Harley said, causing Batgirl to cover her mouth, as she's getting unwanted attention from the people around them. Harley, don't make me regret letting you come, Izuku said as his group continued to walk. Making their way to the cemetery, Izuku guided them to the grave of Chloe. He wants to be in and out, in case this doesn't work. He has to try, as it would eat him alive if he didn't try. He knew that in some worlds, bringing someone back to life could be done, and if there's an afterlife in this world, he could bring Chloe back to life. I hope this isn't one of those universes where bringing one person back to life will cause the entire universe to be destroyed, Green Lantern said. Those universes never last long. They're destroyed because there will always be someone human or an alien will cause the end of that universe that will be destroyed if even one being is ever brought back to life, Izuku said. Besides thinking about it, it's more of a plot device than anything else. Like I use a time travel thing to go back a couple of minutes to grab the last piece of pizza instead of Supergirl getting it. And when I get back to my own time, Nazis have taken over the world. Because changing anything in the past will always turn out horrible, even when it makes no sense whatsoever. Like, how could the Nazis have won and taken over the world when WW2 happened more than half a century ago, and going back in the past just to take the last piece of pizza would allow that bad future to happen, Harley said. 2. Here it is, Izuku said, standing in front of Chloe's grave. Hi Chloe, I hope you're there. Alright, let's see if I can summon her ghost, Zatanna said, as summoning spirits is a tricky thing and is why she brought along all the summoning spirits items she has, and other things from other worlds. Just need an item to bind her spirit to the living world and use you someone close to her to home onto. Use the balance ring, it's already magical, Izuku said, giving Zatanna the ring of balance. Izuku watched Zatanna performing the ritual to summon the ghost of Chloe. Using the magic ring he gave her to anchor Chloe's soul to the living world and used him as a lighthouse to guide her in. Then there she is, Chloe floating above her grave staring at Izuku. Izuku! Chloe cried out as she flies to Izuku but ended up passing through him. Right, I'm dead. Came back to bring you back, Izuku said. Bring me back? Chloe asked. Yes, been traveling to one world to another and there are plenty of ways to bring someone back to life, Izuku said. Who are they? Chloe asked, looking around and seeing so many attractive girls around Izuku. Let's get back to the hotel and see your family first. I can explain things there, Izuku said, wondering how Chloe will react to the news that he's engaged to 13 princesses and their handmaidens. London 1891. While searching for his missing younger sister, Enola Holmes, an interesting case came to Sherlock Holmes. A Ben Talbot was found mutilated in a slaughterhouse. Ben's brother, actor Lawrence Talbot, returns home after learning of what happened and reunites with his estranged father Sir John, who had told the police of what happened to him and how he was turned into a werewolf. At a pub, Lawrence overhears the locals believing it to be a wild animal. However, many blame the Romani camped outside Blackmoor. Another claims that there was a similar murder 25 years earlier. A werewolf was the suspected killer. Lawrence tours his family's house, where his mother Solana seemingly died by suicide when he was little. Lawrence saw Sir John standing over her dead body and was sent to Lambeth Hospital in London for a year, having suffered from delusions connected to the event. Lawrence visits the Romani during a full moon. The townspeople raid the camp to confiscate a dancing bear they believe is the killer. The werewolf then attacks the camp, killing Romani and townspeople before biting Lawrence and escaping. Maliva, a Romani woman, sutures Lawrence's wounds. However, another Romani insists that the now-cursed Lawrence should be killed before he kills others. Maliva refuses, saying that only a loved one can release him. After a night of feverish dreams, Lawrence recovers with unnatural speed and develops great vitality and heightened senses. Inspector Francis Aberline arrives to investigate, suspecting that Lawrence is responsible based on his mental history. Terrified of harming Gwen Conliffe, who used to be Ben's fiancée and is staying with the Talbots, Lawrence sends her to London. He follows Sir John to Solana's crypt. There, Sir John locks himself in a room and gives Lawrence a cryptic warning. Lawrence said that he turned into a werewolf, running off into the woods and killing some hunters. The next morning, Aberline and the police arrest Lawrence. Taken back to Lambeth, Lawrence is subjected to treatments overseen by the sadistic Dr. Honegger. Sir John visits Lawrence explaining that 25 years before, during a hunting expedition in the Hindu Kush in India, he was bitten by a boy infected with lycanthropy. Sir John was the werewolf who bit Lawrence and is responsible for the recent murders, including Solana and Ben. He made Singh lock him up every full moon night and contemplated suicide for years. Now insane, Sir John has come to embrace his curse and has decided to let himself loose during his transformations. Knowing the moon will be full, he leaves a razor in case Lawrence contemplates suicide. Which is why he and Watson have come with Inspector Aberline to see the lecture of Dr. Honegger with Lawrence as a case study, during a full moon. Lawrence attempts to warn the attendees of the impending danger, to no avail. Transforming once more, Lawrence kills Dr. Honegger and some orderlies before escaping and going on a rampage. A real werewolf, Watson said to Sherlock as both of them joined the chase with Aberline, who was firing at the transformed Lawrence, who was running on the rooftops. "Let's talk about it afterwards," Sherlock said, running towards the docks as a bullet hitting the chimney in front of the werewolf caused it to turn directions. "Come on," Aberline said as he waved for a pair of policemen to join the chase. Racing through the streets, the party gathered more policemen as calls went out for reinforcements, as word spread of the werewolf. The group reached the docks where gunfire was erupting from a warehouse on the docks. A woman came running out as screams were heard coming from inside. The werewolf burst out and launched itself onto the woman and tore its claws into her before it sank its teeth into her right shoulder and shakes her in its jaws. Like a rag doll that a dog has gotten a hold of, the violent shaking went on for several seconds as the poor woman was flung around in the air by the werewolf's jaws on her shoulder before she was tossed off to the side, as something large came bursting out of the water. Leaping out of the water and getting the werewolf's attention and causing his bite to loosen enough to send the woman flying to the side, is the mysterious crab creature that has been spotted around the docks. With incredible speed, the massive crab creature slammed into the smaller werewolf, sending it rolling on the ground from the blow. The werewolf leaped to its feet and growled in a fury as it faced off against the other outworldly creature. "Brother!" the woman gasped out as she lay on her stomach as she blended out, reaching towards Sherlock. "No," Sherlock said, eyes widening in horror, seeing it's actually his sister Enola. Sherlock rushed forward to sister and pulled her to the line of policemen for safety, while the two creatures fought each other. The werewolf, being smaller and faster, allowed it to dart around the lumbering crab creature. The werewolf's claws did little to the thick shell of the crab creature, which didn't even react to anything the werewolf did to it as it tried to grab the werewolf. "Shoot the werewolf!" Sherlock shouted. Gunshots rang out, striking the werewolf, which allowed the crab creature to grab the werewolf in its left claw and slammed the werewolf to the ground. The crab creature grabbed the werewolf's head with its right claw and rips it off. The body of the werewolf turned back to the body of Lawrence, now dead. 3. Watson was looking over Enola. She's bleeding badly and less torn up than he thought. He found the reason as underneath her dress she wore some kind of tight suit that felt very dense, which saved her from being ripped to pieces. Hearing the police around him shouting, he looked up to see the crab creature walking up to them. "Hold your fire," Sherlock said, getting a good look of the crab creature. "Are you mad?" Aberline said, aiming his revolver at the crab creature. "That thing isn't a crab creature, it's a machine," Sherlock said. Up close, the crab creature is indeed a machine. Thanks to the damage done by the werewolf, the armor that covered the left arm was knocked off, revealing a metal arm underneath the disguise covering the metal frame, making it look like a crab. "Good observation, Sherlock Holmes," a female voice came from the crab creature. "You're controlling this machine," Sherlock said to the crab creature before turning to his sister. The reinforced suit she's wearing underneath her dress saved her from the worst of the injuries. She has several broken and cracked bones, internal bleeding, and is now infected with lycanthropy, the woman said. We need to get her to a hospital, Watson said, knowing that they're on the clock to save Enola. A large and long object suddenly burst out of the water, covered in seaweed and bright lights coming from it. Underneath the seaweed is a sea truck with several modules attached to the cabin. The base module of the sea truck functions as a small submarine by itself and can be extended with further modules. The fabricator, the sleeper, storage, another storage, and the docking modules followed suit of the 6-car sea truck. Get her in the sea truck. The medical equipment back at base will be more useful in treating her. Dr. Watson can use the first aid kit to stabilize Enola, the woman inside the machine said. Watson, follow me, Sherlock said as he picks up his sister and carries her to the sea truck. Inspector Aberline, telegram my brother and inform him what happened. With Watson's help to lower Enola down the hatch and ladder, Sherlock put her down on the folding bed attached to a wall on her stomach. Sherlock scanned the compartments, which is like the compartments of a train but smaller. The interior is very clean but showed use. There are several small wooden boxes on the floor, full of raw silver and gold ore. Music is playing from a phonograph, music which he never heard before but was turned off somehow as Watson came down the ladder. There's a cabinet just above the phonograph with a green box with a white cross picture on it. He also saw the picture frame with a colored picture of Enola with a boy around her age. An Asian boy who has freckles on his face, green eyes, and green hair. The picture of his sister and the mysterious boy vanished and replaced by moving pictures that's in color. Dr. Watson, the video being played on the screen will show you how to use the medical tools found in the medical kit. It's stored in the cabinet on the wall with the green box with a white cross above the jukebox, the woman voice said coming out of said jukebox. Opening cabinet and finding a green box with the white cross inside, Watson found it contain 3 syringes labeled in English, antibiotics, stimulant, and painkiller. There are also surgical blades, a shrapnel extractor, wound clamps, a spatula, bandages of different sizes, small paper packets with labels like fever and cold pills, gloves, an empty needle full of medicine, a container full of a blue solvent labeled Medigel, and a clear mask labeled as emergency breathing mask. 4. They use the Medigel, the blue solvent that will sterilizes the wound site and then immediately staunches the bleeding by congealing over it. Followed by using the syringe labeled painkiller, followed by antibiotic, the video instructed which Watson followed as he went to work on keeping Enola alive. The hatch closed by itself and the sea truck began moving as it sank into the water, heading out to sea. It will take at least 20 minutes to reach the base, the woman's voice said. Where are you, Ms.? Sherlock asked. A beam of light appeared with the ghostly image of a Hispanic woman appeared. I'm all around you. I'm Stacy, an artificial intelligence left behind to help Enola Holmes in using the technology and equipment of the underwater sea base. Built by Izuku Midoriya, who came to this world while searching for a way home, Stacy explained. This world? Watson asked. Tell us everything from the start, Sherlock said, wondering what his sister had gotten herself into. Paris, France. Inside the hotel, Le Grand Paris Hotel that belonged to Chloe's father Andre, Izuku and his group are sitting down and explaining on what happened to him since he left this world. Chloe is with her family, her father, and her half-sister Zoe. Their mother Andre had returned to New York. The princesses that you befriended and other girls all fell for you. Which you had no idea, being a clueless idiot where it takes someone just telling him to his face that they love him, to get through his thick skull? Chloe asked. Yes, Wonder Woman and her girls said, all giving Izuku a flat look. I just thought all of them were just good friends, Izuku said, embarrassed. Wow, when you're actually in the middle of a romance with a clueless guy who has multiple girls in love with him and he doesn't know it. It's actually very sad and pathetic to watch, Zoe said. And you're all okay in sharing him? Andre asked. We had already agreed to share him between us before we found him. And we have grown to like the other girls, Batgirl said. Yup, when we're of age to marry. It lover boy being the king of 13 kingdoms, married to 13 queens and their handmaidens, Harley said. I will have to be a handmaiden to a princess to marry Izuku? Chloe asked. Technically no, but seeing how the Elle sisters have become Princess Zelda's handmaidens and Yoa has grown close to Ruby but is still deciding to join the herd or not, Green Lantern said. Herd? Zoe asked. One of the princesses, Sunset Shimmer, is from a world where they're horse-like and form herds of Maras around the rare male. Whose job it is to make kids with the Maras and take care of them while the girls work, Supergirl said. And it's the females who are in charge and the boy, Izuku, has very little to say in what happens, Zatanna said. I never agreed to that, Izuku said. Well, too bad, that's what's going to happen, Wonder Woman said. You're going to our husband and do what we say, like tonight you're going to hand wash us when we take a bath and you're going to like it, Harley said. You hand wash them? Chloe asked, dumbfounded. One of the girls, Piper, is very sick and needs help when she's not inside her medical suit that helps keep her alive. So, I help her around and take care of her, like washing her, Izuku said. And the other girls? Andre asked. We wanted in as he also does that for Lark when he was her manservant and he's very good at it, Harley said. This is a lot to take in, Chloe said, floating in the air. How will you be bringing Chloe back to life? Andre asked. Make a soulless clone of her and she just possesses it. And once she does, I can bind her soul to the new body so she can't be cast out or sent back to the spirit world with magic, Zatanna answers. Or you can just keep it as a possession and you can join our group and be a superhero, ghost girl, or something. Being able to leave your body as a ghost, and if something happens to your body, we can always make a new one, Harley said. Well, that's true, she shouldn't make it a habit. Besides, there are ways to destroy spirits, and when you die as a ghost, you're just dead, Zatanna said. There are also other ways, Izuku added. I'm coming with you and joining the herd, Chloe said. You are? Zoe asked. I died for Izuku and he came back and brought me back to life, Chloe said. I wouldn't have been able to bring her back if she didn't wanted to be back. And her bond with Izuku is strong enough for me to guide her back from the spirit world, Zatanna said. It was nice to finally meet Grandma and Grandpa, Chloe said. Did they really had to tell you how I met your mother? Andre asked. You and Mom getting high on drugs and ended up sleeping together and why I'm here. How you think I feel about it, Chloe replied. Chloe, we can just bring you back to life and you return to your old life, Izuku said. No, I gave up my first life for you. You're not getting off that easy, Chloe said and glanced at Zoe. Also, don't even think about it, Zoe. I know you and the other girls also fell for him, he's mine. I went and died for him, while you and the others did nothing to help. That's the reason why I left, Izuku said. I understand, Zoe said, seeing that she has missed her chance to be with Izuku. Inside the trophy room of his younger sister, Mycroft Holmes looks over the display cases. His interests are focused on the more strange trophies she has collected. The remains of a giant carnivorous plant that was created by a Mr. Lambert, which ate him. The remains of a highly sophisticated clockwork female automaton. A statue of a 4-foot-tall man, with the display case saying it's Spring Heel Jack, a goblin who wore boots with springs that allowed him to jump around. Turned to stone by salt. A 2-foot-tall egg shell that was found in an underwater cave. Meeting with Izuku has opened my eyes to a world that most people have long since thought to be nothing but made-up stories, Enola said, being wheeled into the trophy room by Sherlock. A device that allows him to open doorways to other universes. Given what you have shown me, it's not that unbelievable, Mycroft said and looked at his still recovering sister. Shouldn't you be in bed? I was nearly dead a few hours ago, but the lycanthropy I now infected with is healing me, Enola said. Is there any cure? Mycroft asked. The hologram of Stacy appeared in the room. I check, and while there are cures that Izuku encountered in other worlds, the ingredients and methods aren't available here. The best thing to do is prevention, not allowing Enola to be exposed to the full moon and be locked up in a cell when she does transforms. The lycanthropy is transmitted by body fluids. The bite to her shoulder is how she was infected. The scans have revealed that she now has an increase of her metabolism, allowing her to eat more than she should, with it all going to her new healing factor that will allow her to heal faster and regenerate lost flesh. The transformation into a werewolf damages and puts the body under a lot of stress, which is why the healing factor, otherwise the shifting back and forth would just kill the infected, Stacy explains. Can she gain control over herself when she changes? Sherlock asked. Depends, some were creatures in Otherworld can control themselves, while others are just beasts, Stacy said. 1. Unless I can contact Izuku and seek treatment in another world, I have to be locked up before each full moon, Enola said. There is also another matter with all of this, Mycroft said, waving to one of the crab bots walking by. Izuku left it all to me, after I discovered him. Been learning to use all of this technology and learning things that has opened my eyes to things I never thought of before. Been salvaging shipwrecks and underwater mining, Enola said. Also been the one smuggling in shipments of raw gold, silver, copper, into the docks. The old coins and other treasures, which is the reason why you were in that warehouse with those smugglers, Mycroft said. I needed a way to build up my funding. I do need to buy supplies when I'm on land. And I also needed to buy some equipment and materials that I can't find or make myself. Repurposing the repair pods and the robot crabs from their intended use takes much resources, Enola explained. Repurpose? Sherlock asked. Finding Izuku was the best thing that has happened to me. I found that I have a gift in learning how to use technology and build them. With Stacy's help, I have learned to take apart machinery and make them work better, making my own from scratch. And I'm sure that the government is more than willing to make a deal for access and knowledge how to use them that will advance the technology of the Empire by centuries, Enola said. A few favors and strings pulled will handle your illegal activities, Mycroft said. Stacy, the pre-recorded presentation I made. It time to tell my brothers everything, Enola said. Pre-recorded? Sherlock asked. I prepared for this day when my secret was out, and I made sure I would be ready even if I wasn't able to explain things myself, Enola said. It's ready in the theater, Stacy said. Sherlock, push me and I tell you where to go. I need some feedback on it before it's shown to the government leaders, Enola said. Lots of people are waiting me to report back, Mycroft said, who was sent as it is his family who is behind things, again. My hero Earth. With it being their turn to be with Izuku, Iris, Talia, Oriana, Carissa, and Lina are hanging out in UFO. They're helping Haley in crossing off another of her to-do list, making a song. And with Iris and her girls having been singers and Izuku having written some songs, they're prefect to help her brainstorm. Currently, they're all stuffing their faces with the leftover food from the buffet, which is now closed. So, how is the whole soul transfer thing going? Haley asked. Chloe is designing her new body to be how she wants, Izuku said. Using hair samples from her old combs, a new body is being grown for Chloe in a laboratory in the Nile universe. The transferring of saved memories into a new body is actually a standard medical practice in the Nile universe, an experience one but is a standard medical procedure. Much of the cost is from growing a new body and making improvements to it. Thanks to other technologies and magic from other universes, they're working to cut the cost. The whole procedure in growing Chloe a new body and using magic is a medical test to see how well it works. Which Lark is also interested in and is helping with the testing, as having extra lives is very appealing to her. And you're here and not with her? Haley asks. She wants it to be a surprise, Izuku said. Can't blame her for wanting to make some changes to her new body. I would if I could, Iris said. Well, there is using magic, but magical enhancements for beauty needs an expert in using such magic. Also there's the problem of someone or something reversing the magical enhancements, Carissa said. That's only if the magical enhancements are for like maintaining your youthful looks and such. Using it for like growing your hair and other body growths is completely different. But that's more of using potions than spell casting, Oriana said. From what I have seen, spell changes are much easier to reverse than using a potion, Izuku said. You got that right, Lina said. So if I have one of you cast a spell that fix my teeth so I don't need braces. If I get hit by an anti-magic thing, they go back to needing braces? Haley asked. No, that more in healing magic. Completely different from using magic to change your appearance. Using magic to heal like broken bones won't mean you having your bones rebroken, Talia said. Wow, magic has lots of rules, Haley said. It's the reason why I don't bother learning to use magic. The rules to different kinds of magic in one world to another are always different, Izuku said. Really? Haley asks. One world has all magic needing a ritual to be performed. Even the most simple spell like making a magic light needs the magic user to perform a long complex ritual. Another needs a sacrifice from an object to a life to perform magic. Another is math-based magic where you need to do complex calculations in your head to cast a spell. Another, only virgins can use magic for both naughties. Another world is all magic needs the user to sacrifice a human life to cast any kind of magic. Spell casting needs to be in song, dancing, and magic where people need to be having naughty, Izuku said. Naughty magic? Talia asked. Yes, by themselves or with someone else or more to cast magic, Izuku said. That doesn't seem to be very practical, Lina said. No, it wasn't, and I left that world fast. There isn't an age limit in that world, Izuku said, causing all the girls to freeze up. And yes, it's what you think it is. Gross, Haley said. It is. Most of the magic I have encountered aren't practical to use. One world needs a long and drawn-out ritual, involving hitting someone with a tuna for 100 times, lizards to poop in their ears while saying their name backwards, a boar to lick beetle spit from the belly button, eat mouse butts from a sloth's butt, and so on, Izuku said, causing all the girls to stare at him. You got to be kidding me, Iris said. Nope, Izuku said. So what is all that for? Oriana asked. To create a fire, Izuku said. What? All the girls asks. I know, they do all that just to create a fire. Sure, the fire is useful as it burns hot with any type of fuel, but it also goes out just as easy, and the whole ritual needs to be done all at once and the animals need to act as they need to, which is very hard to get them to do what you want. When a normal fire will do the job, Izuku said. Completely a waste of time and energy, Carissa said. So how hard is it to learn magic? Haley asks. For our magic, you need to have a talent for it. But there is potion making, it's like being a chemist, just using magical ingredients, Iris said. You just need to know what you're doing to make a magic potion, Talia said. Are you learning magic? Haley asked Izuku. No, I had my adventures while traveling to last me the rest of my life. I just want to prepare myself for when I get married to the girls. I need to learn a lot to be ready to be a king, Izuku said. Same here, I've been learning to be a queen. but thankfully with my parents around to rule. It'd be a long time before they sat down, Iris said. You also have the other princesses to help you to handle your responsibilities, Izuku said. Responsibilities? Haley asks. There's a reason why most fictions has a princess, instead of a ruling queen. All the power but none of the real responsibilities that comes with being a royal, or learning to handle the responsibilities that comes with the title, Iris said. People expects their rulers to be prefect or at least know what they're doing and present themselves as good rulers, Izuku said. Lots of pressure and stress, Iris said, slumping in her chair. And I complain about being the crab queen, Haley said. In the dining room, Izuku is enjoying having dinner with Bloom, Stella, Flora, Musa, Tekna, Aisha, and Roxy. The girls are all excited as Izuku did the cooking. Being forced to travel from one world to another, Izuku had to learn how to cook for himself, and like with technology, he has picked up recipes along the way too. And while he was their knight, Izuku would cook for them, and tonight he's making them gourmet meat stew. A meal that Izuku learned from Zelda's uncle, Link. It would have been a romantic meal if it wasn't for both of Izuku's parents are also at the table, Hisashi and Inko. You girls really like Izuku's cooking, Hisashi asked the girls. When he was in our world and serving as our knight, he also cooked our meals. He really enjoys cooking, Bloom said. Where did he learn? From you? Hisashi asks Inko. Not from me, Inko said. He learned on his own and whenever there was someone to teach him, Flora said. He had to survive on his own. He learned a lot, and cooking for himself was something he needed to learn to do. The fabricator does cook and remove all the inedible parts and fluids of animals but leaves a lot to be desired in taste, Tekna said. Tekna doesn't know how to cook more than some simple meals, Stella said, causing Tekna to be miffed. But she's better than Usagi. Just her mentioning that she wants to cook sent Izuku and her group running and hiding. Their mothers had to pry them out from where they were hiding, Aisha adds. While seeing how anything more complex than a sandwich, she ruins, and the last person who tried her food had to have their stomach pump, Flora said. Didn't Izuku try to teach her? Hisashi asks. That's the problem, under supervision she can cook. But once she's by herself, she tries her own way and ends up ruining whatever meal she's trying to make, Roxy said. The only meals she can handle besides sandwiches are TV dinners and already cooked and just need to pop in the microwave meals, Musa said. Have you girls learned to cook from Izuku? Inko asks. A bit, Roxy said. As our knight, his job was to mainly to protect us, not to teach us how to cook, Tekna said. Once you are all married, he will be serving you all as your knight? Inko asks. Many of us are princesses, but I'm not going to be queen. We're guardian fairies of our worlds, and Izuku will be aiding us when there's danger. Before he took away the Trix's magic from them, he gave all of us a magic item that helped to power us up, Bloom said, holding up the arrow. Sparrow allows the user to throw out bird-shaped projectiles that light on fire. It really enhanced my fire magic. Tekna has the denture bunny that transforms the user into electricity. She mainly uses it to travel around using power cables, which is faster than flying. As an electric form, she can travel from one end of a country to another in seconds. And able to enter secure buildings that have a live cable connecting it to the outside world. Flora has the Juju flytrap that releases a swarm of large flies that attack targets. Roxy has the Sword of Storms, generates strong winds and tornadoes, but it cannot be used for physical attacks. Musa has the Blade of the Nebula that can transform into nunchucks that allows the user to manipulate the wind. Aisha has the Shimo staff that can transform into any weapon the user requires. She uses it with her magic that already allows her to make things out of her imagination to increase her range. Stella has the Culver crystal that creates a glittering and blinding sphere of light that helped its users during escapes. Combined with her light-based powers, allows her to supercharge her light spells. I'm surprised that Izuku hasn't given the others their own magic items, Inko said. He has for some of them, others he gave technology, Stella said. He gave us both magic and technology, Tekna said. Lark on the other hand just stole it from him, Roxy said. But anyways, Izuku's duties as our husband is to aid us in our duties as guardians or royal duties for us who are going to be ruling, Bloom said. Of course he's going to be very busy, Aisha said, but stop seeing Izuku coming in wheeling a big pot of stew on a cart and is looking at something on his iPad. New machine? Tekna asks. Yes, Piper sent me data on a new machine that Lark found, Izuku said, sending her the data. On her data pad, Tekna saw it's a new recycling machine, found by one of Lark's scouting parties of drones. The recycler consists of a bin for material to be recycled on the left side, a central screen with a button to activate the machine and a display of what the products will be, and a bin on the right side where the raw material products are dumped after the machine has finished working. The materials that come out are either blue mineral cubes, green organic cubes, orange synthetic cubes, or purple exotic cubes, or balls if there isn't enough to make a cube. The machine breaks down anything put in it down to atoms before making them into cubes or balls. Where they be used by industrial fabricators, which are essentially large 3D printers that produce usable items from the raw materials. According to this, the recycler machine can safely dispose of anything toxic or radioactive, Tekna said. I know, by breaking it down and changing it into cubes, all the safety concerns are handled, Izuku said. This is very useful. There are tons of dangerous chemicals and materials that can't just be thrown away and need to be processed just to get rid of or sealed away, Tekna said. There they go again, Musa said, taking the abandoned stew cart and serving the others. Seeing how Izuku is now sitting with Tekna and going over the machine that caught their attention. 1. He does this all the time, Aisha said. Which Tekna loves to talk for hours with him about, Stella grumbles as Tekna loves to talk with Izuku about nerd stuff which she and the others don't. Amphibia, the Owl House, Gravity Falls, Pepper and Fright Crew, Gentry Chow vs. the Underworld, The Ghost and Molly McGee, Earth. Another meeting by video chat of the parties who have encountered Izuku Midoriya, who traveled from one dimension to another by a portal gun. He stayed around and helped before leaving one way or another. Gifting his new friends with technology he found in an alien ocean world, both highly advanced sci-fi human and alien technology. Even gifting them magic items that he picked up. Luz Nocita was given the monkey staff, grants the user the physical characteristics, as well as the acrobatic agility and balance of a monkey. If it stays active for too long, it slowly transforms the user into a monkey. 4 of her friends in the Boiling Isles were also given magic items, to help them during their battle to retake the island. Crouching Cougar transforms into a mechanical cougar that can transport the rider at high speeds. Gave to Hunter. Shadow Slicer allows the user to create hologram copies of themselves. Given to Gus Porter. Star Hanabi generates flames and shoots fireballs. Given to Amity Blight. Bear Batten turned the user into a bear-like creature that could attack with super sharp teeth. Given to Willow Park. Molly McGee, who has dealings with the ghost world, was given the Bubble Brains. It could transform a person into a ghost and vice versa. She is able to turn herself into a right, but the magic item is faster and doesn't leave her human body behind. Both the monkey staff and Bubble Brains are now contained in a research lab to study their magic. Like the other 3 were already in government hands. Lasso Boa Boa can transform into a live snake that can either attack enemies or whose body can be used like a strong lasso. Third Arm Sash, which acts like a very long third arm for the user. Shroud of Shadows, that she uses as her hooded cloak, that lets her turn invisible. From the interviews I think, I can make a good guess of the timeline. Izuku first appeared in the Boiling Isles and helped Ms. Nosita and her friends in beating the evil emperor. Where he ended up in Amphibia and was nearly killed, but he didn't, and ended up traveling to another world to survive. Where he ended up on Earth and helped Ms. McGee with the ghosts, Mr. X said. Izuku really didn't talk about the worlds he visited. He was very depressed when I met him. The last world he went to was one where the rich elites allowed a huge meteorite to fall to Earth because some rich idiot thought he could harvest the gold that made up most of the rock. Izuku had Secundo hack the escape rocket the rich elites were going to use to escape Earth and leaving everyone else to die. He caused cryogenic chambers not to work and the rocket unable to launch, also gave out the location to the rocket to everyone and caused the entire base to be overrun by mobs who all trying to get onto the rocket. Who also attacked the people who caused the upcoming doom to their world and tried to escape like the cowards they are, Molly said. 2. Izuku helps people when he can. It's why he stayed around to help with Bellows, Camila Nosita said. The alien hero he met, Wander thought him that, B said. How did Izuku survive? Sasha asked Molly. He said that he landed in the home of a mad doctor who put him back together, Molly said. The Izuku you met did get that wound from a giant energy sword? And asks. Yes, he said he got it helping some friends to escape a giant newt king. As he was falling he used the portal gun to escape, Molly said. He survived. That Izuku we fought must have been a clone or something, Sasha said, taking a peek to Marcy, who is staying quiet as she reads over the reports of the interviews. What happened to the body? Luz asks. Taken to be examined in a lab. The Izuku body recovered had been heavily modified with cyberware. I gave the lab a call and for the lab boys to check the body, but cloning is still new, Mr. X said. The collector, Marcy spoke up. The collector? Luz asks. He's the key. He can open a portal to the home world of Izuku. What's the point of having a godlike being around if you can't ask for help now and then? Marcy asks. The collector went off into space, but he did left a way to call him. But it might take a while, Luz said. It will be nice to see Izuku again, Molly said. Establishing some friendly relations with the collector will be useful. There are plenty of beings out there that need someone of that power level to handle, Mr. X points out. I do what I can to get him to come, Luz said. Yes, and I can see Izuku again, Marcy said as both and Sasha looks at her worried. After learning that Izuku could still be alive, Marcy has been working herself to the bone. Both of them know the overwhelming guilt she has for being the cause for Izuku being stabbed to save her. And how them fighting and killing the clone who they thought was the real Izuku had all but destroyed her. She's been doing research on the portal gun files that Izuku had left behind in a search to make one herself and go to his home world. She wants to be the one who tells Izuku's mother that her son is dead. But now she wants to be the one to tell him she's sorry for everything. Since the end of the fighting on Etheria, Adora, who has been raised as a trained soldier for all of her life, suddenly found herself without a purpose. The loss of Izuku, who sacrificed himself so that he could launch the escape pod with her and Katra inside while he stayed to keep Horde Prime from escaping. She and the others had no idea what happened on the flagship till they saw that film by Discord and that imp, Mixes, or something. Hordak being the one who sacrificed himself so that Izuku could escape had been a surprise to say the least. Afterwards, with Etheria back to real space and the sky filled with stars again, they were soon contacted by Eternia. Where she learned that she's the twin sister to Prince Adam, who was taken as a baby. Adora suddenly found herself thrust into a new role and duties that she never was taught or expected to learn. She was raised to be a soldier, which turned out to be needed as her home world needed someone with her skills. While Etheria is at peace, Eternia on the other hand is dealing with two evil warlords, Skeletor and his evil warriors, and King Hiss of the Snake Men. 1. Adora spent her off time getting to know her parents King Rander and Queen Marlena Glenn, her brother Adam and the other masters. Learning about the culture of her birth but also how different it is from the one she grew up with. She also liked Tila, the daughter of man-at-arms Duncan, who also grew up to be a soldier. Adora spends a lot of time with her mother Marlena, who wants to make a strong bond with her daughter, but they have little in common. With her being a highly trained military cadet, the concepts of fancy dinners and how one behave in high-class settings are completely unknown to her, which her mother Marlena has taken a great amount of pain to teach her. Also, as one of the royal heirs to the throne, she also needed to be married and have children to ensure there's a clear line of succession, which Adora had to awkwardly explain to her mother that she's only has eyes for other women and already in a relationship with Catra, and that the only guy she had loved had sacrificed himself to defeat Horde Prime. Which Marlena understood. Losing the one you love is always hard, as she went through the same thing when she was taken from her as a baby. That was till Madame Raz let out that Izuku is still alive when she acted like Marlena is Adora and Adora is someone Diz, wondering why she changed her hair from green like her father. News spread fast with the other girls who also are in love with Izuku joining in on the search. Seeing how Raz also revealed Diz has half-siblings as well, from Glimmer, Perfuma, Frosta, Catra, Scorpia, and Entrapta. Meaning that Izuku would father children with the other girls, which caused Adora to have some issues in sharing Izuku with the others, but she was more focused on finding Izuku, who survived the explosion of the flagship. Resulting finding out that the other girls in the other worlds that Izuku also visited are also in love with him and had the same plan as her group. Also that Izuku is completely clueless to love and had no idea that the girls he grew close to are in love with him, causing the groups of 13 princesses and their ladies-in-waiting to all be engaged with Izuku, seeing how another meeting with Raz had her revealing that Izuku also will be fathering children with the other girls. There are benefits to having alliances with the other kingdoms, namely having help in taking care of the two evil warlords. Thanks to the army of sentinels from the Cyclonia Empire, made to handle those with superpowers and other super abilities. The robots killed both Skeletor and King Hiss forces, with the survivors now held prisoners in an off-world prison set up in another dimension by the Cyclonia Empire. 2. There aren't any walls or prison, just the planet that has all that is needed to survive but nothing else. The prisoners are stripped of everything before being teleported down to the planet, which has an energy field around it that causes all electrical and magic energy to fail, making escape impossible. And even if someone could escape from the planet, without a way to open a portal to their home dimension, they're stuck in that dimension. There is also talks about using the Phantom Zone to keep prisoners who be released later. 3. Now Adora is finding herself with no purpose in her life, with her days spending on bonding with her future fellow wives and spending time with Izuku when it's her turn. Thanks to her not having any royal duties that the other princesses have to deal with, it's usually her, Catra, and Scorpia who spend time with Izuku. And with the other girls, which Sunset and Lark had invited her, and Catra to join in on some bonding time. Your body is so rip and tone, Sunset said looking over Adora's muscular body. Adora blushed as before she became Shara she never really thought of how attractive her body is from a lifetime of rigorous and daily fitness exercises and weapons training. Her muscular body is like that of Diana or Wonder Woman or Kara or Supergirl as they also calls themselves, very muscular but still attractive with a firm bust and butt, which got her lots of stares from the other girls whenever they're bathing or swimming together or in the hot tub. Gives the herd a good variety in body types, Lark said looking over Adora's naked body. Izuku will have voluptuous like me, and slender like Lark and plenty between, Sunset said waving to her very busty hourglass figure, that will only grow bigger as she gets older, judging by her mother, and Lark whose slender body is still growing and has much promise by looking at her mother. Can you two not talk like that, Adora said blushing red. Come now, we're all going to be in a group marriage and you're going to need to learn to have a taste for women, which you already have with Catra, Sunset said. Yes, Catra said blushing red too as she stands naked next to Adora. It will be my first time, Scorpia said, who was also naked. All 5 of them are in the bathroom, which is more of a large indoor pool, in Canterlot Castle, where Sunset had invited all of them for the orgy. And where Adora, Catra, and Scorpia had cleaned themselves up first. Also, we've been calling you, Lark said. We were busy with the cleanup after Skeletor and King Hiss were killed and their forces killed or captured. Thanks for the help, Adora said. You're welcome. It's better to take care of something like that before either of them tried anything, Lark said. You remember those ninja schools? Sunset asked. Yes, Adora said. Well, that's why we were calling you. We decided to get our own ninjas. I got the Hanzo National Academy, Sunset said, making a screen appear showing the ninja girls that are now serving her. Asuka, a dark-haired girl whose primary weapons are 2 wakizashis, and her ninpo are based on toads, as well as having an affinity for earth. Ikaruga, a long black-haired girl who wields a family heirloom sword that's been passed down to her by her father. Her ninpo is centered around phoenixes, and has an affinity for the fire element because of this. Katsuragi, a long blonde-haired girl who is particularly skilled in acrobatic and weaponless combat, particularly specializing in kicks augmented by her metal boots. Her ninpo centers around the Chinese dragon, and she has an affinity for wind element techniques. Yagyu, a gray-haired girl who has her long hair in 2 long ponytails, and covers her right eye with an eye patch that also is a power limiter. Her primary weapon is the bladed oil paper umbrella she always carries on her. Her ninpo is centered around squids, and she has an affinity for the rain element. Hibari, a pink-haired girl who keeps it in 2 small pigtails, she uses a deceptive fighting style, ever shifting in appearance. Her ninpo centers around rabbits, including Ninto. Hibari's elemental affinity is that of lightning. Fuma, an orange-haired girl who uses chains with shuriken attached to them, she excels at long-range slashing attacks. Hijikata, a long brown-haired girl who uses a giant hammer, her fighting style uses large swinging attacks. I am a long dark-haired girl whose fighting style is martial arts without weapons, wielding iron gauntlets and iron boots. Saimai, a girl with short blue hair, who uses a giant rocket launcher and simultaneously firing all barrels, she has a very flashy fighting style. Muramasa, a small and slender blonde-haired girl who is a robot girl. She wields massive vernier on her arms that deliver shocking blows. Using them, she prides herself in aerial movement. She has been given a new synth body that allows her to be more human and able to have naughty. Have the others already picked? Adora asks. Yes, they did. That's what happens when you don't answer, Sunset said. She showed the other ninja girls who are now serving one of the other princesses. Cleopatra has the Zodiac Guiding Star Association, a group of elite shinobi that revolve around Western zodiac motifs. Leo, Jinrei, Kurohoro, Suri, Aimu, Tamayura, Kureha, and Swerin. Star has the Municipal Blossoming Arts, a shinobi academy that houses musician ninja. Kosuzu, Chio, Fuga, Kanon, and Arya. Rainbow Bright has the ARC Angels, a rock group full of shinobi that live a double life. Tsubaki, Karasu, Yukio, Sakio, and Tachibana. Diana has the Meising University High School, a unique ninja academy that specializes in housing and training international shinobi. Tsubame, Ajiha, Yoshimitsu, Matsuri, and Mimi. Iris got the Milky Pop, an idol group that live a double life as shinobi. Mai, Jajui, Kaguri, Tamaki, and Yujiri. Bloom has the Tono Tengu Shinobi Alliance, a group of exotic elite shinobi with more emphasis on animal motifs than the other shinobi factions. Yuyaki, Misato, Kumi, Ashimaru, and Nachi. Zelda has the Gessen Girls Academy pride themselves on strict discipline and purity of spirit. Yumi, Murakumo, Yazakura, Shiki, and Minori. Usagi has the Shinazuka Industrial High, a shinobi school where the students are hobbyists to the extreme. Kid, Hizui, Kasumi, Motochika, and Kuroto. Azula has the Hakuo Girls Academy, a shinobi academy based on order and tactfulness. Kocho, Chihaya, Kanzaki, Kisaragi, and Ranmaru. Ruby has the Kagura Thousand-Year Festival Executives, a group of shaman shinobi. The sisters, Renka, Hanabi, and Kafuru. I gained some new ninjas as well, with Ryoki, being the older sister to Ryobi and Ryona, joining with her sisters leaving the Kagura group and some new girls from Hebiho Academy, Lark said showing her new ninja girls. Ryoki, who used to be dead before being brought back to life thanks to her being a ghost, is a long dark-haired girl, who uses a shotgun and shield. She also uses her coffin as a weapon. Soji, a long-haired blonde, who wields a chain-like whip with various sized sickles attached to it to slash her opponents. Chitose, a girl with short brown hair, who wields a giant matchlock rifle that shoots evil bullets. Ibuki, a long gray-haired girl, who uses large M-shaped scissors. Her fighting style is to cut up opponents. Ashiya, a long-haired redhead, she wields 3 chakrams, which she deftly uses to cut up her opponents. Basho, a green-haired girl, her fighting style involves using a large brush, which conceals a sword to stab enemies, and ink character ninja arts. Wait, you have another ninja team? Adora asks. You wanted to have the evil ninjas? Lark asks bluntly, causing Adora to think about it. Senki Shu, a group of evil shinobi who seek to capture Yoma for their own bidding. Hyoki, a short girl with long black hair, she uses a laser sword. Miki, a tall woman with long pink hair, she uses puppets through electromagnetism. Reki, one of handful sentient Yoma out there, when she was almost killed by the shinobi she was helping to exterminate other Yoma, a shinobi girl who was murdered alongside her for refusing to follow orders offered her body to let Reki live. Reki would have been fine sharing a body with her, but the girl chose to just die, leaving Reki as the sole inhabitant of the body. Her new body is that of a long gray-haired girl who uses mind control and dark energy. Maki, a girl with short black hair who uses hatred and negative energy. Yuki, a blonde girl who keeps her hair in 2 puffy ponytails, and her weapon of choice is a phone charm that doubles as a flail. All of the ninja girls are all busty, with only a few having a slender body. So which team is left? Katra asks. The Amaji Sealing Congregation, a group of shinobi coming from the Hanadome village, a hidden place in Mount Amaji, Sunset said, and 5 naked ninja girls appeared in front of Adora and her girls. Toki, a girl with long brown hair, she uses dual swords. A shinobi born in the 12th century in Hanadome village, a former branch village of the Kagen clan. She was strong enough to become a Kagura and cemented her position as one of the most powerful shinobi in history, which generated some antagonism between her clan and the envy of her fellow shinobi. She was sealed 900 years ago, until she was released by Kazakiri and Amain. She's skilled at using and uses her great power to take action to destroy modern-day shinobi and Yoma. Till she and the others of her group, like all the other ninja girls, fell for Izuku. Ui, a girl with long brown hair who fights using a chair that fires missiles. Hiyori, a green-haired girl who uses a bow. Kazakiri, a pink-haired girl who fights using giant claw gauntlets. Amain, a girl with short blue hair, she uses a cannon to fight with. They're the last team and, like everyone else, have been informed about the group marriage with Izuku. And having already been trained in the art of naughty during their training, are more than able to have naughty with you and your group, Sunset explains. You girls are fine with it? Adora asks. Yes, if that's what it takes to be with Izuku, Toki said. We're not going to be letting someone like Izuku go, and if it means eating you out till you agree to let us join having naughty with him, so be it, Yui said, causing Adora to blush. Oh really, Katra said, liking the busty bodies the ninja girls have. And being the personal ninjas to a real princess, be nice. Hiyori said. Beats any job back home, Kazakiri said. You also need to pay them for their services, Lark points out. Right, I have to talk to Mom about this, Adora said. But for now, let's join the others, Sunset said, opening the door to her bedroom. In pairs, or groups, sweat-covered bodies are pressed up against each other, big bobas and butts being groped. The smell of sweat and naughty filled the room inside. The Hanzo National Academy girls are being mobbed by the other ninja girls, as well as Sunset's herd members who are dominating the other girls thanks to their bigger and stronger bodies, as well as have the naughty drive that all equestrian Maras have. So are you ready? Adora asked, staring at the scene before her. Come on, let's join in, Katra said, licking her lips, and pushed Adora into the room, followed by the other girls. Sunset waited for all the girls to get into her room and join in on the orgy. She can't wait for the other girls to join in, and especially when Izuku would finally join in, and be the stud to the herd. Of course he will need to be able to handle having naughty with so many females, otherwise he won't last a year. Sunset closed the door behind her, and she and the others wouldn't be coming out till well into the next day. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.